Section 1 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various authors. Section 1, Josephine Anderson. I can't tell nothing about slavery times except what I heard folks talk about. I was too young to remember much, but I recollect seeing my grandma milk the cows and do the washing. Grandpa was old, and they let him do light work, mostly fish and hunt. I don't remember nothing about my daddy. He died when I was a baby. My stepfather was Stephen Anderson, and my mammy's name was Dorcas. He come from Virginia, but my mammy was born and raised in Wilmington. My name was Josephine Anderson, for I married Willie Jones. I had 2 half-brothers younger than me, John Henry and Ed, and a half-sister, Elsie. The boys had to mind the calves and sheeps, and Elsie nursed the Mrs. Baby. I done the cooking mostly, and helped my mammy spin. I was only 5-year-old when they brung me to Sanderson in Baker County, Florida. My stepfather went to work for a turpentine man making barrels, and he worked at that job till he dropped dead into camp. I reckon he must have had heart disease. I don't recollect ever seeing my mammy wear shoes. Even in the winter she go barefoot, and I reckon cold didn't hurt her feet no more'n her hands and face. We all wore dresses made of homespun. The thread was spun and the cloth wove right in our own home. My mammy and grandmammy and me done it in spare time. My wedding dress was blue for true. I thought it was the prettiest dress I ever see. We was married in the courthouse, and that be a mighty happy day for me. Most folks dem days got married by laying a broom on the floor and jumping over it. That seals the marriage, and at the same time brings 'em good luck. You see, brooms keeps hants away. When mean folks dies, the old devil sometimes don't want 'em down there in the bad place, so he makes witches out of 'em and sends 'em back. One thing about witches, they gotta count everything 'fore they can get crossed it. You put a broom across your door at night, and old witches gotta count every straw in that broom 'fore she can come in. Some folks can just naturally see hants better than others. Teeny, my gal, can. I reckon that's 'cause she been born with a veil. You know, a caul, something what be over some babies' faces when they is born. Folks born with a caul can see spirits and tell us what gonna happen 'fore it comes true. Used to worry Teeny right smart seeing spirits day and night. My husband say he gonna cure her, so he taken a grain of corn and put it in a bottle in Teeny's bedroom overnight. Then he planted it in the yard and driv plenty sticks round the place. When it was growing good, he put leaf mold round the stalk and watch it every day and tell us don't nobody touch the stalk. It raised 3 big ears of corn, and when they was good roasting size, he'd pick 'em off and cook 'em and tell Teeny eat every grain off'n all 3 cobs. He watch her while she done it, and she ain't never been worried with hunts no more. She sees 'em just the same, but they don't bother her none. First time I ever knowed a hunt come into our quarters was when I was just big enough to go out to parties. The game what we used to play was spin the plate. Every time I think on that game, it gives me the shivers. One time there was a strange young man come to a party where I was, said he named Richard Green, and he'd been taking care of horses for a rich man what was going to buy a plantation in that county. He looked kind of slick and dressed up, different from the rest. All the gals began to cast sheep's eyes at him and hope he going to choose them when they start playing games. Pretty soon they began to play spin the plate, and it come my turn first thing. I spin it and call out, "Mr. Green." He jumps to the middle of the ring to grab the plate, and bang! 'Bout 4 guns go off all at once. and Mr. Green fall to the floor plumb dead, shot through the head. For we knowed who done it. The sheriff and some more men jumped down from the loft where they'd been hiding and tell us, quit hollering and don't be scared. This man be a bad deeper, one of them outlaws what kills folks. He's some kind of foreigner and just try and make believe he's a nigger so they don't find him. Well, we didn't feel like playing no more games, and forever after that you couldn't get no niggers to pass that house alone after dark. They say the place was haunted, and if you looked through the window any dark night, you could see a man in there, spinning the plate. I sure didn't never look in, 'cause I done seen more haunts already than I ever wants to see again. One night I was going to my granny's house. It was just coming dark, and when I got to the creek and started across on the footlog, there on the other end of that log was a man with his head cut off and laying plumb over on his shoulder. He looked at me, kind of pitiful, and don't say a word. But I closely never waited to see what he gonna talk about. I pure flew back home. I was so scared I couldn't tell the folks what done happened till I sat down and get my breath. 'Nother time not so long ago when I lived down in Gary, I'd be walking down the railroad track soon in the morning, and 'fore I knowed it, there was a white man walking alongside of me. I just thought it was somebody, but I wasn't sure, so I turned off at the first street to get away from there. The next morning, I'd be going to work at the same time. It was kind of foggy and dark, so I never seen nobody till I mighty nigh run into this same man. And there he goes, about half a step ahead of me, his two hands resting on his behind. I was so close up to him, I could see him plain as I see you. He had fingernails that long, all cleaned and polished. He was tall, and had on a derby hat and stylish black clothes. When I walked slow, he slowed down, and when I stopped, he stopped, never once looking round. My feet's make a noise on the cinders tween the rails, but he don't make a mite of noise. That was the first thing got me scared. But I figure I better find out for sure if'n he be a spirit, so I say, good and loud, "Looky here, mister, I just an old colored woman, and I knows my place, and I wish you wouldn't walk with me, 'count of what folks might say." He never looked round no more, and if I wasn't there, and I cut my eyes round to see if there is somebody I can holler to for help. When I looked back, he was gone like that, without making a sound. Then I knowed he'd be a haunt, and the next day, when I tell somebody about it, they say he be the gentleman what got killed at the crossing a spell back, and other folks has seen him just like I did. They say they can hear babies crying at the trestle right near there, and ain't nobody yet ever found 'em. That ain't the only haunt I ever seen. One day I go out to the smokehouse to get a mess of taters. It was after sundown, but still pretty light. When I gets there, the door be unlocked, and a big man standing half inside. "What you doing stealing our taters?" I hollers at him, and pow, he gone, just like that. Did I get back to that house? We mighty glad to eat grits and cornbread that night. When we livin' at Titusville, I see my old mammy coming up the road just as plain as day. I stand on the porch fixin' to run and meet her, when all of a sudden she be gone. I begin to cry and tell the folks I ain't gonna see my mammy again. And sure enough, I never did. She died at Sanderson back in West Florida before I got to see her. Does I believe in witches? Say, I knows more about them than to just believe. I been rid by 'em, right here in this house. You ain't never been rid by a witch? Well, you mighty lucky. They come in the night, generally soon after you drop off to sleep. They put a bridle on your head, and a bit in your mouth, and a saddle on your back. Then they take off their skin and hang it up on the wall. Then they get on you, and some nights they like to ride you to death. You try to holler, but you can't, counting the bit in your mouth, and you feel like somebody holding you down. Then they ride you back home and into your bed. When you hit the bed, you jump and grab the covers, and the witch be gone, like that. But you know you been ridden mighty hard, 'cause you all wet with sweat, and you feel plumb tired out. Some folks say you just been dreaming, 'counted the blood stopped circulating in your back. Shucks, they ain't never been rid by a witch, or they ain't saying that. Old witch doctor, he want $10 for a piece of string, what he say some kind of charm words over. Tells me to make an image of that old witch out of dough and tie that string round its neck. Then when I bake it in the oven, it swell up, and the magic string shut off her breath. I didn't have no $10, so he say if'n I get up $5, he make me a hand. You know what colored folks call a jack. That be a charm, what will keep the witches away. I knows how to make 'em, but they don't do no good 'thout the magic words, and I don't know them. You take a little pinch of dried snakeskin and some graveyard dirt and some red pepper and a lock of your hair wrapped round some black rooster feathers. Then you spit whiskey on 'em and wrap 'em up in red flannel and sew it into a ball 'bout that big. Then you hang it under your right armpit, and every week you give it a drink of whiskey to keep it strong and powerful. That keep the witches from riding you. But nary one of these charms work with this old witch. I got a pretty good idea who she is, and she got a charm powerfuler than both of them. But she can't get across flaxseed, not till she count every seed. You don't believe that? Huh, I reckon I knows. I done tried it out. I gets me a little bag of pure, fresh flaxseed, and I sprinkle it all round the bed. Then I put some on top of the mattress and under the sheet. Then I goes to bed and sleeps like a baby, and that old witch don't bother me no more. Only once, soon's I wake up, I light me a lamp and look on the floor, and there, side of my bed, with my dress, laying right over that flaxseed, so she's could walk over on the dress. Big as life. I snatch up the dress and throw it under bed. Then I go to sleep, and I ain't never been bothered no more. Some folks reads the Bible backwards to keep witches from riding 'em, but that don't do me no good, 'cause I can't read. But flaxseed works so good, I don't be studying not riding witches no more. End of section 1. Read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 2 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Samuel Simeon Andrews. For almost 30 years, Edward Waters College, an African Methodist Episcopal school, located on the north side of Kings Road in the western section of Jacksonville, has employed as watchman Samuel Simeon Andrews, affectionately called Parson, a former slave of A.J. Lane of Georgia, Lewis Ripley of Beaufort, South Carolina, Ed Tillman of Dallas, Texas, and John Troy of Union Springs, Alabama. Parson was born November 18, 1850, in Macon, Georgia, at a place called Tatum Square, where slaves were held, housed, and sold. Speculators, persons who traveled from place to place with slaves for sale, had housed 84 slaves there, many of whom were pregnant women. Besides Parson, 2 other slave children, Ed Jones, who now lives in Sparta, Georgia, and George Bailey, were born in Tatum Square that night. The morning after their births, a woman was sent from the nearby A.J. Lane plantation to take care of the 3 mothers. This nurse proved to be Parson's grandmother. His mother told him afterwards that the meeting of mother and daughter was very jubilant, but silent and pathetic, because neither could with safety show her pleasure in finding the other. At the auction, which was held a few days later, his mother, Rachel, and her 2 sons, Solomon Augustus and her infant, who was later to be known as Parson, were purchased by A.J. Lane, who had previously bought Parson's father, Willis, from a man named Dolphus of Albany, Georgia. Thus were husband and wife reunited. They were taken to Lane's plantation 3 miles out of Sparta, Georgia, in Hancock County, Mr. Lane owned 85 slaves and was known to be very kind and considerate. Parson lived on the Lane plantation until he was 8 years old, when he was sold to Lewis Ripley of Beaufort, South Carolina, with whom he lived for 2 years. He was then sold to Ed Tillman of Dallas, Texas. He stayed on the Tillman plantation for about a year, and until he was purchased by John Troy of Union Springs, Alabama, the richest slaveholder in Union Springs, Alabama. He remained with them until emancipation. He recalls that during one of these sales, about $800 was paid for him. He describes A.J. Lane as being a kind slaveholder who fed his slaves well and whipped them but little. All of his other masters, he states, were nice to children but lashed and whipped the grown-ups. Mr. Lane's family was comprised of his wife Fanny, who also was very kind to the slaves, 5 children, Harriet, Ann, Jenny, Jeff, Frankie and May Roxy, a brother whose name he does not recall, who owned a few slaves but was kind to those that he did own. Although very young during slavery, Parson remembers many plantation activities and customs, among which are the following: that the master's children and those of the slaves on the plantation played together. The farm crops consisted of corn, cotton, peas, wheat, and oats. That the food for the slaves was cooked in pots which were hung over a fire. That the iron ovens used by the slaves had tops for baking. How during the Civil War, wheat, corn, and dried potatoes were parched and used as substitutes for coffee. That his mother was given a peck of flour every 2 weeks. That a mixture of salt and sand was dug from the earthen floor of the smokehouse and water poured over it to get the salt drippings for seasoning. That most medicine consisted of boiled roots. When thread and cloth were dyed with a dye obtained from maple bark. When shoes were made on a wooden last and soles and the uppers fastened together with maple pegs. When the white preachers preached, "Obey your masters." That the first buggy that he saw was owned by his master, A.J. Lane. It had a seat at the rear with the rest, which was usually occupied by a man who was called the waiter. There was no top to the seat and the waiter was exposed to the weather. He recalls when wooden slats and tightened ropes were used for bed springs. Also the patience of Aunt Letha, an old woman slave who took care of the children in the neighborhood while their parents worked, and how they enjoyed watching Uncle Humphrey tan cow and pig hides. Parson describes himself as being very frisky as a boy and states that he did but very little work and got but very few whippings. Twice he ran away to escape being whipped and hid in asparagus beds in Sparta, Georgia until nightfall. When he returned, the master would not whip him because he was apprehensive that he might run away again and be stolen by poorer whites and thus cause trouble. The richer whites, he relates, were afraid of the poorer whites. If the latter were made angry, they would round up the owner's sheep and turn them loose into their cotton fields, and the sheep would eat the cotton row by row. He compares the relationship between the rich and poor whites during slavery with that of the white and Negro people of today. With a face full of frowns, Parson tells of a white man persuading his mother to let him tie her to show that he was master, promising not to whip her, and she believed him. When he had placed her in a buck, hands tied on a stick so that the stick would turn her in any direction, he whipped her until blood ran down her back. With changed expression, he told of an incident during the Civil War. Slaves, he explained, had to have passes to go from one plantation to another, and if one were found without a pass, the patrollers would pick him up, return him to his master, and receive pay for their service. The patrollers were guards for runaway slaves. One night they came to Aunt Rhoda's house, where a crowd of slaves had gathered and were going to return them to their masters. Uncle Humphrey, the tanner, quickly spaded up some hot ashes and pitched it on them. All of the slaves escaped unharmed, while all of the patrollers were badly injured. No one ever told on Uncle Humphrey, and when Aunt Rhoda was questioned by her master, she stated that she knew nothing about it but told them that the patrollers had brought another nigger with them. Her master took it for granted that she spoke the truth since none of the other Negroes were hurt. He remembers seeing this, but does not remember how he, as a little boy, was prevented from telling about it. Asked about his remembrance or knowledge of the slaves' belief in magic and spells, he said, "I remember this and can just see the dogs running around now. My mother's brother, Uncle Dick, and Uncle July swore they would not work longer for masters. So they ran away and lived in the woods. In winter, they would put cotton seed in the fields to rot for fertilizer and lay in it for warmth. They would kill hogs and slip the meat to some slave to cook for food. When their owners looked for them, Bob Amos, who raised nigger hounds raised solely to track Negro slaves, was summoned and the dogs located them and surrounded them in their hideout. One went one way and one the other and escaped in the swamps. They would run until they came to a fence. Each kept some graveyard dust and a few light wood splinters with which they smoked their feet and jumped the fence, and the dogs turned back and could track no further. Thus, they stayed in the woods until freedom, when they came out and worked for pay. Now, you know Uncle Dick just died a few years ago in Sparta, Georgia." When the Civil War came, he remembers hearing one night, "Sherman is coming." It was said that Wheeler's cavalry of the Confederates was always running and fighting. Lane had moved the family to Macon, Georgia, and they lived on a place called Dunlap's Hill. That night, 4 preachers were preaching, "Fellow soldiers, the enemy is just here to Bolden's Brook, 16 miles away, and you may be carried into judgment. Prepare to meet your guard." While they were preaching, bombs began to fly because Wheeler's cavalry was only 6 miles away instead of 16 miles. Women screamed and children ran. Wheeler kept wagons ahead of him so that when one was crippled, the other would replace it. He says he imagines he hears the voice of Sherman now, saying, "Tell Wheeler to go on to South Carolina. We will mow it down with grape shot and plow it in with bombshell." Emancipation came, and with it great rejoicing. He recalls that Republicans were called radicals just after the close of the Civil War. Mr. Lane was able to save all of his meat, silver, and other valuables during the war by having a cave dug in the hog pasture. The hogs trampled over it daily. Parsons states that among the papers in his trunk, he has a piece of money called shin plasters, which was used during the Civil War. The slaves were not allowed to attend schools of any kind, and school facilities immediately following emancipation were very poor. When the first teacher, Miss Smith, a Yankee, came to Sparta, Georgia, and began teaching Sunday school, all of the children were given testaments or catechisms which their parents were afraid for them to keep lest their masters whipped them. But the teacher called on the parents and explained to them that they were as free as their former masters. Parson states that when he was born, his master named him Monk. His grandfather, Willis Andrews, who was a free man of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, purchased the freedom of his wife Lizzie, but was never able to purchase their 4 children. His father, also named Willis, died a slave, was driven in an ox cart to a hole that had been dug, put in it, and covered up. His mother, not children, could stop work to attend the funeral. But after the emancipation, he and a brother returned, found Uncle Bob, who helped bury him, and located his grave. Soon after he had been given his freedom, Parson walked from Union Springs, Alabama, where his last master had taken him back to Macon, Georgia, and rejoined his mother Rachel, his brothers Samuel Augustus, San Francisco, Simon Peter, Lewis, Carter, Powell Wendell, and sisters Lizzie and Anne. They all dropped the name of their master, Lane, and took the name of their grandfather, Andrews. Parson possesses an almost uncanny memory and attributes it to his inability to write things down and therefore being entirely dependent upon his memory. He had passed 30 years of age and had 2 children who could read and write before he could. His connection with Edward Waters College has given him a decided advantage for education, and there are few things that he cannot discuss intelligently. He has come in contact with thousands of students and all of the ministers connected with the African Methodist Episcopal Church in the state of Florida and has attended all of the state and general conferences of this church for the past half century. He has lived to be 85 years of age and says he will live until he is 106. This he will do because he claims your life is in your hand and tells these narratives as proof. In 1886, when the present Atlantic Coastline Railroad was called the SFW, and I was coming from Savannah to Florida, some tramps intent upon robbery had removed spikes from the bridge, and just as the alarm was given and the train about to be thrown from the track, I raised the window and jumped to safety. I then walked back 2 miles to report it. More than 70 were killed who might have been saved had they jumped as I did. As a result, the SF and W gave me a free pass for life with which I rode all over the United States and once into Canada. He proudly displays this pass and states that he would like to travel over the United States again, but that the school keeps him too close. I had been very sick, but took no medicine. My wife went out to visit Sister Nancy. Shortly afterwards, I heard what sounded like walking, and in my imagination saw death entering, push the door open and draw back to leap on me. I jumped through the window. My shirt hung, but I pulled it out. Mr. Hodges, a Baptist preacher, was hoeing in his garden next door, looked at me and laughed. A woman yelled, "There goes Reverend Andrews, and death is on him." I said, "No, he isn't on me, but he's down there." Pretty soon news came that Reverend Hodges had dropped dead. Death had come for someone and would not leave without them. I was weak and he tried me first. Reverend Hodges wasn't looking, so he slipped up on him. Parson came to Umatilla, Florida in 1882 from Georgia with a Mr. Rogers, brought him and 6 other men, their wives and children, to work on the railroad. He was made the section boss, which job he held until a white man threatened to dock him because he was wearing a stiff shirt and setting over a white man, when he should have a shovel. This was the opinion of a man in the vicinity. But another white friend named Jarvis warned him and advised him not to leave Umatilla, but persuaded him to work for him cutting cardboard. Although Parson had never seen wood carded, he accepted the job and was soon given a pass to Macon, Georgia, to get other men. He brought 13 men back and soon became their boss and bought a house and decided to do a little hunting. When he left this job, he did some hotel work, cooked, and served as train porter. In 1892, he was ordained to preach and has preached and pastored regularly from that time up to 2 years ago. He is of medium size and build and partially bald-headed. What little hair he has is very grey. He has keen eyes. His eyesight is very good. He has never had to wear glasses. He is as supple as one half his age. It is readily demonstrated as he runs, jumps, and yells while attending the games of his favorite pastimes, baseball and football. Wherever the Edward Waters College football team goes, there Parson wants to go also. Whenever the crowd at a game hears the scream, "Come on, boys!" everyone knows it is Parson Andrews. Parson has had 2 wives, both of whom are dead, and is the father of 8 children. Willis, deceased Johnny, Sebron Reese of Martin, Tennessee, Annie Lee of Macon, Georgia, Hattie of Jacksonville, Ella, deceased Mary Lou Rivers of Macon, Georgia, and Augustus somewhere at sea. Person does not believe in taking medicine, but makes a liniment with which he rubs himself. He attributes his long life to his sense of having quitting sense, and not a loving death to catch him unawares. He asserts that if he reaches the bedside of a kindred in time, he will keep him from dying by telling him, "Come on now, don't be crazy and die." He states that he enjoyed his slavery life, and since that time, life has been very sweet. He knows and remembers most of the incidents connected with members of the several conferences of the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Florida, and can tell you in what minutes you may find any of the important happenings of the past 30 or 40 years. End of section 2, read by Seema Parakyat, India, 10 January 2025.
Section 3 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Bill Austin. Bill Austin, he says his name is not Williams, is an ex-slave who gained his freedom because his mistress found it more advantageous to free him than to watch him. Austin lives near Greenwood, Jackson County, Florida, on a small farm that he and his children operate. He says that he does not know his age, does not remember ever having heard it, but he must be pretty old, he says, 'cause I was a right smart size when Mr. Smith went off to fight. He thinks he may be over 100, and he looks it, but he is not sure. Austin was born between Greene and Hancock counties on the Oconee River in Georgia. He uses the name of the counties interchangeably. He cannot be definite as to just which one was his birthplace. The line between them was right there by us, he says. His father was Jack. For want of a surname of his own, he took that of his father and called himself Jack Smith. During a temporary shortage of funds on his master's part, Jack and Bill's mother was sold to a planter in the north part of the state. It was not long after his emancipation that Bill ever saw either of them again. Bill's father, Jack, was regarded as a fairly good carpenter, mason, and bricklayer. At times his master would let him do small jobs of repairing a building for neighboring planters. These jobs sometimes netted him hams, bits of cornmeal, cloth for dresses for his wife and children, and other small gifts. These he either used for his small family or bartered with the other slaves. Sometimes he sold them to the slaves for money. Cash was not altogether unknown among the slaves of the Smith place. Austin gives an interesting description of his master, Thomas Smith. He says that sometimes he was real rich and all of us had a good time. The work wasn't hard then, 'cause we had big crops, and he would borrow some help from the other white folks. He used to give us meat every day and plenty of other things. One time he bought all of us shoes, and on Sunday night would let us go to wherever the preacher was holding meeting. He used to give my papa money sometimes, too. But they used to whisper that he would gamble a lot. We used to see a whole lot of men come up to the house sometimes and stay up most of the night. Sometimes they would stay 3 or 4 days, and once in a while after one of these big doings, Mr. Smith would look worried, and we wouldn't get no meat and very little anything else for a long time. He would be crabby and beat us for any little thing. He used to tell my papa he wouldn't have a damn cent until he made some crops. A few years before he left to enter the war, the slave owner came into possession of a store near his plantation. The store was in Greensboro. Either because the business paid or because of another one of his economic bad spells, ownership of his plantation passed to a man named Campbell, and most of the slaves, with the exception of Bill Austin and 1 or 2 women, either transferred with the plantation or sold. Bill was kept to do errands and general work around the store. Bill learned much about the operation of the store, with the result that when Mr. Smith left with the Southern Army, he left his wife and Bill to continue its operation. By this time, there used to be frequent stories whispered among the slaves in the neighborhood, and who came with their masters into the country store, of how this or that slave ran away, and with the white manpower of the section, engaged in war, remained at large for long periods or escaped altogether. These stories always interested Austin, with the result that one morning he was absent when Mrs. Smith opened the store. He remained away 8 or 9 days, I guess, before a friend of the Smiths found him near Macon and threatened he would half kill him if he didn't return immediately. Either the threat or the fact that in Macon there were no readily available foodstuffs to be eaten all day as in the store caused Austin to return. He was roundly berated by his mistress, but finally forgiven by the worried woman who needed his help around the store more than she needed the contrite promises and effusive declarations that he would behave all right for the rest of his life. And he did behave for several whole months, but by this time he was a great big boy, and he had caught sight of a young woman who took his fancy on his trip to Macon. She was free herself. Her father had bought her freedom and that of her mother a few years before, and did odd jobs for the white people in the city for a livelihood. Bill had thoughts of going back to Macon, marrying her, and bringing her back to work for Mrs. with me. He asked permission to go, and was refused on the ground that his help was too badly needed at the store. Shortly afterward, he had again disappeared. Mrs., however, knew too much of his plans by this time, and it was no difficult task to have him apprehended in Macon. Bill may not have had such great objections to the apprehension either, he says, because by this time he had learned the young woman in Macon had no slightest intention to give up her freedom to join him at Greensboro. A relative of Mrs. Smith gave Austin a sound beating on his return. For a time it had the desired effect, and he stayed at the store and gave no further trouble. Mrs. Smith, however, thought of a surer plan of keeping him in Greensboro. She called him and told him he might have his freedom. Bill never attempted to again leave the place. Although he did not receive a cent for his work until his master had died, the store passed into the hands of one of Mr. Smith's sons, and the emancipation of all the slaves was a matter of 8 or 10 years' history. When he finally left Greene and Hancock counties, about 55 years ago, Austin settled in Jackson County. He married and began the raising of a family. At present, he has 19 living children, more grandchildren than he can accurately tell, and is living with his third wife, a woman in her 30s. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelvin Brooks. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Frank Berry. Frank Berry, living at 1614 West 22nd Street, Jacksonville, Florida, claims to be a grandson of Osceola, the last fighting chief of the Seminole tribe. Born in 1858 of a mother who was part of the human chattel belonging to one of the Hearnses of Alachua County in Florida, he served variously during his life as a state and federal government contractor, United States Marshal, and registration inspector. Being only 8 years of age when the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, he remembers little of his life as a slave. The master was kind in an impersonal way, but made no provision for his freedmen, as did many other Southerners, usually in the form of land grants, although he gave them their freedom as soon as the proclamation was issued. Berry learned from his elders that their master was a noted duelist and owned several fine pistols, some of which have very bloody histories. It was during the hectic days that followed the Civil War that Berry served in the aforementioned offices. He held his marshalship under a Judge King of Jacksonville, Florida. As state and federal government contractor, he built many public structures, a few of which are still in use, among them the jetties at Mayport, Florida, which he helped to build, and a jail at High Springs, Florida. It was during the war between the Indians and the settlers that Berry's grandmother, serving as a nurse at Tampa Bay, was captured by the Indians and carried away to become the squaw of their chief. She was later recaptured by her owners. This was a common procedure, according to Berry's statements. Indians often captured slaves, particularly the women, or aided in their escape and almost always intermarried with them. The red men were credited with inciting many uprisings and wholesale escapes among the slaves. Country frolics, dances, were quite often attended by Indians, whose main reason for going was to obtain whiskey, for which they had a very strong fondness. Berry describes an intoxicated Indian as a tornado madman and recalls a hair-raising incident that ended in tragedy for the offender. A group of Indians were attending one of these frolics at Fort Myers, and everything went well until one of the number became intoxicated, terrorizing the Negroes with bullying and fighting anyone with whom he could pick a quarrel. Big Charlie, an uncle of the narrator, was present, and when the red man challenged him to a fight, made quick end of him by breaking his neck at one blow. For 2 years he was hounded by revengeful Indians, who had an uncanny way of ferreting out his whereabouts no matter where he went. Often he sighted them while working in the fields and would be forced to flee to some other place. This continued with many hairbreadth escapes until he was forced to move several states away. Berry recalls the old days of black aristocracy when Negroes held high political offices in the state of Florida, when Negro tradesmen and professionals completed successfully and unmolested with the whites. Many fortunes were made by men who are now a little more than beggars. To this group belongs a man who, in spite of reduced circumstances, manages still to make one think of top hats and state affairs. Although small of stature and disabled by rheumatism, he has the fiery dignity and straight back that we associate with men who have ruled others. At the same time, he might also be characterized as a sweet old person, with all the tender reminiscences of the old days, and the childish prejudices against all things new. As might be expected, he lives in the past, and is always delighted whenever he is asked to tell about the only life that he has ever really lived. Together with his aged wife, he lives with his children, and is known to local relief agencies who supplement the very small income he now derives from what is left of what was at one time a considerable fortune. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various authors. Section 5, Mary minus Biddie. Mary minus Biddie, age 105, was born in Pensacola, Florida, 1833, and raised in Columbia County. She is married and has several children. For her age, she is exceptionally active, being able to wash and do her housework. With optimism, she looks forward to many more years of life. Her health is excellent. Having spent 32 years of her life as a slave, she relates vividly some of her experiences. Her master, Lancaster Jameson, was a very kind man and never mistreated his slaves. He was a man of mediocre means, and instead of having a large plantation, as was usual in those days, he ran a boarding house, the revenue therefrom furnishing him substance for a livelihood. He had a small farm, from which fresh produce was obtained to supply the needs of his lodgers. Mary's family were his only slaves. The family consisted of her mother, father, brother, and a sister. The children called the old master Fa, and their father Pappy. The master never resented this appellation and took it in good humor. Many travelers stopped at his boarding house. Mary's mother did the cooking, her father tended the farm, and Mary, her brother, and sister did chores about the place. There was a large one-room house built in the yard in which the family lived. Her father had a separate garden in which he raised his produce, also a smokehouse where the family meats were kept. Meats were smoked in order to preserve them. During the day, Mary's father was kept so busy attending his master's farm that there was no time for him to attend to a little farm that he was allowed to have. He overcame this handicap, however, by setting up huge scaffolds in the field, which he burned, and from the flames that this fire emitted, he could see well enough to do what was necessary to his farm. The master's first wife was a very kind woman. At her death, Mary's master moved from Pensacola to Columbia County. Mary was very active with the plow. She could handle it with the agility of a man. This prowess gained her the title of Plow Girl. Cooking. Stoves were unknown, and cooking was done in a fireplace that was built of clay. A large iron rod was built in across the opening of the fireplace, on which were hung pots that had special handles that fitted about the rod, holding them in place over the blazing fire, as the food cooking was done in a movable oven, which was placed in the fireplace over hot coals or corn cobs. Potatoes were roasted in ashes. Ofttimes Mary's father would sit in front of the fireplace until a late hour in the night, and on arising in the morning the children would find in a corner a number of roasted potatoes which their father had thoughtfully roasted and which the children readily consumed. Lighting system. Matches were unknown. A flint rock and a file provided the fire. This occurred by striking a file against a flint rock, which threw off sparks that fell into a wad of dry cotton used for the purpose. This cotton, as a rule, readily caught fire. This was fire, and all the fire needed to start any blaze. Weaving. The white folk wove the cloth on regular looms, which were made into dresses for the slaves. For various colors of cloth the thread was dyed. The dye was made by digging up red shank and wild indigo roots, which were boiled, the substance obtained being some of the best dye to be found. Beverages and food. Bread was made from flour and wheat. The meat used was pork, beef, mutton, and goat. For preservation it was smoked and kept in the smokehouse. Coffee was used as a beverage, and when this ran out, as ofttimes happened, parched peanuts were used for the purpose. Mary and family arose before daybreak and prepared breakfast for the master and his family, after which they ate in the same dining room. When this was over, the dishes were washed by Mary, her brother, and sister. The children then played about until meals were served again. Washing and soap. Washing was done in homemade wooden tubs, and boiling in iron pots, similar to those of today. Soap was made from fat and lye. Amusements. The only amusement to be had was a big candy pulling, or hog killing, and chicken cooking. The slaves from the surrounding plantations were allowed to come together on these occasions. A big time was had. Church. The slaves went to the white folks' church on Sundays. They were seated in the rear of the church. The white minister would arise and exhort the slaves to mind your masters. You owe them your respect. An old Christian slave who perceived things differently could sometimes be heard to mumble, "Yeah, we's just as good as day is, only day's white, and we's black, huh?" She dare not let the whites hear this. At times, meetings were held in a slave cabin, where some inspired slave led the services. In the course of years, Mr. Jameson married again. His second wife was a veritable terror. She was always ready and anxious to whip a slave for the least misdemeanor. The master told Mary and her mother that before he would take the chance of them running away on account of her meanness, he would leave her. As soon as he would leave the house, this was a signal for his wife to start on a slave. One day, with a kettle of hot water in her hand, she chased Mary, who ran to another plantation and hid there until the good master returned. She then poured out her troubles to him. He was very indignant and remonstrated with his wife for being so cruel. She met her fate in later years. Her son-in-law, becoming angry at some of her doings in regard to him, shot her, which resulted in her death. Instead of mourning, everybody seemed to rejoice, for the menace to well-being had been removed. Twice a year, Mary's father and master went to Cedar Keys, Florida, to get salt. ocean water was obtained and boiled, salt resulting. They always returned with about 3 barrels of salt. The greatest event in the life of a slave was about to occur, and the most sorrowful in the life of a master. Freedom was at hand. A Negro was seen coming in the distance, mounted upon a mule, approaching Mr. Jameson, who stood upon the porch. He told him of the liberation of the slaves. Mr. Jameson had never before been heard to curse, but this was one day that he let go a torrent of words that are unworthy to appear in print. He then broke down and cried like a slave who was being lashed by his cruel master. He called Mary's mother and father, Phyllis and Sandy. "I ain't got no more to do with you. You are free," he said. "If you want to stay with me, you may, and I'll give you 1/3 of what you raise." They decided to stay. When the crop was harvested, the master did not do as he had promised. He gave them nothing. Mary slipped away, mounted the old mule Mustang, and galloped away at a mule's snail speed to Noonan'sville, where she related what had happened to a Union captain. He gave her a letter to give to Mr. Jameson. In it, he reminded him that if he didn't give Mary's family what he had promised, he would be put in jail. Without hesitation, the old master complied with these pungent orders. After this incident, Mary and her family left the good old boss to seek a new abode in other parts. This was the first time that the master had in any way displayed any kind of unfairness toward them. Perhaps it was the reaction to having to liberate them. Marriage. There was no marriage during slavery according to civil or religious custom among the slaves. If a slave saw a woman whom he desired, he told his master. If the woman in question belonged on another plantation, the master would consult her master. "One of my boys wants to marry one of your gals," he would say. As a rule, it was agreeable that they should live together as man and wife. This was encouraged, for it increased the slave population by newborns, hence being an asset to the masters. The 2 slaves thus joined were allowed to see one another at intervals upon special permission from the master. He must have a pass to leave the plantation. Any slave caught without one while off the plantation was subject to be caught by the patter-rollers, a low class of white who roved the country to molest a slave at the least opportunity. Some of them were hired by the masters to guard against slaves running away, or to apprehend them in the event that they did, who would beat them unmercifully and send them back to the plantation from whence they came. As a result of this form of matrimony, at emancipation there were no slaves lawfully married. Orders were given that if they preferred to live together as man and wife, they must marry according to law. They were given 9 months to decide this question, after which, if they continued to live together, they were arrested for adultery. A Mr. Fryer, Justice of the Peace at Gainesville, was assigned to deal with the situation around the plantation where Mary and her family lived. A big supper was given. It was early. About 25 slave couples attended. There was gaiety and laughter. A barrel of lemonade was served. A big time was had by all. Then those couples who desired to remain together were joined in wedlock according to civil custom. The party broke up in the early hours of the morning. Mary Biddie, cognizant of the progress that science and invention has made in the intervening years from emancipation and the present time, could not help but remark of the vast improvement of the lighting system of today and that of slavery. There were no lamps or kerosene. The first thread that shearers spun was for a wick to be used in a candle, the only means of light. Beef tallow was used to make the candle. This was placed in a candle mold while hot. The wick was then placed in the center of the tallow as it rested in the mold. This was allowed to cool. When this chemical process occurred, there was a regular-sized candle to be used for lighting. Mary, now past the century mark, her lean bronze body resting in a rocker, her head wrapped in a white kerchief, and puffing slowly on her clay pipe, expressed herself in regard to presidents. "Roosevelt has done more than any other president. Why, you know, ever since freedom they've been talking about this pension. Talking about it, that's all. But you see, Mr. Roosevelt, he done come and gived it to us. What? I'll say he's a good, righteous man, and I'm sure gonna vote for him." Residing in her little cabin in Eatonville, Florida, she is able to smile because she has some means of security, the old age pension. End of section 5, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 6 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelvin Brooks. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various. Reverend Eli Boyd. Reverend Eli Boyd was born May 29, 1864, 4 miles from Summerville, South Carolina, on John Murray's plantation. It was a large plantation with perhaps 100 slaves and their families. As he was only a tiny baby when freedom came, he had no remembrance of the real slavery days, but lived on the same plantation for many years until his father and mother died in 1888. I worked on a plantation just like they did in the real slavery days, only I received a small wage. I picked cotton and thinned rice. I always did just what they told me to do and didn't ever get into any trouble, except once, and that was my own fault. You see, it was this way. They gave me a bucket of thick clabber to take to the hogs. I was hungry and took the bucket and sat down behind the barn and ate every bit of it. I didn't know it would make me sick. But was I sick? I swelled up so that I all but bust. They had to doctor on me. They took soot out of the chimney and mixed it with salt and made me take that. I guess they saved my life, for I was awful sick. I never learned to read until I was 26 years old. That was after I left the plantation. I was staying at a place washing dishes for good years at Sappville, Georgia, 6 miles from Waycross. I found a Webster's spelling book that had been thrown away and learned to read from that. I wasn't converted until I went to work in a turpentine still, and 5 years later, I was called to preach. I am one of 13 children, and none of us has ever been arrested. We were taught right. I kept on preaching until I came to Miami. I have been assistant pastor at Bethel African Methodist Church for the past 10 years. I belong to a class of Negroes called Geechees. My grandfather was brought directly from Africa to Port Royal, South Carolina. My grandmother used to hold up her hand and look at it and sing out of her hand. She'd make them up as she would look at her hand. She sang in Geechee and also made rhymes and songs in English. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various. Section 7, Rivana Boynton. Where and about when were you born? Sometime in 1850, on John and Molly Hoover's plantation, between Savannah and Charleston near the Georgia line. If you were born on a plantation or farm, what sort of farming section was it in? They raised rice, corn, wheat, and lots of cotton, raised everything they ate, vegetables, taters, and all that. How did you pass the time as a child? What sort of chores did you do, and what did you play? I had to thin cotton in the fields and mind the flies at the table. I chased them with a fly bush, and sometimes a limb from a tree, and sometimes with a fancy bush. Was your master kind to you? Yes, I was favored by being with my Massey. How many slaves were there on the same plantation and farm? I don't know. There was plenty of them, up into hundreds, I reckon. Do you remember what kind of cooking utensils your mother used? Yes, they had spiders and big iron kettles that they hung in the chimney by a long chain. When they wanted to cook fast, they lowered the chain, and when they wanted to bake into spiders, they's put them under the kettle can cover with coals until they was hot. They'd put the pones in those double concern spiders and turn them around when they was done on one side. What were your main foods, and how were they cooked? We had everything you could think of to eat. Do you remember making imitation or substitute coffee by grinding up corn or peanuts? No, we had real coffee. Do you remember ever having, when you were young, any other kind of bread besides cornbread? Yes, batter and white bread. Do you remember evaporating seawater to get salt? I did it that way. When you were a child, what sort of stove do you remember your mother having? Did they have a hanging pot in the fireplace? And did they make their candles out of their own tallow? Always had fireplaces or open fires on the plantation, but after a long time, while my Massey had hearth fires to cook on, they would give us slaves pot liquor to cook green in sometimes. They lit the fires with flint and steel when it'd go out. We all ate with wooden paddles for spoons. We made them tallow candles out of beef and mutton tallow. Then we'd sugar 'em down into candlesticks made of tin pans with a handle on, and a holder for the candle in the center. You know how. Did you use an open well or pump to get the water? We had a well with 2 buckets on a pulley to draw the water. Do you remember when you first saw ice in regular form? No, ice would freeze in winter in our place. Did your family work in the rice fields or in the cotton on the farm, or what sort of work did they do? They did all kinds of work in the fields. If they worked in the house or about the place, what sort of work did they do? I was housemaid and did everything they told me to do. Sometimes I'd sweep and work around all the time. Do you remember ever helping tan and cure hides and pig hides? This was done on the plantation. I took no part in it. As a young person, what sort of work did you do? If you helped your mother around the house or cut firewood or swept the yard, say so. I helped do the housework and did what the mistress told me to do. When you were a child, do you remember how people wove cloth or spun thread or picked out cottonseed or weighed cotton, or what sort of bag was used on the cotton bales? No. Do you remember what sort of soap they used? How did they get the lye for making the soap? Yes, I'd helped to make the ash lye and soft soap. Never seed cake soap until I came here. What did they use for dyeing thread and cloth, and how did they dye them? They used indigo for blue, copperas for yellow, and red oak chips for red. Did your mother use big wooden washtubs with cut-out holes on each side for the fingers? Yes, and they had smaller wooden keels. Never seed any tin tubs up there. Do you remember the way they made shoes by hand in the country? Yes, they made all our shoes on the plantation. Do you remember saving the chicken feathers and goose feathers always for your feather beds? Yes. Do you remember when women wore hoop in their skirts and when they stopped wearing them and wore narrow skirts? Yes, my missus, she made me a pair of hoops, or I guess she bought it, but some of the slaves took thin limbs from trees and made their hoops. Others made them out of stiff paper, and others would starch their skirts stiff with rice starch to make their skirts stand way out. We thought those hoops were just the thing for style. Do you remember when you first saw your first windmill? Yes, they didn't have them there. Do you remember when you first saw bed springs instead of bed ropes? I slept in a gunny bunk. My missus had a rope bed, and she covered the ropes with a cowhide. We made hay and corn shuck mattresses for her. We'd cut the hay and shucks up fine and stuff the ticks with them. The cowhides were placed on top of the mattresses to protect them. When did you see the first buggy, and what did it look like? It was a buggy like you see. Do you remember your grandparents? No, my mother was sold for me when I was small. I stayed in my uncle's shed at night. Do you remember the money called shin plasters? No. What interesting historical events happened during your youth, such as Sherman's army passing through your section? Did you witness the happenings? And what was the reaction of the other Negroes to them? I remember well when the war was on. I used to turn the big corn sheller and sack the shelled corn for the Confederate soldiers. They used to sell some of the corn, and they gave some of it to the soldiers. Anyways, the Yankees got some, and they did not expect them to get it. It was this way. The Wheeler boys came through there ahead of Sherman's army. Now we thought the Wheeler boys were Confederates. They came down the road as happy as could be, a-singing, "Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah! Hurrah for the Broke Brook boys! Hurrah for the Broke Brook boys of South Carolina!" So of course we thought they were our soldiers a-singing our songs. Well, they came and told our boss that Sherman's soldiers were coming, and we better hide all our food and valuable things, for they'd take everything they wanted. So we helped our massa hide the things. They dug holes and buried the potatoes and covered them with cottonseed and all that. Then our ma say give them food and thank them for their kindness, and he set out with 2 of the girls to tote them to safety. But before he got back after the missus, the Yanks were on us. Our missus had led us together and told us what to say. Now you beg for me. If they ask you whether I've been good to you, you tell 'em yes. If they ask you if we give you meat, you say yes. Now the rest didn't get any meat, but I did, 'cause I worked in the house. So I didn't tell a lie, for I did get meat. So we begged, and we say, our missus is good. Don't you kill her. Don't you take our meat away from us. Don't you hurt her. Don't you burn her house down. So they burned the stable and some of the other buildings, but they did not burn the house nor hurt us any. We saw the rest of the Yanks coming. They never stopped for nothing. Their horses would jump the worn rail fences, and they come across the fields and everything. They bound our missus upstairs so she couldn't get away. Then they came to the sheds, and we begged and begged for her. Then they loosed her, but they took some of us for refugees, and some of the slaves went off with them of their own will. They took all the things that were buried, all the hams and everything they wanted, but they did not burn the house, and our missus was saved. Did you know any Negroes who enlisted or joined the Northern Army? Yes. Did you know any Negroes who enlisted in the Southern Army? Yes. Did your master join the Confederacy? What do you remember of his return from the war, or was he wounded and killed? Yes. 2 boys went. One was killed, and one came back. Did you live in Savannah when Sherman and the Northern forces marched through the state? And do you remember the excitement in your town or around the plantation where you lived? We lived north of Savannah. I don't know how far it was, but it was in South Carolina. Did your master's house get robbed or burned during the time of Sherman's march? We were robbed, but the house was not burned. We saved it for them. What kind of uniforms did they wear during the Civil War? Blue and gray. What kind of medicine was used in the days just after the war? Describe a Negro doctor of the period. She used to make tea out of the devil's shoestring that grew along the ground. We used oil and turpentine, put turpentine on sores. What do you remember about Northern people or outside people moving into the community after the war? Yes, Mrs. Dermont, she taught white folks. I didn't go to school. How did your family's life compare after emancipation with it before? I had it better, and so did the rest. Do you know anything about political meetings and clubs formed after the war? You had to have a ticket to go to church, or the paddle rollers. Do you know anything regarding the letters and stories from Negroes who migrated north after the war? Nope. Were there any Negroes of your acquaintance who were skilled in a particular line of work? Yes, in making shoes and furniture. They had to do most everything well or get paddled. End of Section 7. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 8 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various authors. Section 8, Matilda Brooks. A Governor's Slaves. Matilda Brooks, 79, who lives in Monticello, Florida, was once a slave of a South Carolina governor. Mrs. Brooks was born in 1857 or 1858 in Edgefield, South Carolina. Her parents were Hawkins and Harriet Knox, and at the time of the birth of their daughter were slaves on a large plantation belonging to Governor Frank Pickens. On this plantation were raised cotton, corn, potatoes, tobacco, peas, wheat, and truck products. As soon as Matilda was large enough to go into the fields, she helped her parents with the farming. The former slave describes Governor Pickens as being very good to his slaves. He supervised them personally, although official duties often made this difficult. He saw to it that their quarters were comfortable and that they always had sufficient food. When they became ill, he would himself doctor on them with pills, castor oil, turpentine, or other remedies. Their diet consisted largely of potatoes, cornbread, syrup, greens, peas, and occasionally ham, fowl, and other meats or poultry. Their chief beverage was coffee made from parched corn. Since there were no stoves during slavery, they cooked their foods in large iron pots suspended from racks built into the fireplaces. Fried foods were prepared in iron spiders, large frying pans with legs. These pans were placed over hot coals, and the seasoning was done with salt, which they secured from evaporated seawater. After the food was fried, and while the coals were still glowing, the fat of oxen and sheep was melted to make candles. Any grease left over was put into a large box to be used later for soap making. Lye for the soap was obtained by putting oak ashes in a barrel and pouring water over them. After standing for several days until the ashes had decayed, holes were drilled into the bottom of the barrel and the liquid drained off. This liquid was the lye, and it was then trickled into the pot into which the fat had been placed. The two were then boiled, and after cooling, cut into squares of soap. Water for cooking and other purposes was obtained from a well, which also served as a refrigerator at times. Matilda does not recall seeing ice until many years later. In the evenings, Matilda's mother would weave cloth on her spinning jenny and an improvised loom. This cloth was sometimes dyed in various colors, blue from the indigo plant, yellow from the crocus, and brown from the bark of the red oak. Other colors were obtained from berries and other plants. In seasons other than picking time for the cotton, the children were usually allowed to play in the evenings. When cotton crops were large, however, they spent their evenings picking out seeds from the cotton bolls, in order that their parents might work uninterruptedly in the fields during the day. The cotton, after being picked and separated, would be weighed in balances and packed tightly in crocus bags. Chicken and goose feathers were jealously saved during these days. They were used for the mattresses that rested on the beds of wooden slats that were built in corners against the walls. Hoop skirts were worn at the time, but for how long afterward Matilda does not remember. She only recalls that they were disappearing about the time I saw a windmill for the first time. The coming of the Yankee soldiers created much excitement among the slaves on the Pickens plantation. The slaves were in ignorance of activities going on and of their approach, but when the first one was sighted, the news spread just like dry grass burning up a hill. Despite the kindness of Governor Pickens, the slaves were happy to claim their newfound freedom. Some of them even ran away to join the Northern armies before they were officially freed. Some attempted to show their loyalty to their old owners by joining the Southern armies, but in this section they were not permitted to do so. After she was released from slavery, Matilda came with her parents to the Monticello section, where the Knoxes became paid house servants. The parents took an active part in politics in the section, and Matilda was sent to school. White teachers operated the schools at first, and were later replaced by Negro teachers. Churches were opened with Negro ministers in the pulpits, and other necessities of community life eventually came to the vicinity. Matilda still lives in one of the earlier homes of her parents in the area, now described as Roostertown by its residents. The section is in the eastern part of Monticello. End of Section 8. Read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 9 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Titus Ibinus, Della Bess Hilliard, Taylor Gilbert. Titus Ibinus. Titus B. Bynes, affectionately known as Daddy Bynes, is reminiscent of Harriet Beecher Stowe's immortal Uncle Tom and Joel Chandler Harris's inimitable Uncle Remus with his white beard and hair surrounding a smiling black face. He was born in November 1846 in what is now Clarendon County, South Carolina. Both his father, Cuffy, and mother, Diana, belonged to Gabriel Floden, who owned 75 or 80 slaves, and was noted for his kindness to them. Bynes' father was a common laborer, and his mother acted in the capacity of chambermaid and spinner. They had 12 children, 7 boys, Abraham, Titus, Reese, Lawrence, Thomas, Billy, and Hamlet, and 5 girls, Charity, Chrissy, Fanny, Charlotte, and Violet. When Titus was 5 or 6 years of age, he was given to Floden's wife, who groomed him for the job of houseboy. Though he never received any education, Bynes was quick to learn. He could tell the time of day, and could distinguish one newspaper from another. He recalled an incident which happened when he was about 8 years of age, which led him to conceal his precociousness. One day, while writing on the ground, he heard his mistress's little daughter tell her mother that he was writing about water. Mistress Floden called him and told him that if he were caught writing again, his right arm would be cut off. From then on, his precociousness vanished. In regard to religion, Bynes can recall the Sunday services very vividly, and he tells how the negroes who were seated in the gallery first heard a sermon by the white minister, and then after these services they would gather on the main floor and hear a sermon by a Negro preacher. Bynes served in the Civil War with his boss, and he can remember the regiment camp between Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston, South Carolina. His mistress would not permit Bynes to accompany his master to Virginia to join the Hampton Legion on the grounds that it was too cold for him, and thus ended his war days. When he was 20 years of age, his father turned him loose. Young Bynes rented 14 acres of land from Arthur Harvin and began farming. In 1868, he left South Carolina and came to Florida. He settled in Enterprise, now Benson Springs, Volusia County, where he worked for J.C. Hayes, a farmer, for 1 year, after which he homesteaded. He next became a carpenter, and, as he says himself, as a jack of all trades and a master of none. He married shortly after coming to Florida, and is the father of 3 sons. As my wife told me, he adds with a twinkle in his eye. His wife is now dead. He was prevailed upon while very ill to enter the Titusville Poor Farm, where he has been for almost 2 years. Della Bess Hilliard, Aunt Bess. Della Bess Hilliard, or Aunt Bess, as she is better known, was born in Darlington, South Carolina, in 1858, the daughter of Rizier and Sylphie Hart, slaves of Gus Heward's. Both her parents were cotton pickers, and as a little girl, Della often went with her parents into the fields. One day she stated that the Yankees came through South Carolina with knapsacks on their shoulders. It wasn't until later that she learned the reason. When asked if she received any educational training, Aunt Bess replied in the negative, but stated that the slaves on the Hybert's plantation were permitted to pick what education they could without fear of being molested. No one bothered, however, to teach them anything. In regard to religion, Aunt Bess said that the slaves were not told about heaven. They were told to honor their masters and mistresses, and of the damnation which awaited them for disobedience. After slavery, the Hart family moved to Georgia, where Della grew into womanhood, and at an early age married Caleb Bess, by whom she had 2 children. After the death of Bess, about 15 years ago, Aunt Bess moved to Fort Pierce, Florida. While there, she married Lonnie Hilliard, who brought her to Titusville, where she now resides, a relic of bygone days. Taylor Gilbert. Taylor Gilbert was born in Sherman, Georgia, 91 years ago, of a colored mother and a white father. Which is why I am so white, he adds. He has never been known to have passed as white, however, in spite of the fact that he could do so without detection. David Ferguson bought Jacob Gilbert from Dr. Gilbert as a husband for Emily, Taylor's mother. Emily had 9 children, 2 by a white man. Francis, and Taylor, and 7 by Jacob, only 3 of whom Gilbert remembers, Getty, Rena, and Annis. 2 of these children were sent to school, while the others were obliged to work on the plantation. Emily, the mother, was the cook and washwoman, while Jacob was the butler. Gilbert, a good-sized lad when slavery was at its height, recalls vividly the cruel lashings and other punishments meted out to those who disobeyed their master or attempted to run away. It was the custom of slaves who wished to go from one plantation to another to carry passes in case they were stopped as suspected runaways. Frequently slaves would visit without benefit of passes, and as a result they suffered severe torturing. Often the sons of slaves owners would go nigger hunting, and nothing, not even murder, was too horrible for them to do to slaves caught without passes. They justified their fiendish acts by saying, "The nigger tried to run away when told to stop." Gilbert cannot remember when he came to Florida, but he claims that it was many years ago. Like the majority of Negroes after slavery, he became a farmer, which occupation he still pursues. He married once, but "my wife got to messing around with another man, so I sent her home to her mother." He can be found in Miami, Florida, where he may be seen daily hobbling around on his cane. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelvin Brooks. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Patience Campbell. Patience Campbell was blind for 26 years, was born in Jackson County near Marianna, Florida, about 1883. Transcriber's note, incorrect date, ? On a farm of George Bullock. Her mother, Tempe, belonged to Bullock, while her father, Arnold Merritt, belonged to Edward Merritt, a large plantation owner. According to Patience, her mother's owner was very kind, her father's very cruel. Bullock had very few slaves, but Merritt had a great many of them, not a few of whom he sold at the slave markets. Patience spent most of her time playing in the sand when she was a child, while her parents toiled in the fields for their respective owners. Her grandparents, on her mother's side, belonged to Bullock, but of her father's people she knew nothing, as they didn't come to this country. When asked where they lived, she replied, "In South Carolina." Since she lived with her mother, Patience fared much better than had she lived with her father. Her main foods included meats, greens, rice, cornbread, which was replaced by biscuits on Sunday morning. Coffee was made from parched corn or meal, and that was the chief drink. The food was cooked in large iron pots and pans in an open fireplace and seasoned with salt obtained by evaporating seawater. Water for all purposes was drawn from a well. In order to get soap to wash with, the cook would save all the grease left from the cooking. Lye was obtained by mixing oak ashes with water and allowing them to decay. Tubs were made from large barrels. When she was about 7 or 8, Patience assisted other children about her age and older in picking out cotton seeds from the picked cotton. After the cotton was weighed on the improved scales, it was bound in bags made of hemp. Spinning and weaving were taught Patience when she was about 10. Although the cloth and thread were dyed various colors, she knows only how blue was obtained by allowing the indigo plant to rot in water and straining the result. Patience's father was not only a capable field worker, but also a finished shoemaker. After tanning and curing his hides by placing them in water with oak bark for several days and exposing them to the sun to dry, he would cut out the uppers and the soles after measuring the foot to be shod. There would be an inside sole as well as an outside sole, tacked together by means of small tacks made of maple wood. Sewing was done on the shoes by means of flax thread. Patience remembers saving the feathers from all the fowl to make feather beds. She doesn't remember when women stopped wearing hoops in their skirts, nor when bed springs replaced bed ropes. She does remember, however, that these things were used. She saw her first windmill about 36 years ago, 10 years before she went blind. She remembers seeing buggies during slavery time, little light carriages, some with 2 wheels and some with 4. She never heard of any money called shin plasters, and she became money conscious during the war when Confederate currency was introduced. When the slaves were sick, they were given castor oil, turpentine, and medicines made from various roots and herbs. Patient's master joined the Confederacy, but her father's master did not. Although Negroes could enlist in the Southern Army if they desired, none of them wished to do so, but preferred to join Northern forces and fight for the thing they desired most, freedom. When freedom was no longer a dream, but a reality, the Merritts started life on their own as farmers. 12-year-old Patience entered one of the schools established by the Freedmen's Bureau. She recalls the gradual growth of Negro settlements, the churches, and the rise and fall of Negroes politically. End of Section 10. Section 11, Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelvin Brooks. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3. Florida Narratives by Various. Florida Clayton. The life of Florida Clayton is interesting in that it illustrates the miscegenation prevalent during the days of slavery. Interesting also is the fact that Florida was not a slave, even though she was a product of those turbulent days. Many years before her birth, March 1, 1854, Florida's great-grandfather, a white man, came to Tallahassee, Florida, from Washington, District of Columbia, with his children whom he had by his Negro slave. On coming to Florida, he set all of his children free except one boy, Amos, who was sold to a Major Ward. For what reason this was done, no one knew. Florida, named for the state in which she was born, was one of 7 children born to Charlotte Morris, colored, whose father was a white man, and David Clayton, white. Florida, in a retrogressive mood, can recall the nigger hunters and nigger stealers of her childhood days. Mr. Nimrod and Mr. Sheehy, both white, specialized in catching runaway slaves with their trained bloodhounds. Her parents always warned her and her brothers and sisters to go in someone's yard whenever they saw these men with their dogs, lest the ferocious animals tear them to pieces. In regards to the nigger stealers, Florida tells of a covered wagon which used to come to Tallahassee at regular intervals and camp in some secluded spot. The children, attracted by the old wagon, would be eager to go near it, but they were always told, Dry Head and Bloody Bones, a ghost who did not like children, was in that wagon. It was not until years later that Florida and the other children learned that the driver of that wagon was a nigger stealer who stole children and took them to Georgia to sell at the slave markets. When she was 11 years old, Florida saw the surrender of Tallahassee to the Yankees. 3 years later, she came to Jacksonville to live with her sister. She married but is now divorced after 12 years of marriage. 3 years ago, she entered the old folks' home at 1627 Franklin Street to live. End of Section 11.
Section 12 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 3. Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Frank Cook. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Section 12. Father Charles Coats, as he is called by all who know him, was born a slave 108 years ago at Richmond, Virginia, on the plantation of a man named L'Ongle. His early boyhood days was spent on the L'Ongle place, filled with duties such as minding hogs, cows, bringing in wood, and such light work. His wearing apparel consisted of one garment, a shirt made to reach below the knees and with 3/4 sleeves. He wore no shoes until he was a man past 20 years of age. The single garment was worn summer and winter alike, and the change in the weather did not cause an extra amount of clothes to be furnished for the slaves. They were required to move about so fast at work that the heat from the body was sufficient to keep them warm. When Charles was still a young man, Mr. L'Ongle sold him on time payment to W.B. Hall, who several years before the Civil War moved from Richmond to Washington County, Georgia, carrying 135 grown slaves and many children. Mr. Hall made Charles his carriage driver, which kept him from hard labor. Other slaves on the plantation performed such duties as rail splitting, digging up trees by the roots, and other handwork. Charles Coats remembers vividly the cruelties practiced on the Hall plantation. His duty was to see that all the slaves reported to work on time. The bell was rung at 5:30 a.m. by one of the slaves. Charles had the ringing of the bell for 3 years. This was in addition to the carriage driving. He tells with laughter how the slaves would grab a piece of meat and bread and run to the field, as no time was allowed to sit and eat breakfast. This was a very different way from that of the master he had before, as Mr. L'Ongle was much better to his slaves. Mr. Hall was different in many ways from Mr. L'Ongle. He was always pretending, says Charles, that he did not want his slaves beaten unmercifully. Charles, being close to Mr. Hall during work hours, had opportunity to see and hear much about what was going on at the plantation, and he believes that Mr. Hall knew just how the overseer dealt with the slaves. On the Hall plantation there was a contraption, similar to a gallows, where the slaves were suspended and whipped. At the top of this device were blocks of wood with chains run through holes and high enough that a slave, when tied to the chains by his fingers, would barely touch the ground with his toes. This was done so that the slave could not shout or twist his body while being whipped. The whipping was prolonged until the body of the slave covered with welts, and blood trickled down his naked body. Women were treated in the same manner, and the pregnant woman received no more leniency than did a man. Very often, after a severe flogging, a slave's body was treated to a bath of water containing salt and pepper, so that the pain would be more lasting and aggravated. The whipping was done with sticks and a whip called the cat o' nine tails, meaning every lick meant 9. The cat o' nine tails was a whip of 9 straps attached to a stick. The straps were perforated so that everywhere the hole in the strap fell on the flesh, a blister was left. The treatment given by the overseer was very terrifying. He relates how a slave was put in a room and locked up for 2 and 3 days at a time without water or food, because the overseer thought that he hadn't done enough work in a given time. Another offense, which brought forth severe punishment, was that of crossing the road to another plantation. A whipping was given, and very often a slave was put on a starvation for a few days. One privilege given slaves on the plantation was appreciated by all, and that was the opportunity to hear the word of God. The white people gathered in log and sometimes frame churches, and the slaves were permitted to sit about the churchyard on wagons and on the ground and listen to the preaching. When the slaves wanted to hold church, they had to get special permission from the master, and at that time a slave hut was used. A white preacher was called in, and he would preach to them not to steal, lie, or run away, and be sure and get all dem weeds out in dat corn in dem field, and your master will think a heap of you. Charles does not remember anything else the preacher told them about God. They learned more about God when they sat outside the church waiting to drive their masters and family back home. Charles relates an incident of a slave named Sambo who thought himself very smart and who courted the favor of the master. The neighboring slave screamed so loudly while being whipped that Sambo told his master that he knew how to make a contraption which, if a slave was put into while being whipped, would prevent him from making a noise. The device was made of 2 blocks of wood, cut to fit the head, and could be fastened around the neck tightly. When the head was put in, the upper and lower parts were clamped together around the neck so that the slave could not scream. The same effect as choking. The stomach of the victim was placed over a barrel, which allowed freedom of movement. When the lash was administered and the slave wiggled, the barrel moved. Now it so happened that Sambo was the first to be put into his own invention for a whipping. The overseer applied the lash rather heavily, and Sambo was compelled to wiggle his body to relieve his feelings. In wiggling the barrel under his stomach, rolled a bit, straining Sambo's neck and breaking it. After Sambo died from his neck being broken, the master discontinued the use of the device, as he saw the loss of property and the death of slaves. Charles was still a carriage driver when freedom came. He had opportunity to see and hear many things about the master's private life. When the news of the advance of the Union Army came, Mr. Hall carried away his money to a secluded spot and buried it in an iron pot, so that the soldiers who were confiscating all the property and money they would not get his money. The slave owners were required to notify the slaves that they were free, so Mr. Hall sent his son, Sherman, to the cabins to notify all the slaves to come into his presence, and there he had his son to tell them that they were free. The Union soldiers took much of the slave owners' property and gave to the slaves, telling them that if the owners took the property back, to write and tell them about it. The owners only laughed because they knew the slaves could not read nor write. After the soldiers had gone, the timid and scared slaves gave up most of the land. Some few, however, fenced in a bit of land while the soldiers remained in the vicinity, and they managed to keep a little of the land. Many of the slaves remained with the owners. There they worked for small monthly wages and took whatever was left of cast-off clothing and food and whatever the old missus gave them. A pair of old pants of the master was highly prized by them. Charles Coats was glad to be free. He had been well taken care of and looked younger than 37 years of age at the close of slavery. He had not been married, had been put upon the block twice to be sold after belonging to Mr. Hall. Each time he was offered for sale, his master wanted so much for him, and refusing to sell him on time payments, he was always left on his master's hands. His master said, being tall, healthy, and robust, he was well worth much money. After slavery, Charles was rated as a good worker. He at once began working and saving his money, and in a short time he had accumulated around $200. The first sight of a certain young woman caused him to fall in love. He says the love was mutual, and after a courtship of 3 weeks, they were married. The girl's mother told Charles that she had always been very frail, but he did not know that she had consumption. Within 3 days after they were married, she died, and her death caused much grief for Charles. He was reluctant to bury her, and wanted to continue to stand and look at her face. A white doctor and a school teacher, whose names he does not remember, told him to put his wife's body in alcohol to preserve it, and he could look at it all the time. At that time, white people who had plenty of money and wanted to see the faces of their deceased used this method. A glass casket was used, and the dressed body of the deceased was placed in alcohol inside the casket. Another casket made of wood held the glass casket, and the whole was placed in a vault made of stone or brick. The walls of the vault were left about 4 feet above the ground, and a window and ledge were placed in front, so when the casket was placed inside of the vault, the bereaved could lean upon the ledge and look in the face of the deceased. The wooden casket was provided with a glass top part of the way so that the face could easily be seen. Although the process of preserving the body in alcohol cost $160, Charles did not regret the expense, saying, "I had plenty of money at that time." After the death of his wife, Charles left with his mother and father, Henrietta and Spencer Coats, and went to Savannah, Georgia. He said they were so glad to go that they walked to within 30 miles of Savannah, when they saw a man driving a horse and wagon who picked them up and carried them into Savannah. It was in that city that he met his present wife, Irene, and they were married about 1876. There are 9 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren living, and in March of 1936, when a party was given in honor of Father Coates' 108th birthday, one of each of the 4 generations of his family were present. The party was given at the Clara White Mission, 615 West Ashley Street, by Eartha M. White. Father Coats and his wife were very much honored, and each spoke encouraging words to those present. On the occasion, he said that the cause for his long life was due to living close to nature, rising early, going to bed early, and not dissipating in any way. He can shout, jumping about 1.5 feet from the floor and knocking his heels together. He does chores about his yard. He looks years younger than he really is and enjoys good health. His hair is partly white, his memory very good, and his chief delight is talking about God and his goodness. He has preached the gospel in his humble way for a number of years, thereby gaining the name of Father Coats. End of section 12. Read by Frank Cook. Denver, Colorado, January 14th, 2024.
Section 13 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various authors. Section 13, Irene Coats. Immediately after slavery in the United States, the Southern white people found themselves without servants. Women who were accustomed to having a nurse, maid, cook, and laundress found themselves without sufficient money to pay wages to all these. There was a great amount of work to be done, and the great problem confronting married women who had not been taught to work, and who thought it beneath their standing to soil their hands, found it very difficult. There were, on the other hand, many Negro women who needed work, and young girls who needed guidance and training. The home and guidance of the aristocratic white people offered the best opportunity for the dependent, unschooled, freed women, and it was in this kind of home that the ex-slave child of this story was reared. Irene Coats of 2015 Wendell Street, Jacksonville, Florida, was born in Georgia about 1859. She was close to 6 years of age when freedom was declared. She was one among the many Negro children who had the advantage of living under the direct supervision of kind whites and receiving the care which could only be excelled by an educated mother. Jimmy and Lou Bedell were the names of the man and wife who saw the need of having a Negro girl come into their home as one in the family, and at the same time be assured of a good and efficient servant in years to come. When Irene was old enough, she became the nurse of the Bedell baby, and when the family left Savannah, Georgia to come to Jacksonville, they brought Irene with them. Although Irene was just about 6 years old when the Civil War ended, she has vivid recollection of happenings during slavery. Some of the incidents which happened were told her by her slave associates after slavery ended, and some of them she remembers herself. 2 incidents which she considers caused respect for slaves by their masters, and finally the emancipation by Abraham Lincoln, she tells in this order. The first event tells of a young, strong, healthy Negro woman who knew her work and did it well. She would grab up 2 bags of guana and tote 'em at one time, said Irene, and was never found shirking her work. The overseer on the plantation was very hard on the slaves and practiced striking them across the back with a whip when he wanted to spur them on to do more work. Irene says one day a crowd of women were hoeing in the field, and the overseer rode along and struck one of the women across the back with the whip, and the one nearest her spoke and said that if he ever struck her like that, it would be the day he or she would die. The overseer heard the remark, and the first opportunity he got, he rode by the woman and struck her with the whip and started to ride on. The woman was hoeing at the time. She whirled around, struck the overseer on his head with the hoe, knocking him from his horse. She then pounced upon him and chopped his head off. She went mad for a few seconds and proceeded to chop and mutilate his body. That done to her satisfaction, she then killed his horse. She then calmly went to tell the master of the murder, saying, "I've done killed the overseer." The master replied, "Do you mean to say you've killed the overseer?" She answered yes, and that she had killed the horse too. Without hesitating, the master, pointing to one of his small cabins on the plantation, said, "You see that house over there?" She answered yes, at the same time looking. "Well," said he, "take all your belongings and move into that house, and you are free from this day, and if the mistress wants you to do anything for her, do it, if you want to." Irene related with much warmth the effect that incident had upon the future treatment of the slaves. The other incident occurred in Virginia. It was upon an occasion when Mrs. Abraham Lincoln was visiting in Richmond. A woman slave owner had one of her slaves whipped in the presence of Mrs. Lincoln. It was easily noticed that the woman was an expectant mother. Mrs. Lincoln was horrified at the situation and expressed herself as being so, saying that she was going to tell the president as soon as she returned to the White House. Whether this incident had any bearing upon Mr. Lincoln's actions or not, those slaves who were present, and Irene, says that they all believed it to be the beginning of the president's activities to end slavery. Besides these incidents, Irene remembers that women who were not strong and robust were given such work as sewing, weaving, and minding babies. The cloth from which the Sunday clothes of the slaves was made was called Ausenberg, and the slave women were very proud of this. The older women were required to do most of the weaving of cloth and making shirts for the male slaves. When an old woman who had been sick regained her strength, she was sent to the fields the same as the younger ones. The ones who could cook and tickle the palates of her mistress and master were highly prized, and were seldom, if ever, offered for sale at the auction block. The slaves were given fat meat and bread made of husk of corn and wheat. This caused them to steal food, and when caught, they were severely whipped. Irene recalls the practice of blowing a horn whenever a sudden rain came. The overseer had a certain Negro to blow 3 times, and if shelter could be found, the slaves were expected to seek it until the rain ceased. The master had sheds built at intervals on the plantation. These accommodated a goodly number. If no shed was available, the slaves stood under trees. If neither was handy and the slaves got wet, they could not go to the cabins to change clothes for fear of losing time from work. This was often the case. She says that slaves were more neglected than the cattle. Another custom which impressed the child mind of Irene was the tying of slaves by their thumbs to a tree limb and whipping them. Women and young girls were treated the same as were men. After the Beddells took Irene to live in their house, they traveled a deal. After bringing her to Jacksonville, when Jacksonville was only a small port, they then went to Camden County, Georgia. Irene married while in Georgia and came back to Jacksonville with her husband Charles the year of the earthquake at Charleston, South Carolina, about 1888. Irene and Charles Coats have lived in Jacksonville since that time. She relates many tales of happenings during the time that this city grew from a town of about 4 acres to its present status. Irene is the mother of 5 children. She has 9 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. Her health is fair, but her eyesight is poor. It is her delight to entertain visitors, and is conversant upon matters pertaining to slavery and Reconstruction days. End of section 13, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 14 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelvin Brooks. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3. Florida Narratives by Various. Neil Coker. Interesting tales of the changes that came to the section of Florida that is situated along the Putnam-Clay County lines are told by Neil Coker, old former slave who lives 2 miles south of McRae on the road Grandin. Coker is the son of a slave mother and a half-Negro. His father, he states, was Senator John Wall, who held a seat in the Senate for 16 years. He was born in Virginia and received his family name from an old family bearing the same name in that state. He was born, as nearly as he can remember, about 1857. One of Coker's first reminiscences is of the road on which he still lives. During his childhood, it was known as the Bellamy Road, so called because it was built some 132 years ago by a man of that name who hailed from West Florida. The Bellamy Road was at one time the main route of traffic between Tallahassee and St. Augustine. Interestingly enough, the road is at least 30 miles southwest of St. Augustine, where it passes through Grandin. The reason for cutting it in such a wide circle, Coker says, was because of the ferocity of the Seminoles in the swamps north and west of St. Augustine. Wagons, carriages, and stages passed along this road in the days before the war between the states, Coker says. In addition to these, he claims to have seen many travelers by foot, and not infrequently furtive escaped slaves, the latter usually under cover of an appropriate background of darkness. The road came into considerable use during the late days of the war. It was during these days that the Federal troops, both whites and Negroes, passed in seemingly endless procession on their way to or from encounters. On one occasion, the former slave recounts having seen a procession of soldiers that took nearly 2 days to pass. They traveled on horse and afoot. Several amusing incidents are related by the ex-slave of the events during this period. Dozens of the Negro soldiers, he says, discarded their uniforms for the gaudier clothing that had belonged to their masters in former days, and could be identified as soldiers as they passed only with difficulty. Others would pause in their trip at some plantation, ascertain the name of the meanest overseer at the place, then tie him backward on a horse and force him to accompany them. Particularly retributive were the punishments visited upon Messrs. Mays and Prevost, generally recognized as the most vicious slave drivers of the section. Bellamy, Coker says, built the road with slave labor and as an investment, realizing much money on tolls on it for many years. A remarkable feature of the road is that despite its age and the fact that county authorities have permitted its former good grading to deteriorate to an almost impassable sand at some seasons, there is no mistaking the fact that this was once a major thoroughfare. The region that stretches from Green Cove Springs in the northeast to Grandin in the southwest, the former slave claims, was once dotted with lakes, creeks, and even a river. Few of the lakes and none of the other bodies still exist, however. Among the more notable bodies of water was a stream, he does not now remember its name, that ran for about 20 miles in an easterly direction from Stark. This stream was one of the fastest that the former slave can remember having seen in Florida. Its power was utilized for the turning of a power mill, which he believes ground corn and other grain. The falls in the river that turned the water mill, he states, was at least 5 or 6 feet high, and at one point under the falls, a man named, or possibly nicknamed, Yankee operated a sawmill. Coker believes that this mill, too, derived its power from the little stream. He says that the stream has been extinct since he reached manhood. It ended in Scrub Pond, beyond Grandin and Stark. Some of the names of the old lakes of the section were these: Brooklyn Lake, Magnolia Lake, Soldier Pond near Keystone, Half Moon Pond near Putnam Hall, Hicks Lake, and others. On one of them was a large grist mill of Dr. McCrae. Coker suggests that this might be the origin of the town McCrae of the present period. To add to its natural water facilities, Coker points out, Bradford County also had a canal. The canal ran from the interior of the county to the St. Johns River near Green Cove Springs, and with Mandarin on the other side of the river, still a major shipping point, the canal handled much of the commerce of Bradford and Clay counties. Coker recalls vividly the Indians in the area in the days before 1870. These he claims to have been friendly, but reserved fellows. He does not recall any of the Indian women. Negro slaves from the region around St. Augustine, in what is now Hastings, used to escape and use Bellamy's Road on their way to the area about Micanopy. It was considered equivalent to freedom to reach that section, with its friendly Indians and impenetrable forests and swamps. The little town of Melrose probably had the most unusual name of all the strange ones prevalent at the time. It was called, very simply, Shake Rag. Coker makes no effort to explain the appellation. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Young Winston Davis. Young Winston Davis states that he was born in Ozark, Alabama, June 28, 1855, on the plantation of Charles Davis, who owned about 700 slaves and was considered very wealthy. Kindness and consideration for his slaves made them love him. Reverend Davis was rather young during his years in slavery, but when he was asked to tell something about the days of slavery, replied, "I remember many things about slavery, but no, they will not come to me now. Anyway, I'll tell what I can think of." He tells of the use of iron pots, fireplaces with rods used to hold the pots above the fire for cooking peas, rice, vegetables, meats, etc., the homemade coffee from real spring and well water, tanning rawhide for leather, spinning of thread from cotton, and the weaving looms. There was no difference, he states, in the treatment of men and women for work. My parents worked very hard, and women did some jobs that we would think them crazy for trying now. Why, my mother helped build a railroad before she was married to my father. My mother's first husband was sold away from her. Shucks, some of the masters didn't care how they treated husbands, wives, parents, and children. Any of them might be separated from the other. A good price for a nigger was $1,500 on down, and if one was called a stallion, healthy, able to get plenty children, he would bring about $2,500. They had what was called legal money. I did have some of it, but guess it was burned when I lost my house by fire a few years ago. Now my master had 3 boys and 2 girls. His wife, Elizabeth, was about like the ordinary missus. Master Davis was good, but positive. He didn't allow other whites to bother his slaves. When the war came, his 2 boys went first. Finally, Master Davis went. He and one son never returned. The Yankees killed cows, etc., as they went along, but did not destroy any property around where I was. We had preachers and doctors, but no schools. The white preachers told us to obey and would read the Bible, which we could not understand, and told us not to steal eggs. Most of the doctors used herbs from the woods, and Aunt Jane and Uncle Bob were known for using Samson's snake root, devil's shoestring for stomach troubles, and low bud myrtle for fevers. That's good now, child, if you can get it. The nigger didn't have a chance to get in politics during slavery, but after emancipation, he went immediately into the Republican Party, a few into the Democratic Party. There were many other parties, too. The religions were Methodists and Baptists. My master was Baptist, and that's what I am. We could attend church, but dare not try to get any education, lest we punished with straps. There are many things I remember just like it was yesterday. The general punishment was with straps. Some of the slaves suffered terribly on the plantations. If the master was poor and had a few slaves, he was mean. The more wealthy or the more slaves he had, the better he was. In some cases, it was the general law that made some of the masters as they were. As the law required them to have an overseer or foreman, he was called boss man by the niggers, and usually came from the lower or poorer class of whites. He didn't like niggers usually, and took authority to do as he pleased with them at times. Some plantations preferred and did have nigger riders that were next to the overseer or foreman, but they were liked better than the foreman, and in many instances were treated like foremen, but the law would not let them be called foremen. Some of the masters stood between the nigger riders and foremen in some cases. The nigger was really boss. The punishments, as I said, were cruel. Some masters would hang the slaves up by both thumbs so that their toes just touched the floor, women and men alike. Many slaves ran away. Others were forced by their treatment to do all kinds of mean things. Some slaves would dig deep holes along the route of the patrollers, and their horses would fall in sometimes, breaking the leg of the horse, arm or leg of the rider. Some slaves took advantage of the protection their masters would give them with the overseer, or other plantation owners would do their devilment and fly to their masters, who did not allow a man from another plantation to bother his slaves. I have known pregnant women to go 10 miles to help do some devilment. My mother was a very strong woman. As I told you, she helped build a railroad, and felt that she could whip any ordinary man, would not get a passport unless she felt like it. Once, when caught on another plantation without a passport, she had all of us, made all her children run, but wouldn't run herself. Somehow she went upstream. One of the men's horses' legs was broken, and she told him, "Come and get me." But she knew the master allowed no one to come on his place to punish his slaves. My father was a blacksmith and made the chains used for stocks, like handcuffs, used on legs and hands. The slaves were forced to lay flat on their backs and were chained down to the board made for that purpose. They were left there for hours, sometimes through rain and cold. He might holler and groan, but that did not always get him released. The race became badly mixed then. Some Negro women were forced into association. Some were beaten almost to death because they refused. The Negro men dare not bother or even speak to some of their women. In one instance, an owner of a plantation threatened a Negro rider's sweetheart. She told him, and he went crying to his owner, who in turn threatened him and probably did hit the woman. Straight to his master this sweetheart went, and when he finished his story, his master immediately took his team and drove to the other plantation. Drove so fast that one of his horses dropped dead. When the owner came out, he leveled his double-barrel shotgun at him and shot him dead. No, sir, some masters did not allow you to bother their slaves. A peculiar case was that of old Jim, who lived on another plantation, was left to look out for the fires and do other chores around the house while master was at war. A bad rumor spread, and do you know those mean devils, overseers of nearby plantations, came out and got her dug a deep hole, and despite her cries, buried her up to her neck. Nothing was left out but her head and hair. A crowd of young nigger boys saw it all, and I was one among the crowd that helped dig her out. Oh, there's lots more I know, but I just can't get it together. My mother's name was Caroline, and my father Patrick. All took the name of Davis from our master. There were 13 children. I am the only one alive. Mr. Davis appears well preserved for his age. He has most of his teeth and is slightly gray. His health seems to be good, although he is a cripple and uses a cane for walking always. This condition, he believes, is the result of an attack of rheumatism. He is a preacher and has pastored in Alabama, Texas, and Florida. He has had several years of training in public schools and under ministers. He has lived in Jacksonville since 1918, coming here from Waycross, Georgia. He was married for the first and only time during his 62 years of life to Mrs. Lizzie P. Brown, November 19, 1935. There are no children. He gives no reason for remaining single, but his reason for marrying was to give some lady the privilege and see how it feels to be called husband. End of section 15. Section 16 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various, Douglas Dorsy. In South Jacksonville, on the Spring Glen Road, lives Douglas Dorsy, an ex-slave born in Suwannee County, Florida, in 1851, 14 years prior to freedom. His parents, Charlie and Anna Dorsy, were natives of Maryland and free people. In those days, Dorsy relates, there were people known as nigger traders who used any subterfuge to catch Negroes and sell them into slavery. There was one Jeff Davis, who was known as a professional nigger trader. His slave boat docked in the slip at Maryland, and Jeff Davis and his henchmen went out looking for their victims. Unfortunately, his mother Anna and his father were caught one night and were bound and gagged and taken to Jeff Davis's boat, which was waiting in the harbor, and there they were put into stocks. The boat stayed in port until it was loaded with Negroes, then sailed for Florida, where Davis disposed of his human cargo. Douglas Dorsey's parents were sold to Colonel Lewis Mattire, who had a large plantation that was cultivated by 85 slaves. Colonel Mattire's house was one of the pretentious Southern colonial type, which was quite prevalent during that period. The colonel had won his title because of his participation in the Indian War in Florida. He was the typical wealthy Southern gentleman and was very kind to his slaves. His wife, however, was just the opposite. She was exceedingly mean and could easily be termed a tyrant. There were several children in the Mattire family, and their home and plantation were located in Shawnee County, Florida. Douglas's parents were assigned to their tasks. His mother was a housemaid, and his father was the mechanic, having learned this trade in Maryland as a free man. Charlie and Anna had several children, and Douglas was among them. When he became large enough, he was kept in the Mattire home to build fires, assist in serving meals, and other chores. Mrs. Mattire, being a very cruel woman, would whip the slaves herself for any misdemeanor. Dorsey recalls an incident that is hard to obliterate from his mind. As it follows, Dorsey's mother was called by Mrs. Mattire. Not hearing her, she continued with her duties. Suddenly, Mrs. Mattire burst out in a frenzy of anger over the woman not answering. Anna explained that she did not hear the call. Thereupon, Mrs. Mattire seized a large butcher knife and struck at Anna. Attempting to ward off the blow, Anna received a long gash on the arm that laid her up for some time. Young Douglas was a witness to this brutal treatment of his mother, and he at that moment made up his mind to kill his mistress. He intended to put strychnine that was used to kill rats into her coffee that he usually served her. Fortunately, freedom came and saved him from this act, which would have resulted in his death. He relates another incident in regard to his mistress as follows. To his mother and father was born a little baby boy, whose complexion was rather light. Mrs. Mattire at once began accusing Colonel Mattire as being the father of the child. Naturally, the colonel denied, but Mrs. Mattire kept harassing him about it until he finally agreed to his wife's desire and sold the child. It was taken from its mother's breast at the age of 8 months and auctioned off on the first day of January to the highest bidder. The child was bought by a Captain Ross and taken across the Shawnee River into Hamilton County. 20 years later, he was located by his family. He was a grown man, married and farming. Young Douglas had the task each morning of carrying the Mattire children's books to school. Willie, a boy of 8, would teach Douglas what he learned in school. Finally, Douglas learned the alphabet and numbers. In some way, Mrs. Mattire learned that Douglas was learning to read and write. One morning after breakfast, she called her son Willie to the dining room, where she was seated, and sent for Douglas to come there too, and then took a quill pen, the kind used at that time, and began writing the alphabet and numerals as far as 10. Holding the paper up to Douglas, she asked him if he knew what they were. He proudly answered in the affirmative, not suspecting anything. She then asked him to name the letters and numerals, which he did. She then asked him to write them, which he did, and when he reached the number 10, very proud of his learning, she struck him a heavy blow across the face, saying to him, "If I ever catch you making another figure anywhere, I'll cut off your right arm." Naturally, Douglas and also her son Willie were much surprised, as each thought what had been done was quite an achievement. She then called Maria, the cook, to bring a rope, and tying the two of them to the old colonial post on the front porch, she took a chair and sat between the two, whipping them on their naked backs for some time, and for 2 weeks their clothes stuck to their backs on the lacerated flesh. To ease the soreness, Willie would steal grease from the house and together they would slip into the barn and grease each other's backs. As to plantation life, Dorsy said that the slaves lived in quarters especially built for them on the plantation. They would leave for the fields at sunup and remain until sundown, stopping only for a meal, which they took along with them. Instead of having an overseer, they had what was called a driver by the name of January. His duties were to get the slaves together in the morning and see that they went to the fields and assign them to their tasks. He worked as the other slaves, though he had more privileges. He would stop work at any time he pleased and go around to inspect the work of the others and thus rest himself. Most of the orders from the master were issued to him. The crops consisted of cotton, corn, cane, and peas, which was raised in abundance. When the slaves left the fields, they returned to their cabins, and after preparing and eating of their evening meal, they gathered around a cabin to sing and moan songs seasoned with African melody. Then, to the tune of an old fiddle, they danced a dance called the green corn dance and cut the pigeon wing. Sometimes the young men on the plantation would slip away to visit a girl on another plantation. If they were caught by the patrols while on these visits, they would be lashed on the bare backs as a penalty for this offense. A whipping post was used for this purpose. As soon as one slave was whipped, he was given the whip to whip his brother slave. Very often the lashes would bring blood very soon from the already lacerated skin, but this did not stop the lashing until one had received their due number of lashes. Occasionally the slaves were ordered to church to hear a white minister. They were seated in the front pews of the master's church, while the whites sat in the rear. The minister's admonition to them to honor their masters and mistresses, and to have no other God but them, as we cannot see the other God, but you can see your master and mistress. After the services, the driver's wife, who could read and write a little, would tell him that what the minister said was all lies. Douglas says he will never forget when he was a lad 14 years of age, when one evening he was told to go and tell the driver to have all the slaves come up to the house. Soon the entire host of about 85 slaves were gathered there, all sitting around on stumps, some standing. The colonel's son was visibly moved as he told them they were free, saying they could go anywhere they wanted to, for he had no more to do with them, or that they could remain with him and have half of what was raised on the plantation. The slaves were happy at this news, as they had hardly been aware that there had been a war going on. None of them accepted the offer of the colonel to remain, as they were only too glad to leave the cruelties of the Matoyer plantation. Dorsy's father got a job with Judge Carraway of Suwanee, where he worked for 1 year. He later homesteaded 40 acres of land that he received from the government and began farming. Dorsy's father died in Suwanee County, Florida, when Douglas was a young man, and then he and his mother moved to Arlington, Florida. His mother died several years ago at a ripe old age. Douglas Dorsey, aged but with a clear mind, lives with his daughter in Spring Glen. End of Section 16.
Section 17 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Ambrose Douglas. In 1861, when he was 16 years old, Ambrose Hilliard Douglas was given a sound beating by his North Carolina master because he attempted to refuse the mate that had been given to him, with the instructions to produce a healthy boy child by her, and a long argument on the value of having good, strong, healthy children. In 1937, at the age of 92, Ambrose Douglas welcomed his 38th child into the world. The near centenarian lives near Brooksville in Hernando County, on a rundown farm that he no longer attempts to tend now that most of his 38 children have deserted the farm for the more lucrative employment of the cities of the phosphate camps. Douglas was born free in Detroit in 1845. His parents returned south to visit relatives still in slavery, and were soon re-enslaved themselves with their children. Ambrose was one of these. For 21 years he remained in slavery, sometimes at the plantation of his original master in North Carolina, sometimes in other sections after he had been sold to different masters. "Yes, sir, I've been sold a lot of times," the old man states. "Our master didn't believe in keeping a house, a horse, or a darky after he had a chance to make some money on 'em. Mostly, though, I was sold when I cut up. I was a young man," he continues, "and didn't see why I should be anybody's slave. I'd run away every chance I got. Sometimes they near killed me, but mostly they just sold me. I guess I was pretty husky at that. They never did get their money's worth out of me, though. I worked as long as they stood over me. Then I ran around with the gals or sneaked off into the woods. Sometimes they used to put dogs on me to get me back. When they finally sold me to a man up in Suwannee County, his name was Harris, I thought it would be the end of the world. We had heard about him all the way up in Virginia. They said he beat you, starved you, and tied you up when you didn't work, and killed you if you ran away. But I never had a better master. He never beat me, and always fed all of us. Of course, we didn't get too much to eat. Cornmeal, a little piece of fat meat now and then, cabbages, greens, potatoes, and plenty of molasses. When I worked up at the house, I ate just what the master ate. Sometimes he would give it to me himself. When he didn't, I ate it anyway. He was so good, and I was so scared of him, till I didn't ever run away from his place," Ambrose reminisces. "I had somebody there that I liked anyway. When he finally went to the war, he sold me back to a man in North Carolina, in Harnett County. But the war was near over then. I soon was as free as I am now. I guess we must have celebrated emancipation about 12 times in Harnett County. Every time a bunch of Northern soldiers would come through, they would tell us we was free, and we'd begin celebrating. Before we could get through, somebody else would tell us to go back to work, and we would go. Some of us wanted to gin up with the army, but didn't know who was going to win, and didn't take no chances. I was 21 when freedom finally came, and that time I didn't take no chances on taking it back again. I lit out for Florida and wound up in Madison County. I had a nice time there, got married, got plenty of work, and made me a little money. I fixed houses, built them, worked around the yards, and did everything. My first child was already born. I didn't know there was going to be 37 more, though I guess I would have stopped right there. I stayed in Madison County until they started to work in concrete rock down there. I heard about it, and thought that would be a good way for me to feed all of them 24 children I had. So I came down this side. That was about 20 years ago. I got married again after I got here, right soon after. My wife now is 30 years old. We already had 13 children together." His wife is a slight, girlish-looking woman. She says she was 13 when she married Douglas, had her first child that year. 11 of her 13 are still living. "Yes, sir. I ain't long stopped work. I worked here in the phosphate mine until last year, when they started to paying pensions. I thought I would get one, but all I got was some PWA work, and this year they told me I was too old for that. I told 'em I was but 91, but they didn't give nothing else. I guess I'll get my pension soon, though. My oldest boy ought to get it too. He's 65. End of Section 17.
Section 18 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Mama Duck. Who is the oldest person, white or colored, that you know in Tampa? See Mama Duck, the grinning Negro elevator boy told me, She 'bout 100 years old. So down into the scrub I went and found the old woman hustling about from washpot to pump. I'm mighty busy now cooking breakfast, she said, but if you come back in 'bout an hour, I'll tell you what I can 'bout old times in Tampa. On the return visit, her skinny dog met me with elaborate demonstrations of welcome. "G'wan away from here, Spot. That gentleman ain't gwine feed you nothin'. You keep your dirty paws off'n his clothes." Mama Duck sat down on a rickety box, motioning me to another one on the shaky old porch. "Take care you don't fall through that old floor," she cautioned. "It's 'bout ready to fall to pieces, but I'm way behind in the rent, so I can't ask him to have it fixed." "I see you don't have no glass in the windows. Doesn't it get you wet when it rains?" "Not me. I gets over on the other side of the room. It didn't have no door neither when I moved in. The young folk from here used to use it for a courtin' house." "A what?" "Courtin' house. They keep a comin' after I moved in, and I had to shoo 'em away. That young rascal comin' yonder, he one of 'em, I 'clare to goodness." And Mama Duck raised her voice for the trespassers' benefit. "I wished I had me a fence to keep folks out of my yard." "Quack, quack, quack," the young negro mocked, and passed on grinning. "That don't worry me none. I don't let nothin' worry me. Worry makes folks gray-headed." She scratched her head where 3 gray braids, about the length and thickness of a flapper's eyebrow, stuck out at odd angles. "I sure got plenty chancet to worry if I wants to," she mused as she sipped water from a fruit jar foul with fingerprints. "Relief folks got me on they blacklist. They won't give me rations. They give rations to young folk was workin', but won't give me nary a mouthful." "Why is that?" "Why, they wanted me to go to de poorhouse. I was willin' to go, but I wanted to take my trunk along, and they wouldn't let me. I got some things in there I've been having nigh on to 100 years. Got my old blueback Webster, onlyest book I ever had, schools of my Bible. Think I want to throw that stuff away? No, sir." Mama Duck pushed the dog away from a cracked picture on the floor and refilled her fruit jar. "So they blacklist me, 'cause I won't kiss they feets. I ain't kissin' nobody's feets. Wouldn't kiss my own mammy's." "Well, we do lots of things for our mothers that we wouldn't do for anyone else. Maybe you would, but not me. My mammy put me in a hickory basket when I was a day and a half old, with nothing on but my belly band and diaper. Took me down in de cotton patch and sot me on a stump in de billin' sun." "What in the world did she do that for?" "'Cause I was black. All the other young'uns was bright. My grandmammy done hear me bawlin' and go fotch me to my mammy's house. 'That you, mammy?' she asked, sweet as pie, when grandmammy pound on the door. 'Don't you ever call me mammy no more,' grandmammy said. 'Any woman what leave a po' little mite like this to perish to death ain't fittin' to be no daughter o' mine.' So grandmammy took me to raise. I ain't never seen my mammy since, and I ain't never wanted to." "What did your father think of the way she treated you?" "Never knew who my daddy was, and I reckon she didn't either." "Do you remember anything about the Civil War?" "What dat?" "The Civil War when they set the slaves free." "Oh, you mean the fust war? I reckon I does. I had 3 children boys born 'fore the war. When I was old enough to work, I was taken to Pelham, Georgia. They let me nuss the children. Then I got married. We just got married in the kitchen and went to our log house. I never got no beatings from my master when I was a slave, but I seen colored men on the Bradley plantation get framed out plenty. The whipping boss was Joe Sylvester. He had pets among the women folks, and let some of 'em off light when they deserved good beatings." "How did he punish his pets?" "Sometimes he just pop 'em across the ear with a battling stick." "A what?" "Battling stick, like this. You don't know what a battling stick is? Well, this here's one. Use it for washing clothes. You lift 'em out of the washpot with the battling stick, then you lay 'em on the battling block, this here stump, then you beat the dirt out with the battling stick. A stick like that would knock a horse down." Wasn't nigh as bad as what some of the others got. Some of his pets amongst the men's got it worse than the women's. He strapped 'em across the sharp side of a barrel and give 'em a few right smart licks with a bullwhip. What did he do to the bad ones? He made 'em cross their hands, then he tied a rope round their wrists and throw it over a tree limb. Then he pull 'em up so their toes just touched the ground and smack 'em on the back and rump with a heavy wooden paddle fixed full of holes. Then he make 'em lie down on the ground while he bust all them blisters with a rawhide whip. Didn't that kill 'em? Some couldn't work for a day or two. Sometimes they throw salt brine on their backs or smear on turpentine to make you get well quicker. I suppose you're glad those days are over. Not me. I was a heap better off then as I is now. Always had something to eat and a place to stay. No such thing on getting on a blacklist. Mighty hard on a person old as me not to get no rations and have no regular job. How old are you? I don't know exactly. Wait a minute. I didn't show you my picture that was in the paper, did I? Can't read, but somebody say they put how old I is under my picture in that paper. Mama Duck rummaged through a cigar box, brought out a page of a Pittsburgh newspaper dated in 1936. It was so badly worn that it was almost illegible, but it showed a picture of Mama Duck, and below it was given her age, 109. 1. Name and address of informant, Mama Duck, Governor and India Streets, Tampa, Florida. 2. Date and time of interview, May 19, 1937, 9:30 a.m. 3. Place of interview, her home, above address. 4. Name and address of person, if any, who put you in touch with informant, J.D. Davis, elevator operator, 1623 Jefferson Street, Tampa, Florida. 5. Name and address of person, if any, accompanying you, none. 6. Description of room, house, surroundings, etc. 2-room, unpainted shack, leaky roof, most window panes missing, porch dangerous to walk on, house standing on concrete blocks, located in alley behind other Negro shacks. Note: letter of February 17, 1939, from Mr. B.A. Botkin to Dr. Corsi states that my ex-slave story, Mama Duck, is marred by use of the question and answer method. In order to make this material of use as American folk stuff material, I have rewritten it using the first person as related by the informant. Personal history of informant. 1. Ancestry, Negro. 2. Place and date of birth, Richard, probably Richmond, Virginia, about 1828. 3. Family, unknown. 4. Places lived in, with dates, has lived in Tampa since about 1870. 5. Education with dates, illiterate. 6. Occupations and accomplishments with dates, none. Informant was a slave and has always performed common labor. 7. Special skills and interest, none. 8. Community and religious activities, none. 9. Description of informant, small, emaciated, slightly graying, very thin, kinky hair, tightly braided in small pigtails, somewhat wrinkled, toothless, active for her age, does washing for a living. 10. Other points gained in interview. Strange inability of local old age pension officials to establish right of claimants to benefits. Inexplainable causes of refusal of direct relief. Mama Duck. Gone away from here, po' boy. That German ain't going to feed you nothing. You keep your dirty paws off of his clothes. Come in, sir. Take care you don't fall into that old porch floor. It about going to go to pieces, but I way behind on rent, so I can't ask to have it fixed. This old house ain't fitting for nobody to live in. Window glass gone and roof leaks. Young folks in these parts done be using it for a coat house, so I come, a place to do they courting in. Kept a-comin' after I done move in, and I had to shoo 'em away. That young rascal come yonder, he one of 'em. I clear to goodness. I wished I had a fence to keep them folks out of my yard. Reckon you don't know what he be quacking like that for. That's 'cause my name's Mama Duck. He doing it just to pester me. But that don't worry me none. I done quit worrying. I sure had plenty chance to worry, though. Relief folks got me on their blacklist. They give rations to young folks what's working, and don't give me nary a mouthful. Reason for that, because they wanted me to go to the poorhouse. I wanted to take my trunk along, and they wouldn't let me. I got some things in there I've been having nigh on to 100 years. Got my old blueback Webster, onlyest book I ever had. Skills in my Bible. Think I want to throw that away? No, sir. So they blacklist me, 'cause I won't kiss their feets. I ain't kissing nobody's. Wouldn't kiss my own mammy's. I never see my mammy. She put me in a hickory basket when I only a day and a half old, with nothing on but my belly band and diaper. Took me down to the cotton patch and sat the basket on a stump in the blinding sun. Didn't want me, 'cause I be black. All the other young'uns of hers be bright. Grandmammy told me many a time how she hear me bawlin' and go and get me and fetch me to Mammy's house. But my own mammy, she say, turned me down cold. That you, mammy, she say, sweet as pie? And then grandmammy knock on the door. Don't you never call me mammy no more, grandmammy told her. Any woman that leave a poor little mite like that to perish to death ain't fittin' to be no daughter o' mine. So grandmammy took me to raise, and I ain't never wanted no mammy but her. Never knowed who my daddy was, and I reckon my mammy didn't know neither. I born at Richard, Virginia. My sister and brother be dead too many years to count. I the last o' the family. I can remember, for the first war start, I had 3 chillun boys, taller'n me when freedom come. My first master didn't make the little children work none. All I done was play. We'd be old enough when they took us to Pearlman, Georgia. I never worked in the fields none. Not then. They always let me nuss the chilluns. Then I got married. It wa'n't no church wedding. We got married in grandmammy's kitchen. Then we go to our own log house. By and by, Massa sold me and my baby to the man that had the plantation next to ours. His name was John Lee. He was good to me and let me see my chilluns. I never got no beatings. Onlyest thing I ever got was a little slap on the hand like that. Didn't hurt none. But I seen colored men on the Bradley plantation get terrible beatings. The whipping boss was Joe Sylvester, a white man. He had pets amongst the women folk and used to let 'em off easy when they deserved a good beating. Sometimes he just bop 'em across the ear with a battling stick or kick 'em in the behind. You don't know what's a battling stick? Well, this here be one. You use it for washing clothes. You lifts the clothes out of the wash pot with this here battling stick. Then you tote 'em over to the battling block, this here stump. Then you beat the dirt out with the battling stick. The whipping boss got pets amongst them men's too. But they got it a little worse than the women's. If they wasn't too mean, he'd just strap 'em across the sharp side of a barrel and give 'em a few right smart licks with a bullwhip. But they be some niggers he whipped good and hard. If they sass back or try to run away, he make 'em cross their hands like this, then he pull 'em up so they toes just touch the ground. Then he smack 'em across the back and rump with a big wood paddle fixed full of holes. Know what them holes be for? Every hole make a blister. Then he make 'em lie on the ground while he busts all them blisters with a rawhide whip. I never heard of nobody dying from getting a beating. Some couldn't work for a day or so. Sometimes the whipping boss throw salt brine on their backs or smear on turpentine to make it well quicker. I don't know exactly how old I is. Maybe, wait a minute. I didn't show you my picture that was in the paper. I can't read, but somebody say they put down how old I is under my picture. There it. Don't that say 109? I reckon that'd be right, seeing I had 3 growed-up boys when freedom come. They be only one store here when I come to Tampa. It belong to old man Mugg. They be a big cotton patch where Plant City is now. I picked some cotton there. Then I come to Tampa, and after a while, I got a job nursing Mr. Perry Walsh chillin'. Color folks just make out the best they could. Some of 'em lived in tents till they cut logs and built houses with stick and dirt chimblies. Lots of folk ask me how I come to be called Mama Duck. That be just a little devilment of mine. I named my own self that. One day when I be about 12 years old, I come home and say, "Well, Grandmammy, here come your little ducky home again." She hug me and say, "Bless my little ducky." Then she keep on calling me that, and when I growed up, folks just put the mama on. I reckon I a heap better off in them days as I is now. Always had something to eat and a place to stay. No such thing he's getting on the blacklist them days. Mighty hard on a pussin' old as me, not to get no rations and not have no regular job. End of Section 18. Section 19 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Willis Dukes. Born in Brooks County, Georgia, 83 years ago, on February 24th, Willie Dukes, jovial, declares that he is on the high road to living 100 years. He was one of 40 slaves belonging to one John Dukes, who was only in moderate circumstances. His parents were Amos and Maria Dukes, both born on this plantation, he thinks. As they were a healthy pair, they were required to work long hours in the fields, although the master was not actually cruel to them. On this plantation, a variety of products was grown: cotton, corn, potatoes, peas, rice, and sugar cane. Nothing was thrown away, and the slaves had only coarse foods, such as cornbread, collard greens, peas, and occasionally a little rice or white bread. Even the potatoes were reserved for the white folk and house niggers. As a child, Willis was required to tote water and wood, helping at milking time and run errands. His clothing consisted of only a homespun shirt that was made on the plantation. Nearly everything used was grown or manufactured on the plantation. Candles were made in the big house by the cook and a batch of slaves from the quarters, all of them required to bring fat and tallow that had been saved for this purpose. These candles were for the use of the master and mistress, as the slaves used fat lightwood torches for lighting purposes. Cotton was used for making clothes, and it was spun and woven into cloth by the slave women, then stored in the commissary for future use. Brogan shoes were made of tanned leather, held together by tacks made of maple wood. Lye soap was made in large pots, cut into chunks, and issued from the smokehouse. Potash was secured from the ashes of burnt oak wood and allowed to set in quantity of grease that had also been saved for the purpose, then boiled into soap. The cotton was gathered in bags of bear grass and deposited in baskets woven with strips of white oak that had been dried in the sun. Willis remembers the time when a slave on the plantation escaped and went north to live. This man managed to communicate with his family somehow, and it was whispered that he was living very high and actually saving money with which to buy his family. He was even going to school. This fired all the slaves with an ambition to go north, and this made them more than usually interested in the outcome of the war between the states. He was too young to fully understand the meaning of freedom, but wanted very much to go away to some place where he could earn enough money to buy his mother a real silk dress. He confided this information to her, and she was very proud of him, but gave him a good spanking for fear he expressed this desire for freedom to his young master or mistress. Prayer meetings were very frequent during the days of the war, and very often the slaves were called in from the fields and excused from their labors so they could hold these prayer meetings, always praying God for the safe return of their master. The master did not return after the war, and when the soldiers in blue came through that section, the frightened women were greatly dependent upon their slaves for protection and livelihood. Many of these black men chose loyalty to their dead masters to freedom and shouldered the burden of the support of their former mistresses cheerfully. After the war, Willis's father was one of those to remain with his widowed mistress. Other members of his family left as soon as they were freed, even his wife. They thus remained separated until her death. Willis saw his first bed spring about 50 years ago, and he still thinks a feather mattress superior to the store-bought variety. He recalls a humorous incident which occurred when he was a child and had been introduced for the first time to the task of picking a goose. After demonstrating how it was done to a group of slave children, the person in charge had gone about his way, leaving them busily engaged in picking the goose. They had been told that the one gathering the most feathers would receive a piece of money. Sometimes later, the overseer returned to find a dozen geese that had been stripped of all the feathers. They had been told to pick only the pin feathers beneath the wings and about the bodies of the geese. Need we guess what happened to the overambitious children? He had heard of ice long before he looked upon it, and he only thought of it as another wild experiment. Why buy ice when watermelons and butter could be laid down into the well to keep cool? One of Willis's happiest moments was when he earned enough money to buy his first pair of patent leather shoes. To possess a pair of store-bought shoes had been his ambition since he was a child, when he had to shine the shoes of his master and those of the master's children. He next owned a horse and buggy, of which he was very proud. This increased his popularity with the girls, and by he was married to Mary, a girl with whom he had been reared. Nobody was surprised but Mary, explained Mr. Dukes. Me and everybody else knowed us would get married some day. We didn't jump over no broom neither. We was married like white folks, with flowers and cake and everything. Willis Dukes has been in Florida for Lord knows how long, and prefers this state to his home state. He still has a few relatives there, but has never returned since leaving so long ago. End of Section 19. Section 20 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Sam and Louisa Everett. Sam and Louisa Everett, 86 and 90 years of age respectively, have weathered together some of the worst experiences of slavery, and as they look back over the years, can relate these experiences as clearly as if they had happened only yesterday. Both were born near Norfolk, Virginia, and sold as slaves several times on nearby plantations. It was on the plantation of a big Jim McLean that they met as slave children and departed after emancipation to live the lives of free people. Sam was the son of Peter and Betsy Everett, field hands who spent long, back-breaking hours in the cotton fields and came home at nightfall to cultivate their small garden. They lived in constant fear that their master would confiscate most of their vegetables. He so often did. Louisa remembers little about her parents and thinks that she was sold at an early age to a separate master. Her name, as nearly as she could remember, was Norfolk, Virginia. Everyone called her Nor. It was not until she was freed and had sent her children to school that she changed her name to Louisa. Sam and Norfolk spent most of their childhood on the plantation of Big Jim, who was very cruel. Often he would whip his slaves into insensibility for minor offenses. He sometimes hung them up by their thumbs whenever they were caught attempting to escape, or for no reason at all. On this plantation were more than 100 slaves who were mated indiscriminately and without any regard for family unions. If their master thought that a certain man and woman might have a strong, healthy offspring, he forced them to have sexual relation, even though they were married to other slaves. If there seemed to be any slight reluctance on the part of either of the unfortunate ones, Big Jim would make them consummate this relationship in his presence. He used the same procedure if he thought a certain couple was not producing children fast enough. He enjoyed these orgies very much and often entertained his friends in this manner. Quite often he and his guests would engage in these debaucheries, choosing for themselves the prettiest of the young women. Sometimes they forced the unhappy husbands and lovers of their victims to look on. Louisa and Sam were married in a very revolting manner. To quote the woman, "Mars Jim called me and Sam to him and ordered Sam to pull off his shirt. That was all the McLean niggers wore. And he said to me, 'Nora, do you think you can stand this big nigger?' He had that old big bullwhip flung across his shoulder, and Lord, that man could hit so hard. So I just said, 'Yes, sir, I guess so,' and tried to hide my face so I couldn't see Sam's nakedness, but he made me look at him anyhow. Well, he told us we must get busy and do it in his presence, and we had to do it. After that we were considered man and wife. Me and Sam was a healthy pair and had fine big babies, so I never had another man forced on me, thank God. Sam was kind to me, and I learnt to love him." Life on the McLean plantation was a steady grind of work from morning until night. Slaves had to rise in the dark of the morning at the ringing of the big house bell. After eating a hasty breakfast of fried fat pork and corn pone, they worked in the fields until the bell rang again at noon, at which time they ate boiled vegetables, roasted sweet potatoes, and black molasses. This food was cooked in iron pots, which had legs attached to their bottoms, in order to keep them from resting directly on the fire. These utensils were either hung over a fire or set atop of a mound of hot coals. Biscuits were a luxury, but whenever they had white bread, it was cooked in another thick pan called a spider. This pan had a top which was covered with hot embers to ensure the browning of the bread on top. Slave women had no time for their children. These were cared for by an old woman who called them twice a day and filled them pot liquor, vegetable broth, and skimmed milk. Each child was provided with a wooden ladle, which he dipped into a wooden trough and fed himself. The older children fed those who were too young to hold a ladle. So exacting was Big Jim that slaves were forced to work even when sick. Expectant mothers toiled in the fields until they felt their labor pains. It was not uncommon for babies to be born in the fields. There was little time for play on this plantation. Even the very small children were assigned tasks. They hunted hens' eggs, gathered pokeberries for dyeing, shelled corn, and drove the cows home in the evening. Little girls knitted stockings. There was no church on this plantation, and itinerant ministers avoided going there because of the owner's cruelty. Very seldom were the slaves allowed to attend neighboring churches, and still rarer were the opportunities to hold meetings among themselves. Often when they were in the middle of a song or prayer, they would be forced to halt and run to the big house. Woe to any slave who ignored the ringing of the bell that summoned him to work and told him when he might knock off from his labors. Louisa and Sam last heard the ringing of this bell in the fall of 1865. All the slaves gathered in the front of the big house to be told they were free for the time being. They had heard whisperings of the war, but did not understand the meaning of it at all. Now Big Jim stood weeping on the piazza and cursing the fate that had been so cruel to him by robbing him of all his niggers. He inquired if any wanted to remain until all the crops were harvested, and when no one consented to do so, he flew into a rage. Seizing his pistol, he began firing into the crowd of frightened negroes. Some were killed outright, and others were maimed for life. Finally, he was prevailed upon to stop. He then attempted to take his own life. A few frightened slaves promised to remain with him another year. This placated him. It was necessary for Union soldiers to make another visit to the plantation before Big Jim would allow his former slaves to depart. Sam and Louisa moved to Boston, Georgia, where they sharecropped for several years. They later bought a small farm when their two sons became old enough to help. They continued to live on this homestead until a few years ago, when their advancing ages made it necessary that they live with the children. Both of the children had settled in Florida several years previous and wanted their parents to come to them. They now live in Mulberry, Florida with the younger son. Both are pitifully infirm, but can still remember the horrors they experienced under the very cruel owners. It was with difficulty that they were prevailed upon to relate some of the gruesome details recorded here. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by various. Duncan Gaines. Duncan Gaines, the son of George and Martha Gaines, was born on a plantation in Virginia on March 12, 1853. He was one of 4 children, all fortunate enough to remain with their parents until maturity. They were sold many times, but Duncan Gaines best remembers the master who was known as Old Man Beaver. On this plantation were about 50 slaves who toiled all day in the cotton and tobacco fields and came home at dusk to cook their meals of corn pone, collards, and sweet potatoes on the hearths of their one-room cabins. Biscuits were baked on special occasions by placing hot coals atop the iron tops of long-legged frying pans called spiders, and the potatoes were roasted in the ashes, likewise the corn pone. Their masters, being more or less kind, there was pork, chicken, syrup, and other foodstuffs that they were allowed to raise on their own on a small scale. This work was often done by the light of a torch at night, as they had little time of their own. In this way, slaves earned money for small luxuries, and the more ambitious sometimes saved enough money to buy their freedom, although this was not encouraged very much. The early life of Duncan was carefree and happy. With the exception of carrying water to the laborers and running errands, he had little to do. Most of the time of the slave children was spent in playing ball and wrestling and foraging in the woods for berries and fruits and playing games as other children. They were often joined in their play by the master's children, who taught them to read and write and fired Duncan with the ambition to be free, so that he could wear a frill on his collar and own a pair of shoes that did not have brass caps on the toes and required the application of fat to make them shine. Wearing his shoes shined, as explained above, and a coarse homespun suit dyed with oak bark, indigo, or pork berries, he went to church on Sunday afternoons after the whites had had their services and listened to sermons delivered by white ministers who taught obedience to their masters. After the services, most of the slaves would remove their shoes and carry them in their hands, as they were unaccustomed to wearing shoes except in winter. The women were given Saturday afternoons off to launder their clothes and prepare for Sunday services. All slaves were required to appear on Monday mornings as clean as possible, with their clothing mended and heads combed. Lye soap was used both for laundering and bathing. It was made from fragments of fat meat and skins that were carefully saved for that purpose. Potash was secured from oak ashes. This mixture was allowed to set for a certain period of time, then cooked to a jelly-like consistency. After cooling, the soap was cut into square bars and allowed out to the slaves according to the number in each family. Once Duncan was given a bar of sweet soap by his mistress for doing a particularly nice job of work of polishing the harness of her favorite mare, and so proud was he of the gift that he put it among his Sunday clothes to make them smell sweet. It was the first piece of toilet soap that he had ever seen, and it caused quite a bit of envy among the other slave children. Duncan Gaines does not remember his grandparents, but thinks they were both living on some nearby plantation. His father was the plantation blacksmith, and Duncan liked to look on as plowshares, single trees, horseshoes, etc., were turned out or sharpened. His mother was strong and healthy, so she toiled all day in the fields. Duncan always listened for his mother's return from the field, which was heralded by a song, no matter how tired she was. She was very fond of her children, and did not share the attitude of many slave mothers who thought their children as belonging solely to the masters. She lived in constant fear that old Mars Seaver would meet with some adversity and be forced to sell them separately. She always whispered to them about the war and fanned to a flame their desire to be free. At that time, Negro children listened to the tales of Rawhead and Bloody Bones, various animal stories, and such childish ditties as, little boy, who made your breeches? Mama cut 'em out, and Papa sewed de stitches." Children were told that babies were dug out of tree stumps and were generally made to shut up if they questioned their elders about such matters. Children with long or large heads were thought to be marked to become wise men. Everyone believed in ghosts and entertained all the superstitions that have been handed down to the present generation. There was much talk of hoodooism, and anyone ill for a long time without getting relief from a herb medicine was thought to be fixed or suffering from some sin that his father had committed. Duncan was 12 years of age when freedom was declared and remembers the hectic times which followed. He and other slave children attended schools provided by the Freedmen Aid and other social organizations fostered by Northerners. Most of the instructors were whites sent to the South for that purpose. The Gaines were industrious and soon owned a prosperous farm. They seldom had any money, but had plenty of foodstuffs and clothing and a fairly comfortable home. All of the children secured enough learning to enable them to read and write, which was regarded as very unusual in those days. Slaves had been taught that their brain was inferior to the whites who owned them, and for this reason, many parents refused to send their children to school, thinking it a waste of time and that too much learning might cause some injury to the brain of their supposedly weak-minded children. Of the various changes, Duncan remembers very little, so gradual did they occur in his section. Water was secured from the spring or well. Perishable foodstuffs were let down into the well to keep cool. Shoes were made from leather, tanned by setting in a solution of red oak bark and water. Laundering was done in wooden tubs, made from barrels cut in halves. Candles were used for lighting, and were made from sheep and beef tallow. Lightwood torches were used by those not able to afford candles. Stockings were knitted by the women during cold or rainy weather. Weaving and spinning done by special slave women who were too old to work in the fields. Others made the cloth into garments. Everything was done by hand, except the luxuries imported by the wealthy. Duncan Gaines is now a widower and fast becoming infirm. He looks upon his newfangled age with bare tolerance and feels that the happiest age of mankind has passed with the discarding of the simple, old-fashioned way of doing things. End of Section 21. Section 22 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various. Clayborn Gantling. Clayborn Gantling was born in Dawson, Georgia, Terrell County, January 20, 1848, on the plantation of Judge Williams. Judge Williams owned 102 head of slaves and was known to be tolerable nice to him in some way and pretty rough on him in other ways, said Mr. Gantling. He wouldn't give us no coffee except on Sunday mornings when we would have shorts of seconds of wheat, which is the leavings of flour on mills, you know. But we had plenty bacon, cornbread, taters, and peas. As a child, I used to have to tote water to the old people on the farm and tend the cows and feed the sheep. Now I can't say rightly exactly how things was during slavery, 'cause it's been a long time ago, But we had cotton and cornfields, and the hands plowed hard, picked cotton, grabbled penders, gathered peas, and done all the other hard work to be done on the plantations. I was not big enough to do all them things, but I seen plenty of it done. They made lye soap on the farms and used indigo from wood for dye. We niggers slept on hay piled on top of planks, but the white folks had better beds. I don't remember my grandparents, but my ma's was called Harriet Williams, and my pa was called Henry Williams. They was called Williams after my master. My ma's and pa worked very hard and got some beatings, but I don't know what for. There was all kind of money, $5 and $10 bills and so on then, but I didn't ever see them with any. When war came along and Sherman came through, the old people was very scared on account of the white owners, but there was no fighting close to me. My master's sons, Leo and Fletcher, joined the army, and lots of the other masters went. The servants was sent along to wait on the young white men. Guess you'd like to know if any were killed. I should smile. 2 I know were killed. During those days for medicine, the old people used such things as butterfly root and butterfly tea, sage tea, red oak bark, ipecac, something that grow, was used for fevers and bathing children. There was white doctors and plenty of colored grannies. When the Yankees came, they acted different, and was naturally better to servants than our masters had been. We colored folks done the best we could, but that was not good right after freedom. Still it growed on, getting better. Before freedom, we always went to white churches on Sundays with passes, but they never mentioned God. They always told us to be good niggers and mind our missus and masters. Judge Williams had 10 or 12 heads of children. I can't remember the names of all of them now. His wife was called Miss Amanda, and she was just about like Mars Williams. I had about 18 head of boys and 5 girls myself. There were so many, I can't remember all of them. Mr. Gantling was asked to relate some incidents that he could remember of the lives of slaves, and he continued, "Well, the horn would blow every morning for you to get up and go right to work when the sun rise. If you were not in the field working, you would be whipped with whips and leather straps. I remember Aunt Biddie was beat until she could hardly get along, but I can't remember what for. But do you know she had to work along till she got better? My ma had to work pretty hard, but my oldest sister, Judy, was too young to work much. A heap of these slaves would run away and hide in the woods to keep from working so hard, but the white folks, to keep them from running away so that they could not catch them, would put a chain around the neck, which would hang down the back and be fastened to another round the waist and another round the feet, so they could not run. Still, they had to work and sleep in them too. Sometimes they would wear these chains for 3 or 4 months. When a slave would die, they had wooden boxes to put him in and dug holes and just put them in. A slave might go to a sister or brother's funeral. My recollection is very bad, and so much is forgotten, but I have seen slaves sold in droves like cows. They called them refugees, and white men was driving them like hogs and cows for sale. Mothers and fathers were sold and parted from their children. They was sold to white people in different states. I tell you, child, it was pitiful, but God did not let it last always. I have heard slaves morning and night pray for deliverance. Some of them would stand up in the fields or bend over cotton and corn and pray out loud for God to help them, and in time, you see, He did. They had what you call paddy rollers, who would catch you from home and wear you out and send you back to your master. If a master had slaves he just could not rule, some of them was hard and just would not mind the boss, he would ask him if he wanted to go to another plantation, and if he said he did, then he would give him a pass, and that pass would read, "Give this nigger hell." Of course, when the paddy rollers or other plantation boss would read the pass, he would beat him nearly to death and send him back. Of course, the nigger could not read and did not know what the pass said. You see, they did not low no nigger to have a piece of paper or any kind, and you know they was not go to teach him to read. The women had it hard too. Women with little babies would have to go to work in the mornings with the rest, come back, nurse their children, and go back to the field, stay 2 or 3 hours, then go back and eat dinner. And after dinner, they would have to go to the field and stay 2 or 3 more hours, then go on and nurse their children again, go back to the field, and stay till night. 1 or maybe 2 old women would stay in a big house and keep all the children while their mothers worked in the fields. Now, they is a heap more I could tell maybe, but I don't think of no more now. Mr. Gantling went to Florida to Jennings Plantation near Park Lake and stayed 2 years, then went to Everett's Plantation and stayed 1 year. From there he went to a place called High Hill and stayed 2 or 3 years. He left there and went to Jasper, farmed, and stayed until he moved his family to Jacksonville. Here he worked on public works until he started raising hogs and chickens, which he continued up to about 14 years ago. Now he is too old to do anything but just sit around and talk and eat. He lives with his daughter, Mrs. Minnie Holly, and her husband, Mr. Danny Holly, on Lee Street. Mr. Gantling cannot read or write, but is very interesting. He has been a member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church for more than 50 years. He has a very good appetite, and although has lost his teeth, he has never worn a plate or had any dental work done. He is never sick and has had but little medical attention during his lifetime. His form is bent, and he walks with a cane. Although his going is confined to his home, it is from choice, as he seldom wears shoes on account of bad feet. His eyesight is very good, and his hobby is sewing. He threads his own needles without assistance of glasses, as he has never worn them. Mr. Gantling celebrated his 89th birthday on the 20th day of November, 1936. He is very small, also very short, quite active for his age, and of a very genial disposition, always smiling. End of Section 22. Section 23 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Arnold Gregston. Verbatim interview with Arnold Gregston, 97-year-old ex-slave, whose early life was spent helping slaves to freedom across the Ohio River, while he himself remained in bondage. As he puts it, he guesses he could be called a conductor on the Underground Railway, only we didn't call it that then. I don't know as we called it anything. We just knew there was a lot of slaves always a-wanting to get free, and I had to help 'em. Most of the slaves didn't know when they was born, but I did. You see, I was born on Christmas morning. It was in 1840. I was a full-grown man when I finally got my freedom. Before I got it, though, I helped a lot others get theirs. Lord only knows how many. Might have been as much as 200-300. It was way more than 100, I know. But that all came after I was a young man, grown enough to know a pretty girl when I saw one, and to go chasing after her, too. I was born on a plantation that belonged to Mr. Jack Tabb in Mason County, just across the river in Kentucky. Mr. Tabb was a pretty good man. He used to beat us, sure, but not nearly so much as others did, some of his own kin people even. But he was kind of funny sometimes. He used to have a special slave who didn't have nothing to do but teach the rest of us. We had about 10 on the plantation, and a lot on the other plantations near us, how to read and write and figure. Mr. Tabb liked us to know how to figure, but sometimes when he would send for us, and it would be a long time coming, he would ask us where we had been. If we told him we had been learning to read, he would near beat the daylights out of us after getting somebody to teach us. I think he did some of that so that the other owners wouldn't say he was spoiling his slaves. He was funny about marrying us, too. He would let us go a-courting on the other plantations near any time we liked, if we were good, and if we found somebody we wanted to marry, and she was on a plantation that belonged to one of his kinfolks or a friend, he would swap a slave so that the husband and wife could be together. Sometimes when he couldn't do this, he would let a slave work all day on his plantation and live with his wife at night on her plantation. Some of the other owners was always talking about his spoiling us. He wasn't a Democrat like the rest of them in the country. He belonged to the Know-Nothing Party, and he was a real leader in it. He used to always be making speeches, and sometimes his best friends wouldn't be speaking to him for days at a time. Mr. Tabb was always specially good to me. He used to let me go all about. I guess he had to. Couldn't get too much work out of me even when he kept me right under his eyes. I learned fast, too. I think he kind of liked that. He used to call Sandy Davis, the slave who taught me, the smartest nigger in Kentucky. It was 'cause he used to let me go around in the day and night so much that I came to be the one who carried the running away slaves over the river. It was funny the way I started it, too. I didn't have no idea of ever getting mixed up in any sort of business like that until one special night. I hadn't even thought of rowing across the river myself. But one night I had gone on another plantation courting, and the old woman whose house I went to told me she had a real pretty girl there who wanted to go across the river, and would I take her? I was scared and backed out in a hurry. But then I saw the girl, and she was such a pretty little thing, brown-skinned and kind of rosy, and looked as scared as I was feeling. So it wasn't long before I was listening to the old woman tell me when to take her and where to leave her on the other side. I didn't have nerve enough to do it that night, though, and I told him to wait for me until tomorrow night. All the next day I kept seeing Mr. Tabb laying a rawhide across my back or shooting me, and kept seeing that scared little brown girl back at the house, looking at me with her big eyes and asking me if I wouldn't just row her across to Ripley. Me and Mr. Tabb lost, and soon as dust settled that night, I was at the old lady's house. I don't know how I ever rowed the boat across the river. The current was strong, and I was trembling. I couldn't see a thing there in the dark, but I felt that girl's eyes. We didn't dare to whisper, so I couldn't tell her how sure I was that Mr. Tabb or some of the other owners would tear me up when they found out what I had done. I just knew they would find out. I was worried, too, about where to put her out of the boat. I couldn't ride her across the river all night, and I didn't know a thing about the other side. I had heard a lot about it from other slaves, but I thought it was just about like Mason County, with slaves and masters, overseers and rawhides, and so I just knew if I pulled the boat up and went to asking people where to take her, I would get a beating or get killed. I don't know whether it seemed like a long time or a short time now. It's so long ago. I know it was a long time rowing there in the cold and worrying, but it was short too, because as soon as I did get on the other side, the big-eyed brown-skinned girl would be gone. Well, pretty soon I saw a tall light, and I remembered that the old lady had told me about looking for that light and rowing to it. I did, and when I got up to it, 2 men reached down and grabbed her. I started trembling all over again and praying. Then one of the men took my arm, and I just felt down inside me that the Lord had got ready for me. "You hungry, boy?" is what he asked me. And if he hadn't been holding me, I think I would have fell backward into the river. That was my first trip. It took me a long time to get over my scared feeling, but I finally did, and I soon found myself going back across the river with 2 or 3 people, and sometimes a whole boatload. I got so used to making 3 or 4 trips a month. What did my passengers look like? I can't tell you any more about it than you can, and you wasn't there. After that first girl, no, I never did see her again. I never saw my passengers. I would have to be the black nights of the moon when I would carry them, and I would meet 'em out in the open or in a house without a single light. The only way I knew who they were was to ask them, "What you say?" And they would answer, "Meneer." I don't know what that word meant. It came from the Bible. I only know that was the password I used, and all of them that I took over told it to me before I took them. I guess you wonder what I did with them after I got them over the river. Well, there in Ripley was a man named Mr. Rankins. I think the rest of his name was John. He had a regular station there on his place for escaping slaves. You see, Ohio was a free state, and once they got over the river from Kentucky or Virginia, Mr. Rankins could strut them all around town, and nobody would bother 'em. The only reason we used to land quietly at night was so that whoever bought 'em could go back for more, and because we had to be careful that none of the owners had followed us. Every once in a while they would follow a boat and catch their slaves back. Sometimes they would shoot at whoever was trying to save the poor devils. Mr. Rankins had a regular station for the slaves. He had a big lighthouse in his yard, about 30 feet high, and he kept it burning all night. It always meant freedom for slave if he could get to this light. Sometimes Mr. Rankins would have 20 or 30 slaves that had run away on his place at the time. It must have cost him a whole lots to keep 'em and feed 'em, but I think some of his friends helped him. Those who wanted to stay around that part of Ohio could stay, but didn't many of 'em do it, because there was too much danger, and you would be walking along free one night, feel a hand over your mouth, and be back across the river and in slavery again in the morning, and nobody in the world ever got a chance to know as much misery as a slave that had escaped and been caught. So a whole lot of them went up north to other parts of Ohio, or to New York, Chicago, or Canada. Canada was popular because all the slaves thought it was the last gate before you got all the way inside of heaven. I don't think there was much chance for a slave to make a living in Canada, but didn't many of 'em come back? They seemed like they'd rather starve up there in the cold than to be back in slavery. The Army soon started taking a lot of them too. They could enlist in the Union Army and get good wages, more food than they ever had, and have all the little gals waving at 'em when they passed. Them blue uniforms was a nice change too. No, I never got anything from a single one of the people I carried over the river to freedom. I didn't want anything. After I had made a few trips, I got to like it, and even though I could have been free at any night myself, I figured I wasn't getting along so bad, so I would stay on Mr. Tabb's place and help the others get free. I did it for 4 years. I don't know to this day how he never knew what I was doing. I used to take some awful chances, and he knew I must have been up to something. I wouldn't do much work in the day, would never be in my house at night, and when he would happen to visit the plantation where I said I was going, I wouldn't be there. Sometimes I think he did know and wanted me to get the slaves away that way so he wouldn't have to cause hard feelings by freeing them. I think Mr. Tabb used to talk a lot to Mr. John Fee. Mr. Fee was a man who lived in Kentucky, but Lord, how that man hated slavery. He used to always tell us, we never let our owners see us listen to him though, that God didn't intend for some men to be free and some men to be in slavery. He used to talk to the owners too, when they would listen to him, but mostly they hated the sight of John Fee. In the night, though, he was a different man. For every slave who came through his place going across the river, he had a good word, something to eat, and some kind of rags too. It was cold. He always knew just what to tell you to do if anything went wrong, and sometimes I think he kept slaves there on his place till they could be rowed across the river. Helped us a lot. I almost ran the business in the ground after I'd been carrying the slaves across for nearly 4 years. It was in 1863, and one night I carried across about 12 on the same night. Somebody must have seen us, because they set out after me as soon as I stepped out of the boat back on the Kentucky side. From that time on, they were after me. Sometimes they would almost catch me. I had to run away from Mr. Tabb's plantation and live in the fields and in the woods. I didn't know what a bed was from one week to another. I would sleep in a cornfield tonight, up in the branches of a tree tomorrow night, and buried in a hay pile in the next night. The river, where I had carried so many across myself, was no good to me. I was watched too close. Finally, I saw I could never do any more good in Mason County, so I decided to take my freedom too. I had a wife by this time, and one night we quietly slipped across and headed for Mr. Rankin's Bell and Light. It looked like we had to go almost to China to get across that river. I could hear the bell and see the light on Mr. Rankin's place, but the harder I rode, the farther away it got, and I knew if I didn't make it, I'd get killed. But finally, I pulled up to the lighthouse and went on to my freedom, just a few months before all the slaves got theirs. I didn't stay in Ripley, though. I wasn't taking no chances. I went on to Detroit and still live there with most of 10 children and 31 grandchildren. The bigger ones don't care so much about hearing it now, but the little ones never get tired of hearing how their grandpa brought emancipation to loads of slaves he could touch and feel, but never could see. End of Section 23. Section 24 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Harriet Gresham. Born on December 6, 1838, Harriet Gresham can recall quite clearly the major events of her life as a slave, also the Civil War, as it affected the slaves of Charleston and Barnwell, South Carolina. She was one of a group of mulattoes belonging to Edmund Bellinger, a wealthy plantation owner of Barnwell. With her mother, the plantation seamstress, and her father, a driver, she lived in the big house quarters and was known as a house nigger. She played with the children of her mistress and seldom mixed with the other slaves on the plantation. To quote some of her quaint expressions, "Honey, I ain't know I was any different from the children or the mistress dwell after the war. We play, and it fit together like children is bound to do all over the world. Sometimes all has happened, though, to remind me that I was just a piece of property. I heard the gun a-booming away at Fort Sumter, and for the first time in my life I knowed what it was to fear anything except a spirit. No, I ain't never seed one myself, but by the goodness of God, I done lived to waltz on the Citadel Green and march down an aisle of soldiers in blue in the arms of me husband, and over me head they bayonets shined. I done lived up all my days, and some of them what might have belonged to somebody else is they done right in their sight of God. How I know I so old? I got documents to prove it. The document is a yellow sheet of paper that appears to be stationary, that is crudely decorated at the top with criss-cross lines done in ink. Its contents in ink are as follows. Harriet Pinckney, born September 25, 1790. Adeline, her daughter, born October 1, 1809. Betsy, her daughter, born September 11, 1811. Belinda, her daughter, born October 4, 1813. Deborah, her daughter, born December 1st, 1815. Stephen, her son, born September 1, 1818. Harriet's grandchildren. Bella, the daughter of Adeline, born July 5, 1827. Albert, son of Belinda, born August 19, 1833. Lawrence, son of Betsy, born March 1st, 1835. Sarah Ann Elizabeth, daughter of Belinda, born January 3, 1836. Harriet, daughter of Belinda, born December 6, 1838. This record was given Harriet by Harriet Ballinger, her mistress. Each slave received a similar one on being freed. As a child, Harriet played about the premises of the Ballinger estate, leading a very carefree life, as did all the slave children belonging to Edmund Ballinger. When she was about 12 years old, she was given small tasks to do, such as knitting a pair of stockings or dusting the furniture, and ample time was given for each of these assignments. This was a very large plantation, and there was always something for the score of slaves to do. There were the wide acres of cotton that must be planted, hoed, and gathered by hand. A special batch of slave women did the spinning and weaving, while those who had been taught to sew made most of the clothing worn by the slaves at that time. Other products grown here were rice, corn, sugar cane, fruits, and vegetables. Much of the food grown on the plantation was reserved to feed the slaves. While they must work hard to complete their tasks in a given time, No one was allowed to go hungry or forced to work if the least ill. Very little had to be bought here. Candles were made in the kitchen of the big house, usually by the cook who was helped by other slaves. These were made of beeswax gathered on the plantation. Shoes were made of tanned dry leather and reinforced with brass caps. The large herds of cattle, hogs, and poultry furnished sufficient meat. Syrup and sugar were made from the cane that was carried to a neighboring mill. Harriet remembers her master as being exceptionally kind, but very severe when his patience was tried too far. Mrs. Ballinger was dearly loved by all her slaves because she was very thoughtful of them. Whenever there was a wedding, frolic or holiday or quilting bee, she was sure to provide some extra goody, and so dear to the hearts of the women were the cast-off clothes she often bestowed upon them on these occasions. The slaves were free to invite those from the neighboring plantations to join in their social gatherings. A Negro preacher delivered sermons on the plantation. Services being held in the church used by whites after their services on Sunday. The preacher must always act as a peacemaker and mouthpiece for the master, so they were told to be subservient to their masters in order to enter the kingdom of God. But the slaves held secret meetings and had praying grounds where they met a few at a time to pray for better things. Harriet remembers little about the selling of slaves because this was never done on the Ballinger plantation. All slaves were considered a part of the estate, and to sell one meant that it was no longer intact. There were rumors of the war, but the slaves on the Ballinger place did not grasp the importance of the war until their master went to fight on the side of the rebel army. Many of them gathered about their mistress and wept as he left the home to which he would never return. Soon after that, it was whispered among the slaves that they would be free, but no one ran away. After living in plenty all their lives, they were forced to do without coffee, sugar, salt, and beef. Everything available was bundled off to the army by Mrs. Ballinger, who shared the popular belief that the soldiers must have the best in the way of food and clothing. Harriet still remembers very clearly the storming of Fort Sumter. The whole countryside was thrown into confusion, and many slaves were mad with fear. There were few men left to establish order, and many women loaded their slaves into wagons and gathered such belongings as they could and fled. Mrs. Ballinger was one of those who held her ground. When the Union soldiers visited her plantation, they found the plantation in perfect order, the slaves going about their tasks as if nothing unusual had happened. It was necessary to summon them from the fields to give them the message of their freedom. Harriet recalls that her mistress was very frightened, but walked upright and held a trembling lip between her teeth as they waited for her to sound for the last time the horn that summoned several generations of human chattel to and from work. Some left the plantation, others remained to harvest the crops. One and all they remembered to thank God for their freedom. They immediately began to hold meetings, singing soul-stirring spirituals. Harriet recalls one of these songs. It is as follows. Thank ye, Master Jesus, thank ye. Thank ye, Master Jesus, thank ye. Thank ye, Master Jesus, thank ye. The heaven going to be my home. No slavery chains to tie me down. No more driver horn to blow for me. No more stocks to fasten me down. Jesus, break slavery chains, Lord. Break slavery chains, Lord. Break slavery chains, Lord. The heaven going to be my home. Harriet's parents remained with the widowed woman for a while. Had they not remained, she might not have met Gaylord Jeanette, the knight in blue, who later became her husband. He was a member of Company I, 35th Regiment. She is still a bit breathless when she relates the details of the military wedding that followed a whirlwind courtship, which had its beginning on the Citadel Green, where the soldiers stationed there held their dress parade. After these parades, there was dancing by the soldiers and belles who had bedecked themselves in their Sunday best and come out to be wooed by a soldier in blue. Music was furnished by the military band, which offered many patriotic numbers that awakened in the newly freed Negroes that had long been dead patriotism. Harriet recalls snatches of one of these songs to which she danced when she was 20 years of age. It is as follows. Don't you see the lightning flashing in the cane brakes? Looks like we're going to have a storm. Although you're mistaken, it's the Yankee soldiers going to fight for Uncle Sam. Old Master was a colonel in the rebel army. Just before he had to run away, look out, the battle is a-fallen. The darkey's going to occupy the land. Harriet believes the two officers who tendered congratulations shortly after her marriage to have been General Gates and Beecher. This was an added thrill to her. As she lived a rather secluded life, Harriet Gresham can tell very little about the superstitions of her people during slavery, but knew them to be very reverent of various signs and omens. In one she places much credence herself. Prior to the Civil War, there were hordes of ants, and everyone said this was an omen of war. And there was a war. She was married when schools were set up for Negroes, but had no time for school. Her master was adamant on one point, and that was the danger of teaching a slave to read and write, so Harriet received little book learning. Harriet Gresham is the mother of several children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Many of them are dead. She lives at 1305 West 31st Street, Jacksonville, Florida, with a granddaughter. Her second husband is also dead. She sits on the porch of her shabby cottage and sews the stitches that were taught to her by her mistress, who is also dead. She embroiders, crochets, knits, and quilts without the aid of glasses. She likes to show her handiwork to passers-by, who will find themselves listening to some of her reminiscence as they linger long enough to engage her in conversation, for she loves to talk of the past. She still corresponds with one of the children of her mistress, now an old woman, living on what is left of a once vast estate at Barnwell, South Carolina. The two old women are very much attached to each other, and each in her letters helps to keep alive the memories of the life they shared together as mistress and slave. End of Section 24. Section 25 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various, Bolden Hall, Charlotte Martin, Sarah Ross. Bolden Hall was born in Walkeno, Florida, a little town in Jefferson County, on February 13, 1853, the son of Alfred and Tina Hall. The Halls, who were slaves of Thomas Linton, owner of 75 or 100 slaves, were the parents of 21 children. The Halls, who were born before slavery, worked on the large plantation of Linton, which was devoted primarily to the growing of cotton and corn, and secondarily to the growing of tobacco and pumpkins. Linton was very good to his slaves, and never whipped them unless it was absolutely necessary, which was seldom. He provided them with plenty of food and clothing, and always saw to it that their cabins were livable. He was careful, however, to see that they received no educational training, but did not interfere with the religious quest. The slaves were permitted to attend church with their masters to hear the white preacher, and occasionally the master, supposedly unbeknown to the slaves, would have an itinerant colored minister preach to the slaves, instructing them to obey their master and mistress at all times. Although freedom came to the slaves in January, Master Linton kept them until May in order to help him with his crops. When actual freedom was granted to the slaves, only a few of the young ones left the Linton plantation. In 1882, Bolden Hall came to Live Oak, where he has resided ever since. He married, but his wife is now dead, and to that union one child was born, Charlotte Martin. Charlotte Mitchell Martin, one of 20 children born to Shepard and Lucinda Mitchell, 82 years ago, was a slave of Judge Wilkerson on a large plantation in 16, Florida, a little town near Madison. Shepherd Mitchell was a wagoner who hauled whiskey from Newport News, Virginia, for his owner. Wilkerson was very cruel and held them in constant fear of him. He would not permit them to hold religious meetings or any other kind of meetings, but they frequently met in secret to conduct religious services. When they were caught, the instigators, known or suspected, were severely flogged. Charlotte recalls how her oldest brother was whipped to death for taking part in one of the religious ceremonies. This cruel act halted the secret religious services. Wilkerson found it very profitable to raise and sell slaves. He selected the strongest and best male and female slaves and mated them exclusively for breeding. The huskiest babies were given the best of attention in order that they may grow into sturdy youths, for it was those who brought the highest prices at the slave markets. Sometimes the master himself had sexual relations with his female slaves, for the products of miscegenation were very remunerative. These offsprings were in demand as house servants. After slavery, the Mitchells began to separate. A few of the children remained with their parents and eked out their living from the soil. During this period, Charlotte began to attract attention with her herb cures. Doctors sought her out when they were stumped by difficult cases. She came to Live Oak to care for an old colored woman, and upon whose death she was given the woman's house and property. For many years she has resided in the old shack, farming, making quilts, and practicing her herb doctoring. She has outlived her husband, for whom she bore 2 children. Her daughter is feeble-minded. Her herb remedies can't cure her. Sarah Ross, born in Benton County, Mississippi, nearly 80 years ago. Sarah is the daughter of Harriet Elmore and William Donaldson, her white owner. Donaldson was a very cruel man and frequently beat Sarah's mother because she would not have sexual relations with the overseer, a colored man by the name of Randall. Sarah relates that the slaves did not marry, but were forced, in many cases against their will, to live together as man and wife. It was not until after slavery that they learned about the holy bonds of matrimony, and many of them actually married. Cotton, corn, and rice were the chief products grown on the Donaldson plantation. Okra also was grown, and from this product coffee was made. The slaves rose with the sun to begin their tasks in the field and worked until dusk. They were beaten by the overseer if they dared to rest themselves. No kind of punishment was too cruel or severe to be inflicted upon these souls in bondage. Frequently the thighs of the male slaves were gashed with a saw and salt put in the wound as a means of punishment for some misdemeanor. The female slaves often had their hair cut off, especially those who had long, beautiful hair. If a female slave was pregnant and had to be punished, she was whipped about the shoulders, not so much in pity as for the protection of the unborn child. Donaldson's wife committed suicide because of the cruelty not only to the slaves, but to her as well. The slaves were not permitted to hold any sort of meeting, not even to worship God. Their work consumed so much of their time that they had little opportunity to congregate. They had to wash their clothes on Sunday, the only day which they could call their own. On Sunday afternoon, some of the slaves were sent to entertain the family and its guests. Sarah remembers the coming of the Yankees and the destruction wrought by their appearance. The soldiers stripped the plantation owners of their meats, vegetables, poultry, and the like. Many plantation owners took their own lives in desperation. Donaldson kept his slaves several months after liberation and defied them to mention freedom to him. When he did give them freedom, they lost no time in leaving his plantation, which held for them only unpleasant memories. Sarah came to Florida 35 years ago. She has married twice and is the mother of 10 children, 8 of whom are living. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Section 26, Rebecca Hooks. Rebecca Hooks, age 90 years, is one of the few among the fast-thinning ranks of ex-slaves who can give a clear picture of life before the war. She was born in Jones County, Georgia, of Martha and Pleasant Lowe, who were slaves of William Lowe. The mother was the mulatto offspring of William Lowe and a slave woman who was half Cherokee. The father was also a mulatto, purchased from a nearby plantation. Because of this blood mixture, Rebecca's parents were known as house niggers and lived on quarters located in the rear of the big house. A house nigger was a servant whose duties consisted of chores around the big house, such as butler, maid, cook, stableman, gardener, and personal attendant to the man who owned him. These slaves were often held in high esteem by their masters, and of course fared much better than the other slaves on the plantation. Quite often they were mulattoes, as in the case of Rebecca's parents. There seemed to be a general belief among slave owners that mulattoes could not stand as much laborious work as pure-blooded Negro slaves. This accounts probably for the fact that the majority of ex-slaves now alive are mulattoes. The Lowes were originally of Virginia, and did not own as much property in Georgia as they had in Virginia. Rebecca estimates the number of slaves on this plantation as numbering no more than 25. They were treated kindly and cruelly by turns according to the whims of a master and mistress who were none too stable in their dispositions. There was no driver or overseer on this plantation, as "Old Tom was devil enough himself when he wanted to be," observes Rebecca. While she never felt the full force of his cruelties, she often felt sorry for the other slaves who were given a task too heavy to be completed in the given time. This deliberately, so that the master might have some excuse to vent his pent-up feelings. Punishment was always in the form of a severe whipping, or revocation of a slave's privilege, such as visiting other plantations, etc. The Lowes were not wealthy, and it was necessary for them to raise and manufacture as many things on the plantation as possible. Slaves toiled from early morning until night in the corn, cotton, sugar cane, and tobacco fields. Others tended the large herds of cattle from which milk, butter, meat, and leather were produced. The leather was tanned and made into crude shoes for the slaves for the short winter months. No one wore shoes except during cold weather and on Sundays. Fruit orchards and vegetables were also grown, but not given as much attention as the cotton and corn, as these were the main money crops. As a child, Rebecca learned to ape the ways of her mistress. At first, this was considered very amusing. Whenever she had not knitted her required number of socks during the week, she simply informed them that she had not done it because she had not wanted to, because she was not a nigger. This stubbornness, accompanied by hysterical tantrums, continued to cause Rebecca to receive many stiff punishments that might have been avoided. Her master had given orders that no one was ever to whip her, so devious methods were employed to punish her, such as marching her down the road with hands tied behind her back, or locking her in a dark room for several hours with only bread and water. Rebecca resembled very much a daughter of William Lowe. The girl was really her aunt, and very conscious of the resemblance. Both had brown eyes and long dark hair. They were about the same height, and the clothes of the young mistress fitted Rebecca like a glove. To offset this likeness, Rebecca's hair was always cut very short. Finally, Rebecca rebelled at having her hair all cut off, and blankly refused to submit to the treatment any longer. After this happening, the girls formed a dislike for each other, and Rebecca was guilty of doing every mean act of which she was capable to torment the white girl. Rebecca's mother aided and abetted her in this, often telling her things to do. Rebecca did not fear the form of punishment administered her, and she had the cunning to keep on the good side of the master, who had a fondness for her because she was so much like the Lowes. The mistress's demand that she be sold or beaten was always turned aside with, "Dear, you know the child can't help it. It's that cursed Cherokee blood in her." There seemed to be no very strong opposition to a slave's learning to read and write on the plantation, so Rebecca learned along with the white children. Her father purchased books for her with money he was allowed to earn from the sale of corn whiskey which he made, or from work done on some other plantation during his time off. He was not permitted to buy his freedom, however. On Sundays, Rebecca attended church along with the other slaves. Services were held in the white churches after their services were over. They were taught to obey their masters and work hard, and that they should be very thankful for the institution of slavery, which brought them from darkest Africa. On the plantation, the doctor was not nearly as popular as the granny or midwife, who brewed medicines for every ailment. Each plantation had its own granny, who also served the mistress during confinement. Some of her remedies follow. For colds, horehound tea, pine-top tea, lightwood drippings on sugar. For fever, a tea made of pomegranate seeds and crushed mint. For whooping cough, a tea made of sheep shandy, manure, catnip tea. For spasms, garlic. Burning a garment next to the skin of the patient having the fit. Shortly before the war, Rebecca was married to Solomon, her husband. This ceremony consisted of simply jumping over a broom and having someone read a few words from a book, which may or may not have been the Bible. After the war, many couples were remarried because of this irregularity. Rebecca had learned of the war long before it ended and knew its import. She had confided this information to other slaves who could read and write. She read the small newspapers that her master received at irregular intervals. The 2 sons of William Lowe had gone to fight with the Confederate soldiers. One never returned, and everywhere was felt the tension caused by wild speculation as to the outcome of the war. Certain commodities were very scarce. Rebecca remembers drinking coffee made of okra seed that had been dried and parched. There was no silk, except that secured by running the blockade, and this was very expensive. The smokehouse floors were carefully scraped for any morsel of salt that might be gotten. Salt had to be evaporated from seawater, and this was a slow process. There were no disorders in that section as far as Rebecca remembers, but she thinks that the slaves were kept on the Low plantation a long time after they had been freed. It was only when rumors came that Union soldiers were patrolling the countryside for such offenders that they were hastily told of their freedom. Their former master predicted that they would fare much worse as freemen, and so many of them were afraid to venture into the world for themselves, remaining in virtual slavery for many years afterwards. Rebecca and her husband were among those who left the plantation. They sharecropped on various plantations until they came to Florida, which is more than 50 years ago. Rebecca's husband died several years ago, and she now lives with 2 daughters who are very proud of her. End of section 26. Read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 27 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Reverend Squires Jackson. Lying comfortably in a bed encased with white sheets, Reverend Squires Jackson, former slave and minister of the gospel, living at 706 3rd Street, cheerfully related the story of his life. Born in a weather-beaten shanty in Madison, Florida, September 14, 1841, of a large family, he moved to Jacksonville at the age of 3 with the master and his mother. Very devoted to his mother, he would follow her into the cotton field as she picked or hoed cotton, urged by the thrashing of the overseer's lash. His master, a prominent political figure of that time, was very kind to his slaves, but would not permit them to read and write. Relating an incident after having learned to read and write, one day as he was reading a newspaper, the master walked upon him unexpectedly and demanded to know what he was doing with the newspaper. He immediately turned the paper upside down and declared, "Confederates done won the war." The master laughed and walked away without punishing him. It is interesting to know that slaves on this plantation were not allowed to sing when they were at work, but with all the vigilance of the overseers, nothing could stop those silent songs of labor and prayers for freedom. On Sundays, the boys on the plantation would play home ball and shoot marbles until church time. After church, a hearty meal consisting of rice and salt-picked pork was the usual Sunday fare, cooked in large iron pots hung over indoor hearths. Sometimes coffee made out of parched cornmeal was added as an extra treat. He remembers the start of the Civil War, with the laying of the Atlantic cable by the Great Eastern, being 19 years of age at the time. Hearing threats of the war, which was about to begin, he ran away with his brother to Lake City, many times hiding in trees and groves from the posse that was looking for him. At night he would cover up his face and body with Spanish moss to sleep. One night he hid in a tree near a creek, overslept himself. In the morning a group of white women fishing near the creek saw him and ran to tell the men. Fortunately, however, he escaped. After 4 days of wearied traveling, being guided by the North Star and the Indian instinct inherited from his Indian grandmother, he finally reached Lake City. Later, reporting to General Scott, he was informed that he was to act as orderly until further ordered. On Saturday morning, February 20th, 1861, General Scott called him to his tent and said, "Squire, I have just had you appraised for $1,000, and you are to report to Colonel Gist in Alachua County for service immediately." That very night he ran away to Wellborn, where the Federals were camping. There, in a horse stable, were wounded colored soldiers stretched out on the filthy ground. The sight of these wounded men and the feeble medical attention given them by the Federals was so repulsive to him that he decided that he didn't want to join the Federal Army. In the silent hours of the evening he stole away to Tallahassee, thoroughly convinced that war wasn't the place for him. While in the horse shed makeshift hospital, a white soldier asked one of the wounded colored soldiers to what regiment he belonged. The Negro replied, 54th Regiment, Massachusetts. At that time the only railroad was between Lake City and Tallahassee, which he had worked on for a while. At the close of the war he returned to Jacksonville to begin work as a bricklayer. During this period, Negro skilled help was very much in demand. The first time he saw ice was in 1857, when a ship brought some into this port. Mr. Moody, a white man, opened an ice house at the foot of Julia Street. This was the only ice house in the city at that time. On Sundays he would attend church. One day he thought he heard the call of God beseeching him to preach. He began to preach in 1868 and was ordained an elder in 1874. Some of the interesting facts obtained from this slave of the 4th generation were: 1. Salt was obtained by evaporating seawater. 2. There were no regular stoves. 3. Cooking was done by hanging iron pots on rails in the fireplaces. 4. An open well was used to obtain water. 5. Flour was sold at $12 a barrel. 6. Shin plasters were used for money. 7. The first buggy was called Rockaways due to the elasticity of the leather springs. 8. Reverend Jackson saw his first buggy as described in 1851. During the Civil War, cloth as well as all other commodities were very high. Slaves were required to weave the cloth. The women would delight in dancing as they marched to and fro and weaving the cloth by hand. This was one kind of work the slaves enjoyed doing. Even cotton seeds was picked by hand, holding the seeds out with the fingers. There was no way of ginning it by machine at that time. Reverend Jackson vividly recalls the croaker sacks being used around bales of the finer cotton, known as short cotton. During this same period he made all of the shoes he wore by hand from cowhides. The women slaves at that time wore grass shirts woven very closely with hoops around the inside to keep from contacting the body. Gleefully he told of the Saturday night baths in big wooden washtubs with cut-out holes for the fingers during his boyhood, of the castor oil, old-fashioned paregoric, calomel, and Burmo chops used for medicine at that time. The herb doctors went from home to home during times of illness. Until many years after the Civil War, there were no practicing Negro physicians. Soap was made by mixing bones and lard together, heating and then straining into a bucket containing alum, turpentine, and rosin. Lye soap was made by placing burnt ashes into straw with corn shucks placed into a harper. Water is poured over this mixture, and a trough is used to seize the liquid that drips into the tub and let stand for a day. Very little moss was used for mattresses. Chicken feathers and goose feathers were the principal constituents during his boyhood. Soot mixed with water was the best medicine one could find for the stomach ache at that time. Reverend Jackson married in 1882 and has 7 sons and 7 daughters. Owns his own home and plenty of other property around the neighborhood. 96 years of age and still feels as spry as a man of 50, keen of wit with a memory as good as can be expected. This handsome bronze piece of humanity, with snow-white beard over his beaming face, ended the interview saying, "I'm waiting now to hear the call of God to the Promised Land." He once was considered as a candidate for senator after the Civil War, but declined to run. He says that the treatment during the time of slavery was very tough at times, but gathering himself up, he said, "No storm lasts forever." And I had the faith and courage of Jesus to carry me on, continuing, "Even the best masters in slavery couldn't be as good as the worst person in freedom. Oh God, it is good to be free, and I am thankful." End of section 27.
Section 28 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Frank Cook. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Prophet, John Henry Kemp. A long gray beard, a pair of piercing owl-like eyes, and large bare feet mark Prophet Kemp among the citizenry of Daytona Beach, Florida. The prophet, christened John Henry, as nearly as he can remember, is an 80-year-old ex-slave who reminisces of the past, delight all those who can prevail upon him to talk of his early life on the plantation of the section. Prophet Kemp does not talk only of the past, however. His conversation turns to the future. He believes himself to be equally competent to talk of the future, and talks more of the latter if permitted. Okatibia County, Mississippi, was the birthplace of the prophet. The first master he can remember was John Gay, owner of a plantation of some 2,700 acres and over 100 slaves, and a heavy drinker. The prophet calls Gay father, and becomes very vague when asked if this title is a blood tie or a name of which he is generally known. According to Kemp, Gay was one of the meanest plantation owners in the entire section, and frequently voiced his pride in being able to employ the cruelest overseers that could be found in all Mississippi. Among these were such men as G.T. Turner, Nels T. Thompson, Billy Hole, Andrew Winston, and other men with statewide reputations for brutality. When all of the cruelties of one overseer had been felt by the slaves on the Gay plantation, and another meaner man's reputation was heard of on the Gay plantation, the master would delight in telling his slaves that if they did not behave, he would send them for this man. Behaving, the prophet says, meant living on less food than one should have, mating only at his command and for purposes purely of breeding more and stronger slaves on his plantation for sale. In some cases with women, subjecting to his every demand if they would escape hanging by the wrists for half a day or being beaten with a cowhide whip. About these whippings, the prophet tells many a blood-curdling tale. One day, when an old woman was plowing in the field, an overseer came by and reprimanded her for being so slow. She gave him some back talk. He took out a long, closely woven whip and lashed her severely. The woman became sore and took her hoe and chopped him right across his head. And child, you should have seen how she chopped this man to a bloody death. Prophet Kemp will tell you that he hates to tell these things to any investigator, because he hates for people to know just how mean his father really was. So great was the fear in which Gay was held that when Kemp's mother, Arnett Young, complained to Mrs. Gay that her husband was constantly seeking her for a mistress and threatening her with death if she did not submit, Even Miss Gay had to advise the slaves to do as Gay demanded, saying, "My husband is a dirty man and will find some reason to kill you if you don't. I can't do a thing with him." Since Arnett worked at the big house, there was no alternative, and it was believed that of the union with her master, Henry was born. A young slave by the name of Broxton Kemp was given to the woman as husband at the time John Kemp was born. It is from this man that Prophet took his name. Life on the plantation held nothing but misery for the slaves of John Gay. A week's allowance of groceries for the average small family consisted of a package of about 10 pounds containing crudely ground meal, a slab of bacon, called side meat, and from a pint to a quart of syrup made from sorghum, depending upon the season. All slaves reported for work at 5 o'clock in the morning, except those who cared for the overseer, who began their work an hour earlier to enable the overseer to be present at the morning checkup. This checkup determined which slaves were late or who had committed some offense late on the day before or during the night. These were singled out, and before the rest of the slaves began their work, they were treated to the sight of these delinquents being stripped and beaten until blood flowed. Women were no exception to the rule. The possible loss of his slaves upon the Declaration of Freedom on January 1, 1866, caused Gay considerable concern. His liquor-ridden mind was not long in finding a solution, however. He barred all visitors from his plantation and insisted that his overseers see to the carrying out of this detail. They did, with such efficiency that it was not until May 8th when the government finally learned of the condition and sent a marshal to the plantation. That freedom came to Gay's slaves. May 8th is still celebrated in this section of Mississippi as the official Emancipation Day. Relief for the hundreds of slaves of Gay came at last with the Declaration of Freedom for them. The government officials divided the grown and growing crops, and some land was parceled out to the former slaves. Kemp may have gained the name Prophet from his constant reference to the future and to his religion. He says he believes on one faith, one Lord, and one religion, and preaches this belief constantly. He claims to have turned his back on all religions that do not do as the Lord says. In keeping this belief, he says he represents the true primitive Baptist church, but does not have any connection with that church, because he believes it has not lived exactly up to what the Lord expects of him. Kemp claims the ability to read the future with ease, even to help determine what it will bring in some cases. He reads it in the palms of those who will believe in him. He determines the good and bad luck, freedom from sickness, success in love, and other benefits it will bring from the use of charms, roots, herbs, and magical incantations and formula. He has recently celebrated what he believes to be his 80th birthday, and says he expects to live at least another quarter of a century. End of section 28. Read by Frank Cook. Denver, Colorado, November 30th, 2024.
Section 29 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various, Section 29, Cindy Kinsey. Yes, ma'am, child, I ain't sure exactly, but I think I'm about 85, maybe 86 year old. Yes, ma'am, I was sure born into slavery times, and I've been right near to Little Rock in Arkansas, and there I stayed till I comed right from there to here in Florida, about 4 year gone. Yes, ma'am, my people, they live on a big plantation near the Little Rock, and we all hoe cotton. My ma, lawsy me, child, she named Zola Young, and my pappy, he named Nelson Young. I had brothers Daniel, Freeman, George, Will, and Henry. Yes, ma'am, Freeman, he the youngest and born after we done got free. And I had sisters by the name of Isabella, Mary, Nora. That ain't all yet. You want I should name 'em all? Well, then there was two Celie, Sally, and me, Cindy, but I ain't my own sister, is I? He. My old massa, he named Marse Louis Stewart, and my old missy, that the real old one, you know, she named, now, let me see, does I recollect? Lawsy, me child, I sure find it hard to remember some things. Oh, yes, her name, it were Missy Nancy, and her children's, they named Lil Marse Sammy and Lil Missy Fanny. I don't know how come my pappy he go by the name Young, when old massa he named Marse Stewart. Lesson my pappy he be raised by another massa for Marse Louis got him, but I disremember does I ever hear him say. Yes, ma'am, child, I sure like them days. We had a lot of fun, and nothing to worry for about. Sure wish them days was now, child. Us niggers heaps better off then as now. Us always had plenty eat, and plenty wearing clothes, too, which us ain't never got no more. We had plenty corn pone baked into ashes, too. It sure was good. And we had side meat, and we had other eating, too, whatever the old moss had. But I like the side meat best. I had a good dress for Sunday, too, but ain't got none these days. Just look at, child, these old rags, the best I got. My Sunday dress, lawsy me, child, it were always a bright red cotton. I sure remember that color. Us dyed the cotton right on the plantation mostly. Other clothes I don't exactly recollect, but they mostly dark, no colors. My ma, she bossed all the funerals of the niggers on the plantation, and she got a long white veil for wearing. Lawsy me, child, she sure looked beautiful, just like a bride she did when she bossed them funerals in that veil. She not much scared neither, for that veil, it sure do keep the hants away. Wished I had me that veil right now. Might help cure dis rheumatizics in my knee, what ailing me so bad. I disremember, but I s'posen she got buried in that veil, child. She hold a cotton, so old Marse Louis he always let her ride off for do buryings, 'cause she know how to manage the other niggers and keep them quiet at the funerals. No, ma'am, child, we didn't have no preacher mans much. It too far away to get one when the niggers die. We sung songs, and my ma, she say a Bible verse what old Missy done learnt her. The verse? Lawsy me, child, sure wish I could remember it for you. Them songs? I don't just recollect, but it seemed like they called Gimme Them Golden Slippers. And another one it were I's a going to heaven in the chariot of fire. Sure do wish I could recollect the words and sing 'em for you, child, but I can't no more. My mind, it ain't no good like it what it used to be. Yes, ma'am, child, I sure heard of Mr. Lincoln, but not so much. What that man's want to free us niggers when we so happy and not nothing to worrify us. No, ma'am, I didn't see none dem Yankee soldiers, but I heard of dem, and we always skeered they come. Us all catch us rabbits, and we done left the hindfoots round our neck with a bag of acaffetity. Yes'm, I guess that what I mean. And it sure smell bad, and it keep off the fever too. And if a Yankee catch her with the rabbit's foot and that acaffetity bag round your neck, he sure turn you loose right now. Yes, ma'am, child, I's a Baptist, and sure proud of it. Pray the Lord and go to church, that the onlyest way to keep the devil offen your trail. And then sometime he almost cut you up with you. Lawsy me, child, when the preacher man's baptized me, he had ducked me under the water 'twill I almost drowned. The devil, he got such a hold on me and just won't let go. But the preacher man's, he kept a ducking me and finally shook the devil loose, and he ain't bothered me much since. That is not very much, and dat am a long time ago. Yes, ma'am, child, some of the niggers they run off from old Marse Louis, but they always come back 'bout starved, and do they eat. And old Marse, he always take 'em back and give 'em plenty eatings. Yes, ma'am, he always good to us, and he sure give us niggers plenty eatings all the time. When Christmas come, you know, child, it be so cold, and old Marse, he let us make a big fire, a big fire in the yard round which us live, and us all dance round the fire, And old Missy, she bring us Christmas gift. What would the gift? Lawsy, me child, them mostly red woolen stockings and sometimes a pair of shoeses. And ma, was we proud. And old Mas Lewis, he give the real old niggers, both the mans and the omens, a hot toddy. He, lawsy, me child, them was the good days. Who give an old nigger like me a hot toddy these days? And talking you about them days, child, sure make me wish they was now. End of section 29, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 30 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Randall Lee. Randall Lee of 500 Branson Street, Palatka, Florida, was born at Camden, South Carolina, about 77 years ago, maybe longer. He was the son of Robert and Delia Lee, who during slavery were Robert and Delia Miller, taking the name of their master, as was the custom. His master was Dr. Miller, and his mistress was Mrs. Camilla Miller. He does not know his master's given name, as no other name was ever heard around the plantation except Dr. Miller. Randall was a small boy when the war between the states broke out, but judging from what he remembers, he must have been a boy around 6 or 7 years of age. During the first few years he spent in slavery, Randall had many experiences which made such deep impressions upon his brain that the memory of them still remains clear. The one thing that causes one to believe that he must have been around 7 years of age is the statement that he was not old enough to have tasks of any importance placed upon him, yet he was trusted along with another boy about his own age to carry butter from the plantation dairy 2 miles to the big house. No one would trust a child younger than 6 years of age to handle butter for fear of it being dropped into the dirt. He must have at least reached the age when he was sent 2 miles with a package and was expected to deliver the package intact. He must have understood the necessity of not playing on the way. He stated that he knew not to stop on the 2-mile journey and not to let the butter get dirty. Randall had the pleasure of catching the pig for his father, for Dr. Miller gave each of his best Negro men a pig to raise for himself and family. He was allowed to build a pen for it and raise and fatten it for killing. When killing time came, he was given time to butcher it and grind all the sausage he could make to feed his family. By that method, it helped to solve the feeding problem and also satisfied the slaves. It was more like so many families living around a big house with a boss looking over them, for they were allowed a privilege that very few masters gave their slaves. On the Miller plantation there was a cotton gin. Dr. Miller owned the gin, and it was operated by his slaves. He grew the cotton, picked it, ginned it, and wove it right there. He also had a baler and made the bagging to bale it with. He only had to buy the iron bands that held the bales intact. Dr. Miller was a rich man and had a far-reaching sight into how to work slaves to the best advantage. He was kind to them and knew that the best way to get the best out of men was to keep them well and happy. His arrangement was very much the general way in that he allowed the young men and women to work in the fields and the old women and a few old men to work around the house, in the gin, and at the loom. The old women mostly did the spinning of thread and the weaving of cloth, although in some instances Dr. Miller found a man who was better adapted to weaving than any of his women slaves. Everyone kept his plantation under fence, and men who were old but strong and who had some knowledge of carpentry were sent out to keep the fence in repair and often to build new ones. The fences were not like those of today. They were built of horizontal rails about 6 or 7 feet long, running zigzag fashion. Instead of having straight-line fences and posts at regular points, they did not use posts at all. The bottom rails rested upon the ground, and the zigzag fashion in which they were laid gave strength to the fence. No nails were used to hold the rails in place. If stock was to be let in or out of the places, the planks were unlocked, so to speak, and the stock allowed to enter, after which they were laid back as before. Boys and girls under 10 years of age were never sent into the field to work on the Miller plantation, but were required to mind the smaller children of the family and do chores around the big house for the mistress and her children. Such work as mending was taught to domestic-minded children, and tending food on the pots was allotted others with inborn ability to cook. They were treated well and taught manners, and later was used as dining-room girls and nurses. Randall's father and mother were considered lucky. His father was overseer, and his mother was a waitress. Dr. Miller was a kind and considerate owner, never believed in punishing slaves unless in extreme cases. No overseer, white or colored, could whip his slaves without first bringing the slave before him and having a full understanding as to what the offense was. If it warranted whipping them, it had to be given in his presence so he could see that it was not given unmercifully. He indeed was a doctor and practiced his profession in the keeping of his slaves from bodily harm as well as keeping them well. He gave them medicine when they did not feel well and saw to it that they took needed rest if they were sick and tired. Now, Robert Lee, Randall's father, was brought from Virginia and sold to Dr. Miller when he was a young man. The one who sold him told Dr. Miller, "Here's a nigger who won't take a whipping. He knows his work and will do it, and all you will need to do is tell him what you want, and it's as good as done." Robert Lee never varied from the recommendations his former master gave when he sold him. The old tale of cornbread baked on the hearth, covered with ashes, and sweet potatoes cooked in like manner are vivid memories upon the mind of Randall. Syrup water and plenty of sweetened buttermilk, rice and crackling bread are other foods which were plentiful around the cabin of Randall's parents. Cows were numerous, and the family of Dr. Miller did not need much for their consumption. While they sold milk to neighboring plantations, the Negroes were not denied the amount necessary to keep all strong and healthy. None of the children on the plantation were thin and scrawny, nor did they ever complain of being hungry. The tanning yard was not far from the house Dr. Miller. His own butcher shop was nearby. He had his cows butchered at intervals, and when one died of unnatural causes, it was skinned and the hide tanned on the place. Randall, as a child, delighted in stopping around the tanning yard and watching the men salt the hide. They, after salting it, dug holes and buried it for a number of days. After the salting process was finished, it was treated with a solution of water and oak bark. When the oak bark solution had done its work, it was ready for use. Shoes made of leather were not dyed at that time, but the natural color of the finished hide was thought to be very beautiful, and those who were lucky enough to possess a pair were glad to get them in their natural color. To dye shoes various colors is a new thing when the number of years leather has been dyed is compared with the hundreds of years people knew nothing about it, especially American people. Randall's paternal grandparents were also owned by Dr. Miller and were not sold after he bought them. Levi Lee was his grandfather's name. He was a fine worker in the field, but was taken out of it to be taught the shoemaker's trade. The master placed him under a white shoemaker who taught him all the fine points, if there were any, he knew about the trade. Dr. Miller had an eye for business. Who could make shoes was a great savings to him. Levi made all the shoes and boots the master, mistress, and the Miller family wore. Besides, he made shoes for the slaves who wore them. Not all slaves owned a pair of shoes. Boys and girls under 18 went barefooted, except in winter. Dr. Miller had compassion for them and did not allow them to suffer from the cold by going barefooted in winter. Another good thing to be remembered was the large number of chickens, ducks, and geese which the slaves raised for the doctor. Every slave family could rest his tired body upon a feather bed, for it was allowed him after the members of the master's family were supplied. Moss mattresses also were used under the feather beds, and slaves did not need to have as thick a feather bed on that account. They were comfortable, though, and Randall remembers how he and the other children used to fall down in the middle of the bed and become hidden from view, so soft was the feather mattress. It was especially good to get in bed in winter, but not so pleasant to get up unless Pappy had made the fire early enough for the large one-room cabin to get warm. The children called their own parents Pappy and Mammy in slavery time. Randall remembers how after a foot washing in the old wooden tub, which by the way was simply a barrel cut in half and holes cut into two sides for fingers to catch a hold, he would sit a few minutes with his feet held to the fire so they could dry. He also said his mammy would rub grease under the soles of his feet to keep him from taking cold. It seemed to the child that he had just gone to bed when the old tallow candle was lighted, and his pappy arose and fell upon his knees and prayed aloud for God's blessings and thanked him for another day. The field hands were to be in the field by 5 o'clock, and it meant to rise before day, summer and winter. Not so bad in summer, for it was soon day, but in winter the weather was cold and darkness was longer passing away. When daylight came, field hands had been working an hour or more. Robert Lee, Randall's father, was an overseer, and it meant for him to be up and out with the rest of the men so he could see if things were going all right. The Randall children were not forced up early because they did not eat breakfast with their pappy. Their mother was dining room girl in her mistress's house, so fed the children right from the Miller table. There was no objection offered to this. Dr. Miller was kind, but he did not want his slaves enlightened too much. Therefore, he did not allow much preaching in the church. They could have prayer meeting all they wanted to, but instructions from the Bible were thought dangerous for the slaves. He did not wish them to become too wise and get it into their heads to run away and get free. There was talk about freedom, and Dr. Miller knew it would be only a matter of time when he would lose all his slaves. He said to Randall's mother one day, "Delia, you'll soon be as free as I am." She said, "Sho' enough, Massy?" And he answered, "You sure will." Nothing more was said to any of the slaves until Sherman's army came through, notifying the slaves they were free. The presence of the soldiers caused such a commotion around the plantation that Randall's mind was indelibly impressed with their doings. The Northern soldiers took all the food they could get their hands on and took possession of the cattle and horses and mules. Levi, the brother of Randall, and who was named after his paternal grandfather, was put on a mule, and the mule loaded with provisions and sent 2 miles to the soldiers' camp. Levi liked that, for beside being well treated, he received several pieces of money. The Federal soldiers played with him and gave him all the food he wanted, although the Miller slaves and their children were fed, and there was no reason for the child to be hungry. Levi Lee, the grandfather of young Levi and Randall, had a dream while the soldiers were in camp round about the place. He dreamed that a pot of money was buried in a certain place. The person who showed it to him told him to dig for it on the first rainy night. He kept the dream a secret, and on the first rainy night he went, dug, and found the pot of money right where his dream had told him it would be. He took the pot of money to his cabin and told no one anything about it. He hid it as securely as possible, but when the soldiers were searching for gold and silver money, they did not leave the Negro's cabin out of the search. When they found the money, they thought Levi's master had given him the money to hide as they took it from him. Levi mourned a long time about the loss of his money, and often told his grandchildren that he would have been well fixed when freedom came if he had not been robbed of his money. Paddy rolls, as the men were called, who were sent by the rebels to watch the slaves to prevent their escaping during war times, were very active after freedom. They intimidated the Negroes and threatened them with loss of life if they did not stay and work for their former masters. Dr. Miller did not want any of his slaves treated in such manner. He told them they were free and could take whatever name they desired. Robert Lee, during slavery, was Robert Miller, as were all of the doctor's slaves. After slavery was ended, he chose the name Lee. His brother Aaron took the name Alexander, not thinking how it looked for 2 brothers of the same parents to have different surnames. There are sons of each brother living in Palatka now, one set Lees and the others Alexander. Randall, as was formerly stated, spent very little time in slavery. Most of his knowledge concerning customs which long ago had been abandoned and replaced by more modern ones is of early Reconstruction days, just after the Civil War, when his father began farming on his own plantation. His mother remained home and cared for her house and children. She was of fair complexion, having been the daughter of a half-breed Indian and Negro mother. Her father was white. Her native state was Virginia, and she bore some of the aristocratic traits so commonly among those born in that state of such parentage. She often boasted of her blue blood Virginia stock. Robert Lee, Randall's father, was very prosperous in early Reconstruction days. He owned horses, mules, and a plow. The plow was made of point iron with a wooden handle, not like plows of today, for they are of cast iron and steel. Chickens, ducks, and geese were raised in abundance, and money began accumulating rapidly for Robert and Delia Lee. They began improving their property and trying to give their children some education. It was very hard for those living in small towns and out in the country to go to school, even though they had money to pay for their education. The North sent teachers down, but not every hamlet was favored with such. Randall was taught to farm, and he learned well. He saved his money as he worked and grew to manhood. Years after freedom, he left South Carolina and went to Palatka, Florida, where he is today. He bought some land, and although most of it is hammock land and not much good, he has at intervals been offered good prices for it. Some white people during the boom of 1925-26 offered him a few dollars an acre for it, but he refused to sell, thinking a better price would be offered if he held on. Today finds Randall Lee, an old man with fairly good health. He stated that he had not had a doctor for years, and his thinking faculties are in good order. His eyesight is failing, but he does not allow that to handicap him in getting about. He talks fluently about what he remembers concerning slavery and that which his parents told him. He is between a mulatto and brown skin, with good mixed gray and black hair. His features are regular, not showing much Negro blood. He is tall and looks to weigh about 165 pounds. His wife lives with him in their 2-story frame house, which shows that they have had better days financially. The man and wife both show interest in the progress of the Negro race and possess some books about the history of the Negro. One book of particular interest, and one of which the wife of Randall Lee thinks a great deal, was written, according to her story, by John Brown. It is called The History of the Colored Race in America. She could not find but a few pages of it when interviewed, but declared she had owned the entire book for years. The pages she had showed with such pride were 415 to 449 inclusive. The book was written in the year 1836, and the few pages produced by her gave information concerning the Negro Lovejoy of St. Louis, Missouri. It is the same man for whom the city of Lovejoy, Illinois is named. The other book she holds with pride and guards jealously is The College of Life by Henry Davenport Northrop, D.D., Honorable Joseph R. Gray, and Professor I. Garland Penn. It was entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1900 by Horace C. Fry in the office of the Librarian of Congress at Washington, D.C. End of Section 30. Section 31 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Edward Lycurgus. Pap, tell us another story about the war, about the first time you saw Mama. It has been almost 60 years since a group of children gathered about their father's knee, clamoring for another story. They listened round-eyed to stories they already knew because Pap had told them so many times before. These narratives, along with the great changes he has seen, were carefully recorded in the mind of Edward, the only one of the group now alive. Pap was always ready to oblige with a story that never tired of. He could always be depended upon to begin at the beginning, for he loved to tell it. It all begun with our ship being took off the coast of Newport News, Virginia. We was running the blockade, selling guns and whatnot to them Northerners. We ain't had nothing to do with the war, understand. We English folks was out of the money. Whose war? The North and the South, of course. I hear my captain say many a time as how they was playing ball with the poor niggers. Once I said, you can't keep your niggers less'n you pay 'em and treat 'em like other folks. Mind you, that wasn't the real reason. They was mad at the South, but it was one of the ways they could be herded to free the niggers. The South said, these is our niggers and we'll do to them as we please. And so the rumpus got worse than it was afore. The North had all the money and called itself the government. The South ain't had nothing but a determination not to be outdid, so we dealt with the North. The South was called the rebels. So when they see a ship off the coast, they hailed it, and when we kept going, they fired at us. 'Twa'n't long before we was being unloaded and marched off to the lousiest jail I ever been in. My captain kept telling 'em we was English subjects and could not be helped. Me, I was a scairt man, 'cause I was always free, and over here they took it for granted that all black men should be slaves. The jailer felt my muscles one day, when he had marched me out at the point of his musket to fill the watering troughs for the horses. He wanted to know who I belonged to, and offered to buy me. When nobody claimed me, they was forced to let me go along with the other Britishers, as our ship had been destroyed. We had to get back home best we could. They didn't dare hold us no longer. As the war was being fit, we was forced to separate, 'cause a lot of us would cause suspicion traipsing about the country. Me, I took off southward and away from the war belt, traveling as far as St. Augustine. It was a dangerous journey, as anybody was liable to pick me off for a runaway slave. I was forced to hide in the daytime if I was near a settlement and travel at night. I met many runaway slaves. Some was trying to get north and fight for the freeing of their people. Others was just running away 'cause they could. Many of them had no idea where they was going and told of having good masters, but one and all, they had a strong notion to see what it was like to own your own body. I felt worlds better when I reached St. Augustine. Many ships landed there, and I knowed I could get my way back at least to the West Indies, where I come from. I showed my papers to everybody that mounted to anything, and they knowed I was a free nigger. I had plenty of money on me, and I made a big to-do among the other free men I met. One day I went to the slave market and watched them barter off poor niggers like they was hogs. Whole families sold together, and some was split. Mother gone to one master, and father and children gone to others. They'd bring a slave out on the platform and open his mouth, pound his chest, make him harden his muscles so the buyer could see what they was getting. Young men was called bucks, and young women wenches. The person that offered the best price was the buyer, and they showed to get rid of some pretty gals. They always looked so shame and pitiful up on that stand, with all them men standing there looking at 'em with what they had on their mind shining in their eyes. One little gal walked up and left her mammy mourning so pitiful 'cause she had to be sold. Seems like they all belong in a family where nobody ever was sold. My, she was a pretty gal. And that's why your mama's name's Julia instead of Mary Jane or Hannah or something else. She cost me $950 and then my own freedom. But she was worth it, every bit of it. After that, I put off my trip back home and made her home my home for 3 years. Then with our 2 young children, we left Florida and went to the West Indies to live. We traveled about a bit, getting as far as England. We got letters from your ma's folks, and they just had to see her, or else somebody would have died, so we sailed back into the war. Freedom was declared soon after we got back into this country, and the whole country was turned upside down. The po' niggers went mad. Some refused to work, and they didn't stay in one place long enough to do a thing. The crops suffered, and soon we had starvation times for about 2 years. After that, everybody learnt to think of a rainy day, and things got better. Edward recalls of hearing his father tell of eating wild hog salad and cabbage palms. It was a common occurrence to see whole families subsisting on any wild plant not known to be poisonous if it contained the least food value. The freedmen helped those who were newly liberated to gain a footing. Prior to emancipation, they had not been allowed to associate with slaves for fear they might engender them into the desire to be free. The freedmen bore the brunt of the white man's suspicion whenever there was a slave uprising. They were always accusing them of being instigators. Edward often heard his mother tell of the patter rollers, a group of white men who caught and administered severe whippings to those unfortunate slaves. They also corralled slaves back to their masters if they were caught out after 9 o'clock at night without a pass from their masters. George Lycurgus was born at Liverpool, England, and became a seaman at an early age. Edward thinks he might have had a fair education if he had had the chance. The mother, Julia Gray Lycurgus, was the daughter of Barbara and David Gray, slaves of the Flemings of Clay County, Florida. These slaves were inherited from generation to generation, and no one ever thought to sell one except for punishment or in dire necessity. They were treated kindly, and like most slaves of the wealthy, had no knowledge of the real cruelties of slavery, but upon the death of their owner, it became necessary to parcel the slaves out to different heirs, some of whom did not believe in holding these unfortunates. These would-be abolitionists were not adverse to placing at auction their share of the slaves, however. It was on this occasion that George Lycurgus saw and bought the girl who was to become his wife. Both are now dead, and also the several children, except Edward, who tells their story here. Edward Lycurgus was born on October 28, 1872, at St. Augustine, Florida, shortly after the return of the family from the West Indies. He lived on his father's farm, sharing at an early age the hard work that seemed always in abundance, and listening in awe to the stories of the recent war. He heard his elders give thanks for their freedom, and when they attended church, and wondered what it was all about. No one failed to attend church on Sundays, and all work ceased in the vicinity where a camp meeting was held. Farmers flocked to the meeting from all parts of St. Johns County. They brought food in their large baskets. Some owned buggies, but most of them hauled their families in wagons or walked. The camp meetings would sometimes last for several days, according to the spiritual fervor exhibited by those attending. Lycurgus recalls the stirring sermons and spirituals that rang through the woods and could be heard for several miles on a clear day, and the river baptisms. These climaxed the meetings and were attended by large crowds of whites in the neighborhood. All candidates were dressed in white gowns, stockings and towels wound about their heads bandana fashion. 2 by 2 they were marched to the river from the spot where they had dressed. There was always some stirring song to accompany their slow march to the river. "Take me to the water to be baptized" was the favorite spiritual for this occasion. As in all things, some attended camp meetings for the opportunity it afforded them to indulge in illicit lovemaking. Others went to show their finery, and there was plenty of it according to Lycurgus's statement. There seemed to be beautiful clothing, fine teams and buggies everywhere, a sort of reaction from the restraint upon them in slavery. Many wore clothing they could not afford. There seemed to be a deeper interest in politics during these times. Mass meetings, engineered by carpetbaggers, were often held and largely attended, although the father of Edward did not hold with these activities very much. He often heard the preacher point out Negroes who attended the meetings and attained prominence in politics as an example for members of his flock to follow. He believes he recalls hearing the name of Joseph Gibbs. Next to the preacher, the Negro school teacher was held in greatest respect. Until the year of the Sheik, earthquake of 1886, there were no Negro school teachers on St. Johns County and no school buildings. They attended classes at the fort and were taught by white women who had come from up north for this purpose. Edward was able to learn very little from his blueback Webster because his help was needed on the farm. He was a lover of home, very shy, and did not care much for courting. He remained with his parents until their deaths and did not leave the vicinity for many years. He is still unmarried and resides at the Clara White Mission, Jacksonville, Florida, where he receives a small salary for the piddling jobs around the place that he is able to do. End of Section 31.
Section 32 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Section 32, Amanda McCrae. Mrs. McCrae was sitting on her porch, crooning softly to herself and rocking so gently that one might easily have thought the wind was swaying her chair. Her eyes were closed, her hands, incredibly old and work-worn, were slowly folding and unfolding on her lap. She listened quietly to the interviewer's request for some of the highlights of her life, and finally exclaimed, "Child, why'n you look for among the living for the highlights?" There was nothing resentful in this expression, only the patient weariness of one who has been dragged through the boundaries of a yesterday, from which he was inseparable, and catapulted into a present with which he has nothing in common. After being assured that her life story was of real interest to someone, she warmed up and talked quite freely of the life and times as they existed in her day. How old was she? She confessed quite frankly that she never knowed her age. She was a grown-up during the Civil War, when she was commandeered by Union soldiers invading the country and employed as a cook. Her owner, one Redding Parnell, possessed 100 or more slaves, and was, according to her statement, very kind to them. It was on his plantation that she was born. Amanda McCrae is one of several children born to Jacob and Mary Williams, the latter being blind since Amanda could remember. Children on the Parnell plantation led a carefree existence until they were about 12 years of age, when they were put to light chores like carrying water and food, picking seed from cotton lint — there were no cotton gins — and minding the smaller children. They were duly schooled in all the current superstitions, and listened to the tales of ghosts and animals that talked and reasoned, tales common to the Negro today. Little Mandy believes to this day that hogs can see the wind, and that all animals talk like men on Christmas morning at a certain time. Children wore mole's feet and pearl buttons around their necks to ensure easy teething, and had their legs bathed in a concoction of wasp nests and vinegar if they were slow about learning to walk. This was supposed to strengthen the weak limbs. It was a common occurrence to see a child of 2 or 3 years still nursing at the mother's breast. Their masters encouraged the slaves to do this, thinking it made strong bones and teeth. At Christmas time, the slave children all trooped to the big house, and stood outside crying "Christmas gift" to their master and mistress. They were never disappointed. Gifts consisted mostly of candies, nuts, and fruits, but there was always some useful article of clothing included, something they were not accustomed to having. Once little Mandy received a beautiful silk dress from her young mistress, who knew how much she liked beautiful clothes. She was a very happy child, and loved the dress so much that she never wore it except on some special occasion. Amanda was trained to be a house servant, learning to cook and knit from the blind mother who refused to let this handicap affect her usefulness. She liked best to sew the fine muslins and silks of her mistress, making beautiful hooped dresses that required 8 and 10 yards of cloth, and sometimes as many as 7 petticoats to enhance their fullness. Hoops for these dresses were made of grapevines that were shaped while green and cured in the sun before using. Beautiful imported laces were used to trim the petticoats and pantaloons of the wealthy. The Parnell slaves had a Negro minister who could hold services any time he chose, so long as he did not interfere with the work of the other slaves. He was not obliged to do hard menial labors, and went about the plantation all dressed up in a frock coat and store-bought shoes. He was more than a little conscious of this and was held in awe by the others. He often visited neighboring plantations to hold his services. It was from this minister that they first heard of the Civil War. He held whispered prayers for the success of the Union soldiers, not because freedom was so desirable to them, but for other slaves who were treated so cruelly. There was a praying ground where the grass never had a chance to grow for the troubled knees that kept it crushed down. Amanda was an exceptionally good cook, and so widespread was this knowledge that the Union soldiers employed her as a cook in their camp for a short while. She does not remember any of their officers, and thinks they were no better nor worse than the others. These soldiers committed no depredations in her section, except to confiscate whatever they wanted in the way of food and clothing. Some married Southern girls. Mr. Parnell made land grants to all slaves who wanted to remain with him. Few left, so kind had he been to them all. Life went on in much the same manner for Amanda's family, except that the children attended school, where a white teacher instructed them from a blue-back Webster. Amanda was a young woman, but she managed to learn to read a little. Later, they had colored teachers who followed much the same routine as the whites had. They were held in awe by the other Negroes, and every little girl yearned to be a teacher, as this was about the only professional field open to Negro women at that time. After the war, Negroes blossomed out with fine phaetons, buggies, and sealed houses and clothes, oh my! Mrs. McCrae did not keep up with the politics of her time, but remembers hearing about Joe Gibbs, member of the Florida legislature. There was much talk then of Booker T. Washington, and many thought him a fool for trying to start a school in Alabama for Negroes. She recalls the Negro postmaster, who served 2 or 3 terms at Madison. She could not give his name. There have been 3 widespread panics, depressions, during her lifetime, but Mrs. McCrae thinks this is the worst one. During the Civil War, coffee was so dear that meal was parched and used as a substitute. But now, she remarked, you can't hardly get the meal for the bread. Her husband and children are all dead, and she lives with a niece who is no longer young herself. Circumstances are poor here. The niece earns her living as laundress and domestic worker, receiving a very poor wage. Mrs. McCrae is now quite infirm and almost blind. She seems happiest talking of the past that was a bit kinder to her. At present she lives on the northeast corner of First and Macon Streets. The post office address is number 11, Madison, Florida. End of section 32, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 33 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by various Henry Maxwell. Up from Slavery might well be called this short biographical sketch of Henry Maxwell, who first saw the light of day on October 17, 1859, in Lowndes County, Georgia. His mother Anne was born in Virginia, and his father Robert was born in South Carolina. Captain Peters, Anne's owner, bought Robert Maxwell from Charles Howell as a husband for Anne. To this union were born 7 children, 2 girls, Elizabeth and Rosetta, and 5 boys, Richard Henry Sims, Solomon, and Sonny. After the death of Captain Peters in 1863, Elizabeth and Richard were sold to the Gaines family. Rosetta and Robert, the father, were purchased away from the Peters estate by Isham Peters, Captain Peters' son, and Henry and Sims were bought by James Bamberg, husband of Izzy Peters, daughter of Captain Peters. Solomon and Sonny were born after slavery. Just a tot when the Civil War gave him and his people freedom. Maxwell's memories of bondage days are vivid through the experiences related by older Negroes. He relates the story of the plantation owner who trained his dogs to hunt escaped slaves. He had a Negro youth hide in a tree some distance away, and then he turned the pack loose to follow him. One day he released the bloodhounds too soon, and they soon overtook the boy and tore him to pieces. When the youth's mother heard of the atrocity, she burst into tears which were only silenced by the threats of her owner to set the dogs on her. Maxwell also relates tales of the terrible beatings that the slaves received for being caught with a book or for trying to run away. After the Civil War, the Maxwell family was united for a short while, and later they drifted apart to go their various ways. Henry and his parents resided for a while longer in Lowndes County, and in 1880 they came to Titusville with the two younger children, Solomon and Sonny. Here Henry secured work with a farmer for whom he worked for $12 a month. In 1894 he purchased a small orange grove and began to cultivate oranges. Today he owns over 30 acres of orange groves and controls nearly 200 more acres. He is said to be worth around $250,000 and is Titusville's most influential and respected colored citizen. He is married but has no children. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Christine Mitchell. An interesting description of the slave days just prior to the war between the states is given by Christine Mitchell of St. Augustine. Christine was born in slavery at St. Augustine, remaining on the plantation until she was about 10 years old. During her slave days, she knew many of the slaves on plantations in the St. Augustine vicinity. Several of these plantations, she says, were very large, and some of them had as many as 100 slaves. The ex-slave, who is now 84 years old, recalls that at least 3 of the plantations in the vicinity were owned or operated by Minorcans. She said that the Minorcans were popularly referred to in this section as Turnbull darkies, a name they apparently resented. This caused many of them, she claims, to drop or change their names to Spanish or American surnames. Christine moved to Fernandina a few years after her freedom, and there lived near the southern tip of Amelia Island, where Negro ex-slaves lived in a small settlement all their own. This settlement still exists, although many of its former residents are either dead or have moved away. Christine describes the little Amelia Island community as practically self-sustaining, its residents raising their own food, meats, and other commodities. Fishing was a favored vocation with them, and some of them established themselves as small merchants of seafoods. Several of the families of Amelia Island, according to the ex-slave, were large ones, and her own relatives, the Drummonds, were among the largest of these. Christine Mitchell regards herself as one of the oldest remaining ex-slaves in the St. Augustine section, and is very well known in the neighborhood of her home at St. Francis and Oneida Streets. End of Section 34. Section 35 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Lindsay Moore, an ex-slave who was resourceful. In a little blacksmith shop at 1114 Madison Street, Palatka, is a busy little horseshoer who was born in slavery 87 years ago. Lindsay Moore, blacksmith, leather tanner, ex-marble shooting champion, and a number of other things, represents one of the most resourceful former slaves yet found in the state. Moore was born in 1850 on the plantation of John B. Overtree in Forsyth County, Georgia. He was one of the 6 children of Eliza Moore. All of them remained the property of Overtree until freed. On the Overtree plantation, the slave children were allowed considerable time for play until their 10th or 12th years. Lindsay took full advantage of this opportunity and became very skillful at marble shooting. It was here that he first learned to utilize his talents profitably. Massa Overtree discovered the ability of Lindsay and other urchin to shoot marbles and began taking him into town to compete with the little slaves of other owners. There would be betting on the winners. Mr. Overtree won some money in this manner, Lindsay and his companion being consistent winners. But Lindsay saw possibilities other than the glory of his victories in this new game. With pennies that some of the spectators tossed him, he began making small wagers of his own with his competitors, and soon had amassed quite a small pile of silver for those days. Although shoes were unheard of in Lindsay's youth, he used to watch carefully whenever a cow was skinned and its hide tanned to make shoes for the women and the folks in the big house. Through his attention to the tanning operations, he learned everything about tanning except one solution he could not discover. It was not until years later that he learned that the jealously guarded ingredient was plain salt and water. By the time he had learned it, however, he had so mastered the tanning operations that he had once added it to his sources of livelihood. Lindsay escaped much of the farm work on the Overtree place by learning to skillfully assist the women who made cloth out of the cotton from the fields. He grew very fast at cleaning rods, clearing the looms, and other operations. When at 13 it became time for him to pick cotton, he had become so fast at helping with spinning and weighing the cotton that others had picked that he almost entirely escaped the picking himself. Soap making was another of the plantation arts that Lindsay mastered early. His ability to save every possible ounce of grease from the meats he cooked added many choice bits of pork to his otherwise meatless fare. He was able to spend many hours in the shade, pouring water over oak ashes that other slaves were passing, picking cotton or hoeing potatoes in the burning sun. Lindsay's first knowledge of the approach of freedom came when he heard a loud brass band coming down the road toward the plantation, playing a strange, lively tune, while a number of soldiers in blue uniforms marched behind. He ran to the front gate and was ordered to take charge of the horse of one of the officers in such an abrupt tone until he began shaking in my bare feet. There followed much talk between the officers and Lindsay's mistress, with the soldiers finally going into encampment a short distance away from the plantation. The soldiers took command of the spring that was used for a water supply for the plantation, giving Lindsay another opportunity to make money. He would be sent from the plantation to the spring for water, and on the way back would pass through the camp of the soldiers. These would be happy to pay a few pennies for a cup of water, rather than take the long hike to the spring themselves. Lindsay would empty bucket after bucket before finally returning to the plantation. Out of his profits, he bought his first pair of shoes, although nearly a grown man. The soldiers finally departed, with all but 5 of the Overtree slaves joylessly trooping behind them. Before leaving, however, they tore up the railroad and its station, burning the ties and heating the rails until red, then twisting them around tree trunks. Wheat fields were trampled by their horses, and devastation left on all sides. Lindsay and his mother were among those who stayed at the plantation. When freedom became general, his father began farming on a tract that was later turned over to Lindsay. Lindsay operated the farm for a while, but later desired to learn horseshoeing and apprenticed himself to a blacksmith. At the end of 3 years, he had become so proficient that his former master rewarded him with a $5 bonus for shoeing one horse. Possessing now the trades of blacksmithing, tanning and weaving and spinning, Lindsay was tempted to follow some of his former associates to the north, but was discouraged from doing so by a few who returned, complaining bitterly about the unaccustomed cold and the difficulty of making a living. He moved south instead and settled in the area around Palatka. He is still in the section, being recognized as an excellent blacksmith despite his more than 80 years. End of Section 35. Section 36 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Mack McMullen. Mack McMullen, a former slave who now lives at 521 West 1st Street, Jacksonville, Florida, was born in Americus, Georgia, in 1857, 8 years before emancipation, on a plantation which covered an area of approximately 5 miles. Upon this expansive plantation, about 200 slaves lived and labored. At its main entrance stood a large white colonial mansion. In this abode lived Dick Snellings, the master, and his family. The Snellings plantation produced cotton, corn, oats, wheat, peanuts, potatoes, cane, and other commodities. The livestock consisted primarily of hogs and cattle. There was on the plantation what was known as a crib, where oats, corn, and wheat were stored, and a smokehouse for pork and beef. The slaves received their rations weekly. It was apportioned according to the number in the family. Mack McMullen's mother was named Ellen, and his father Sam. Ellen was a housewoman, and Sam did the blacksmithing. Ellen personally attended Mrs. Snellings, the master's wife. Mack, being quite young, did not have any particular duties assigned to him, but stayed around the Snellings mansion and played. Sometimes Master Snellings would take him on his knee and talk to him. Mack remembers that he often told him that someday he was going to be a nobleman. He said that he was going to make him the head overseer. He would often give him candy and money and take him in his buggy for a ride. Plantation life. The slaves lived in cabins called quarters, which were constructed of lumber and logs. A white man was their overseer. He assigned the slaves their respective tasks. There was also a slave known as a caller. He came round to the slave cabins every morning at 4 o'clock and blew a cow horn, which was a signal for the slaves to get up and prepare themselves for work in the fields. All of them, on hearing this horn, would arise and prepare their meal. By 6 o'clock they were on their way to the fields. They would work all day, stopping only for a brief period at midday to eat. Mack McMullen says that some of the most beautiful spirituals were sung while they labored. The women wore towels wrapped around their heads for protection from the sun, and most of them smoked pipes. The overseer often took Mack with him astride his horse as he made his rounds to inspect the work being done. About sundown, the cow horn of the caller was blown, and all hands stopped work and made their way back to their cabins, one behind the other as they marched singing, "I'm going to wait till Jesus comes." After arriving at their cabins, they would prepare their meals. After eating, they would sometimes gather in front of a cabin and dance to the tunes played on the fiddle and the drum. The popular dance at the time was known as the figure dance. At 9 p.m., the overseer would come around. Everything was supposed to be quiet at that hour. Some of the slaves would turn in for the night, while others would remain up as long as they wished or as long as they were quiet. The slaves were sometimes given special holidays, and on those days they would give quilting parties, quilt making, and dances. These parties were sometimes held on their own plantation and sometimes on a neighboring one. Slaves who ordinarily wanted to visit another plantation had to get a permit from the master. If they were caught going off the plantation without a permit, they were severely whipped by the patrolmen. white men especially assigned to patrol duty around the plantation to prevent promiscuous wandering from plantations and runaways. Whipping. There was a white man assigned only to whip the slaves when they were insubordinate. However, they were not allowed to whip them too severely, as Master Snellings would not permit it. He would say, "A slave is no use to me, beaten to death." Marriage. When one slave fell in love with another and wanted to marry, they were given a license, and the matrimony was sealed. There was no marriage ceremony performed. A license was all that was necessary to be considered married. In the event that the lovers lived on separate plantations, the master of one of them would buy the other lover, or wedded one, so they would be together. When this could not be arranged, they would have to visit one another, but live on their respective plantations. Religion. The slaves had a regular church house, which was a small-sized building constructed of boards. Preaching was conducted by a colored minister, especially assigned to this duty. On Tuesday evenings, prayer meeting was held. On Thursday evenings, preaching, and on Sundays, both morning and evening, preaching. At these services, the slaves would get happy and shout excitedly. Those desiring to accept Christ were admitted for baptism. Baptism. On baptismal day, the candidates, attired in white robes which they had made, marched down to the river, where they were immersed by the minister. Slaves from neighboring plantations would come to witness this sacred ceremony. McMullen recalls that many times his master, on going to view a baptism, took him along in his buggy. It was a happy scene, he relates. The slaves would be in there in great numbers, scattered about over the banks of the river. Much shouting and singing went on. Some of the sisters and brothers would get so happy that they would lose control of themselves and fall out. It was then said that the Holy Ghost had struck them. The other slaves would view this phenomena with awe and reverence and wait for them to come out of it. Those were happy days, and that was real religion, McMullen said. Education. The slaves were not giving any formal education. However, Mullen's master was not as rigid as some of the slaveholders in prohibiting the slaves from learning to read and write. Mrs. Snellings, the mistress, taught Mack's mother to read and write a little, and Mr. Snellings also taught Mack's father how to read, write, and figure. Having learned a little, they would in turn impart their knowledge to their fellow slaves. Freedom. Mullen vividly recalls the day that he heard of their emancipation. Loud reports from guns were heard echoing through the woods and plantations. After a while, Yankee soldiers came and informed him that they were free. Mr. Snelling showed no resistance, and he was not armed. The slaves, on hearing this good news of freedom, burst out in song and praises to God. It was a gala day. No work was done for a week. The time was spent in celebrating. The master told his slaves that they were free and could go wherever they wanted to, or they could remain with him if they wished. Most of his 200 slaves refused to leave him because he was considered a good master. They were thereafter given individual farms, mules, and farm implements with which to cultivate the land. Their former master got a share out of what was raised. There was no more whipping, no more forced labor, and hours were less drastic. McMullen's parents were among those slaves who remained. They lived there until Mr. Snellings died, and then moved to Eisenvillen, near Amicus, Georgia, where his father opened a blacksmith shop and made enough money to buy some property. Another child was added to the family, a girl named Mariah. By this time, Mack had become a young man with a strong desire to travel, so he bade his parents farewell and headed for Tampa, Florida. After living there a while, he came to Jacksonville, Florida. At the time of his arrival in Jacksonville, Bay Street was paved with blocks, and there were no hard surface streets in the city. He was one of the construction foremen of the Windsor Hotel. McMullen is tall, gray-haired, sharp-featured, and of Caucasian strain. His mother was a mulatto, with a keen mind and an appearance that belies his 75 years. He laments that he was freed because his master was good to his slaves. He says, "We had everything we wanted. Never did I think it'd come to this. Got to get relief." End of section 36.
Section 37 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Section 37, Louis Napoleon. About 3 miles from South Jacksonville proper down the old St. Augustine Road lives one Louis Napoleon, an ex-slave, born in Tallahassee, Florida, about 1857, 8 years prior to emancipation. His parents were Scipio and Edith Napoleon, being originally owned by Colonel John S. Sammis of Arlington, Florida, and the Floyd family of St. Mary's, Georgia, respectively. Scipio and Edith were sold to Arthur Randolph, a physician and large plantation owner of Fort Lewis, about 5 miles from the capital at Tallahassee. On this large plantation that covered an area of about 8 miles and composed approximately of 90 slaves is where Louis Napoleon first saw the light of day. Louis's father was known as the wagoner. His duties were to haul the commodities raised on the plantation and other things that required a wagon. His mother, Edith, was known as a breeder and was kept in the palatial Randolph mansion to loom cloth for the Randolph family and slaves. The cloth was made from the cotton raised on the plantation's fertile fields. As Louis was so young, he had no particular duties, only to look for hen nests, gather eggs, and play with the master's 3 young boys. There were 7 children in the Randolph family, 3 young boys, 2 missy girls, and 2 grown sons. Louis would go fishing and hunting with the 3 younger boys and otherwise engage with them in their childish pranks. He says that his master and mistress were very kind to the slaves and would never whip them, nor would he allow the driver, who was a white man named Barton, to do so. Barton lived in a home especially built for him on the plantation. If the driver whipped any of them, all that was necessary for the slave who had been whipped was to report it to the master, and the driver was dismissed, as he was a salaried man. Plantation life. The slaves lived in log cabins especially built for them. They were sealed and arranged in such a manner as to retain the heat in the winter from the large fireplaces constructed therein. Just before the dawn of day, the slaves were aroused from their slumber by a loud blast from a cow horn that was blown by the driver as a signal to prepare themselves for the fields. The plantation being so expansive, those who had to go a long distance to the area where they worked were taken in wagons. Those working nearby walked. They took their meals along with them and had their breakfast and dinner on the fields. An hour was allowed for this purpose. The slaves worked while they sang spirituals to break the monotony of long hours of work. At the setting of the sun, with their day's work all done, they returned to their cabins and prepared their evening's meal. Having finished this, the religious among them would gather at one of the cabin doors and give thanks to God in form of long supplications and old-fashioned songs. Many of them, being highly emotional, would respond in shouts of hallelujah, sometimes causing the entire group to become happy, concluding in shouting and praise to God. The wicked slaves expended their pent-up emotions in song and dance. Gathering at one of the cabin doors, they would sing and dance to the tunes of a fife, banjo, or fiddle that was played by one of their number. Finished with this diversion, they would retire to await the dawn of a new day which indicated more work. The various plantations had white men employed as patrols, whose duties were to see that the slaves remained on their own plantations, and if they were caught going off without a permit from the master, they were whipped with a rawhide by the driver. There was an exception to this rule, however. On Sundays, the religious slaves were allowed to visit other plantations where religious services were being held without having to go through the matter of having a permit. Religion. There was a free colored man who was called Father James Page, owned by a family of Parkers of Tallahassee. He was freed by them to go and preach to his own people. He could read and write and would visit all the plantations in Tallahassee, preaching the gospel. Each plantation would get a visit from him one Sunday of each month. The slaves on the Randolph plantation would congregate in one of the cabins to receive him, where he would read the Bible and preach and sing. Many times the services were punctuated by much shouting from the happy ones. At these services the sacrament was served to those who had accepted Christ. Those who had not and were willing to accept him were received and prepared for baptism on the next visit of Father Page. On the day of baptism, the candidates were attired in long, white, flowing robes, which had been made by one of the slaves. Amidst singing and praises they marched, being flanked on each side by other believers, to a pond or lake on the plantation, and after the usual ceremony they were ducked into the water. This was a day of much shouting and praying. Education. The two Missy girls of the Randolph family were dutiful each Sunday morning to teach the slaves their catechism or Sunday school lesson. Aside from this, there was no other training. The War and Freedom. Mr. Napoleon relates that the doctor's two oldest sons went to the war with the Confederate Army, also the white driver, Barton. His place was filled by one of the slaves named Peter Parker. At the closing of the war, word was sent around among the slaves that if they heard the report of a gun, it was the Yankees, and that they were free. It was in May, in the middle of the day, cotton and corn being planted, plowing going on, and slaves busily engaged in their usual activities, when suddenly the loud report of a gun resounded. Then could be heard the slaves crying almost en masse, "Dem the Yankees!" Straightway they dropped the plows, hoes, and other farm implements and hurried to their cabins. They put on their best clothes to go see the Yankees. Through the countryside to the town of Tallahassee they went. The roads were quickly filled with these happy souls. The streets of Tallahassee were clustered with these jubilant people going here and there to catch a glimpse of the Yankees, their liberators. Napoleon says it was a joyous and unforgettable occasion. When the Randolph slaves returned to their plantation, Dr. Randolph told them they were free, and if they wanted to go away, they could, and if not, they could remain with him, and he would give them half of what was raised on the farms. Some of them left. However, some remained, having no place to go. They decided it was best to remain until the crops came off, thus earning enough to help them in their new venture in home-seeking. Those slaves who were too old and not physically able to work remained on the plantation and were cared for by Dr. Randolph until their death. Napoleon's father, Scipio, got a transfer from the government to his former master, Colonel Sammis of Arlington, and there he lived for a while. He soon got employment with a Mr. Hattie of the town, and after earning enough money, bought a tract of land from him there and farmed. There his family lived and increased. Louis, being the oldest of the children, obtained odd jobs with the various settlers, among them being Governor Reed of Florida, who lived in South Jacksonville. Governor Reed raised cattle for market, and Napoleon's job was to bring them across the St. Johns River on a litter to Jacksonville, where they were sold. Louis Napoleon is now aged and infirm, his father and mother having died many years ago. He now lives with one of his younger brothers, who has a fair-sized orange grove on the south side of Jacksonville. He retains the property that his father first bought after freedom and on which they lived in Arlington. His hair is white, and he is bent with age and ill health, but his mental faculties are exceptionally keen for one his age. He proudly tells you that his master was good to his niggers, and cannot recall but one time that he saw him whip one of them, and that was when one tried to run away to the Yankees. Only memories of a kind master in his days of servitude remain with him, as he recalls the dark days of slavery. End of Section 37. Section 38 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives by Various. Section 38, Margaret Nickerson. In her own vernacular, Margaret Nickerson was born to William A. Carr on his plantation near Jackson, Leon County, many years ago. When questioned concerning her life on this plantation, she continues, "Now, honey, it's been so long I don't remember everything, but I will tell you what I can as near right as possible. I can remember 5 of Massa Carr's children, Florida, Susan, Elijah, Willie, and Tom, 'cause Carr never allowed us to have a piece of paper in our hands. Mr. Kilgo was the first overseer I remember. I was big enough to tote meat and stuff from the smokehouse to the kitchen, and to tote water in and get wood for Granny to cook the dinner and for the sucklers who nursed the babies, and I carried dinners back to the hands. On this plantation there was about 100 head. Cooking was done in the fireplace in iron pots, and the meals was plenty of peas, greens, cornbread, burnt corn for coffee. Often the master brought some coffee for us. We got water from the open well. Just afore the big gun fired, they fetched my pa from the bay where he was making salt. He had heard them say, 'The Yankees is comin',' and was so glad. There was rice, cotton, corn, tater fields to be tended to, and cowhides to be tanned, thread to be spinned, and thread was made into ropes for plow lines. Old Master Carr fed us, but he did not care what and where, just so you made that money, and when you made 5 or 6 bales of cotton, he said, 'You ain't doing nothing.' When the big gun fired on a Saturday, me and Cabe and Minnie Howard was setting up corn for the plowers to come along and put dirt to 'em. Carr read the free papers to us on Sunday, and the corn and cotton had to be tended to. He told us he was going to give us the net proceeds. Ha ha! What turned out to be the corn and cotton stalks. Then he asked them what would stay with him to step off on the right, and them that was leaving to step off on the left. My pa made soap from ashes when cleaning new ground. He took a hopper to put the ashes in, made a little stool side the house, put ashes in, and poured water on it to drip. At night, after getting off from work, he'd put in the grease and make the soap. I made it sometimes, and I make it now myself. My steppa used to make shoes from cowhide for the farmhands on the plantation, and and for everybody on the plantation, 'cept old Massa and his family. They was different. Fine. My grandma was Phoebe Austin. My mother was named Rachel Jackson, and my pa was named Edmund Jackson. My mother and Uncle Robert and Joe was stole from Virginia and fetched here. I don't know no niggers that listed in the war. I don't remember much about the war, only when they started talking about drilling men for the war. Joe Sanders was a lieutenant. Massa Carr's sons, Tom and Willie, went to the war. We didn't had no doctors, only the grannies. We mostly used ipecac for medicine. As I said, Kilgo was the first overseer I recollect. Then Sanders was next, and Joe Sanders after him. John C. Hayward came in after Sanders, and when the big gun fired, old man Brockington was there. I never saw a nigger sold, but they carried 'em from our house, and I never saw 'em no more. We had church with the white preachers, and they told us to mind our masters and misses, and we'd be saved. If not, they said we wouldn't. They never told us nothing about Jesus. On Sunday, after working hard all the week, they would lay down to sleep and be so tired. Soon as you get sleep, the overseer would come and wake you up and make you go to church. When the big gun fired, old man Carr had 6 sacks of Confederate money what he was carrying with him to Athens, Georgia. And all the time if any of us gals where he was and asked him, "Massa, please give us some money," he'd say, "I ain't got a cent." And right then he would have a chest so full it would take a whole passel of slaves to move it. He had plenty corn, taters, pumpkins, hogs, cows, everything. But he didn't get us nothing but strong, plain clothes and plenty to eat. We slept on old common beds, and my pa made up little cribs and put hay in them for the children. Now, if you want to keep in with Master Carr, don't drop your shoes in the field and leave 'em. He'd beat you. You must tote your shoes from one field to the other. Didn't a dog'd be better than you. He'd say, "You gun-hating devil, dropping your shoes and everything over the field." Now, just listen. I want to tell you all I can, but I wants to tell it right. Wait now, I don't want to make no mistakes, and I don't want to lie on nobody. I ain't mad now, and I know 'tain't no use to lie. I taken my time. I done prayed and got all the malice out of my heart. And I ain't going to tell no lie for 'em, and I ain't going to tell no lie on 'em. I ain't never seed no slave sold by Master Carr. He was always telling me he was going to sell me, but he never did. He sold my pa's first wife, though. There was Uncle George Bull. He could read and write. And, child, the white folk didn't like no nigger what could read or write. Carr's wife, Miss Jane, used to teach us Sunday school, but she did not allow us to touch a book with us hands. So they used to just take Uncle George Bull and beat him for nothing. They would beat him and take him to the lake and put him on a log and shove him in the lake. But he always swimmed out. When they didn't do that, they would beat him till the blood run out of him, and then throw him in the ditch in the field and cover him with dirt, head and ears, and then stick a stick up at his head. I was a water toter and had stood and seen 'em do that way more'n once. And I stood and looked at 'em till they went away to the other rows, and then I grabbed the dirt off'n him, and he'd brush the dirt off and say, "Thank you," get his hoe and go on back to work. They beat him like that, and he didn't do a thing to get that sort of treatment. I had a sister named Liddy Holly who didn't stand back on 'em, none of 'em. When they'd get behind her, she'd get behind them. She was that stubborn, and when they would beat her, she wouldn't holler and just take it and go on. I got some whipping with strops, but I want to tell you why I am crippled today. I had to tote tater vines on my head, me and Frederick, and the hands would be calling for 'em all over the field, but you know, honey, the two of us couldn't get to all of 'em at once. So Joe Sanders would hurry us up by beating us with strops and sticks and run us all over the tater ridge. He'd cripple us both up, and then we couldn't get to all of 'em. At night, my pa would try to fix me up 'cause I had to go back to work the next day. I never walked straight from that day to this, and I have to set here in this chair now, but I don't feel mad none now. I feels good and wants to go to heaven. I ain't going to tell no lie on white or black, 'cause 'tain't no use. Some of the slaves run away, lots of 'em. Some would be caught, and when they catched 'em, they put bells on 'em. First they would put an iron bar round the neck and another one round the waist and rivet 'em together down the back. The bell would hang on the band round the neck so that it would ring when the slave walked, and then they wouldn't get away. Some of 'em wore these bells 3 and 4 months, and when the time was up they would take 'em off. Jake Overstreet, George Bull, John Green, Reuben Golder, Jim Bradley, and a host of others wore them bells. This is what I know, not what somebody else say. I seen this myself. And missus, when the big gun fired, the runaway slaves come out of the woods from all directions. We was in the field when it fired, but I members they was all very glad. After the war, we worked, but we got pay for it. Old man Pierce and others would call some kind of political meeting, but I could never understand what they was talking about. We didn't have no kind of schools, and all I know about them is that I sent my chillins in Leon and Gadsden counties. I had lots of sisters and brothers, but I can't remember the names of none of 'em but Liddy, Mary, Patsy, and Ella. My brothers is Edmund and Cornelius Jackson. Cornelius is living now somewhere, I think, but I don't never see him. When the big gun fired, I was a young missy toting cotton to the scales at the gin house. If the gin house was close by, you had to tote the cotton to it. But if it was fur away, wagons would come to the fields and weigh it up and take it to the gin house. I was still living near Lake Jackson, and we went to Abram Bailey's place near Tallahassee. Carr turned us out without nothing, and Bailey gid us his hammock, and we went there for a home. First we cut down saplings, for we didn't had no house, and took the tops of pines and put them on top. Then we put dirt on top of these saplings and slept under 'em. When the rain would come, it would wash all the dirt right down in our face, and we'd have to build a house all over again. We didn't had nobody to build a house for us, 'cause Pa was gone, and Ma just had us gals, and we cut the saplings for the man who would build the house for us. We lived on Bailey's place a long time, and finally built us a log cabin, and then we went from this cabin to Gadsden County to a place named Concord, and there I stayed till I come here for the fire. I had 12 children, but right now, missus, I can only remember these names: Robert, Elijah, Edward, Cornelius, Liddy, Rachel, and Sophie. I was converted in Leon County, and after freedom, I joined the Methodist Church, and my membership is now in Mount Zion AME Church in Jacksonville, Florida. My first husband was Nelson Walker, and the last one was named Dave Nickerson. I don't think I was 20 years old when the big gun fired, but I was more 17. I reckon I was a little older than Flossie May is now. Mrs. Nickerson, according to her information, must be about 89 or 90 years of age, sees without glasses, having never used them. She does not read or write, but speaks in a convincing manner. She has most of her teeth and a splendid appetite. She spends her time sitting in a wheelchair sewing on quilts. She has several quilts that she has pieced, some from very small scraps, which she has cut without the use of any particular pattern. She has a full head of beautiful snowy white hair, and has the use of her limbs except her legs, and is able to do most things for herself. She lives with her daughter at 1600 Myrtle Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Douglas Parish, Monticello, Florida, May 7, 1850. Douglas Parish was born in Monticello, Florida, May 7, 1850, to Charles and Fanny Parish, slaves of Jim Parish. Fanny had been bought from a family by the name of Palmer to be a breeder, that is, a bearer of strong children who could bring high prices at the slave markets. A breeder always fared better than the majority of female slaves, and Fanny Parish was no exception. All she had to do was raise children. Charles Parish labored in the cotton fields, the chief product of the Parish plantation. As a small boy, Douglas used to spend his time shooting marbles, playing ball, racing and wrestling with the other boys. The marbles were made from lumps of clay hardened in the fireplace. He was a very good runner, and as it was a custom in those days for one plantation owner to match his nigger against that of his neighbor, he was a favorite with Parish because he seldom failed to win the race. Parish trained his runners by having them race to the boundary of his plantation and back again. He would reward the winner with a jackknife or a bag of marbles. Just to be first was an honor in itself, for the fastest runner represented his master in the 4th of July races, when runners from all over the country competed for top honors, and the winner earned a bag of silver for his master. If Parish didn't win the prize, he was hard to get along with for several days, but gradually he would accept his defeat with resolution. Prizes in less important races ranged from a pair of fighting cocks to a slave, depending upon the seriousness of the betting. Douglas's first job was picking cottonseed from the cotton. When he was about 12 years of age, he became the stable boy and soon learned about the care and grooming of horses from an old slave who had charge of the parish stables. He was also required to keep the buggies, surreys, and spring wagons clean. The buggies were light four-wheeled carriages drawn by one horse. The surreys were covered four-wheel carriages, open at the sides but having curtains that may be rolled down. He liked this job very much because it gave him an opportunity to ride on the horses, the desire of all the boys on the plantation. They had to be content with chopping wood, running errands, cleaning up the plantation, and similar tasks. Because of his knowledge of horses, Douglas was permitted to travel to the coast with his boss and other slaves for the purpose of securing salt from the seawater. It was cheaper to secure salt by this method than it was to purchase it otherwise. Life in slavery was not all bad, according to Douglas. Parish fed his slaves well, gave them comfortable quarters in which to live, looked after them when they were sick, and worked them very moderately. The food was cooked in the fireplace, in large iron pots, pans, and ovens. The slaves had greens, potatoes, corn, rice, meat, peas, and cornbread to eat. Occasionally the cornbread was replaced by flour bread. The slaves drank an imitation coffee made from parched corn or meal. Since there was no ice to preserve the leftover food, only enough for each meal was prepared. Parish seldom punished his slaves, and never did he permit his overseer to do so. If the slaves failed to do their work, they were reported to him. He would warn them and show his black whip, which was usually sufficient. He had seen overseers beat slaves to death, and he did not want to risk losing the money he had invested in his. After his death, his son managed the plantation in much the same manner as his father. But the war was destined to make the parishes lose all their slaves by giving them their freedom. Even though they were free to go, many of the slaves elected to remain with their mistress, who had always been kind to them. The war swept away much of the money which her husband had left her, and although she would like to have kept all of her slaves, she found it impossible to do so. She allowed the real old slaves to remain on the premises and kept a few of the younger ones to work about the plantation. Douglas and his parents were among those who remained on the plantation. His father was a skilled bricklayer and carpenter, and he was employed to make repairs to the property. His mother cooked for the parishes. Many of the Negroes migrated north, and they wrote back stories of the new country, where the white folks let you do just as you please. These stories influenced a great number of other Negroes to go north and begin life anew as servants, waiters, laborers, and cooks. The Negroes who remained in the South were forced to make their own living. At the end of the war, food and commodities had gone up to prices that were impossible for the Negro to pay. Ham, for example, cost 40 cents and 50 cents a pound. Lard was 25 cents. Cotton was $2 a bushel. Douglas's father taught him all that he knew about carpentry and bricklaying, and the two were in demand to repair, remodel, or build houses for the white people. Although he never attended school, Charles Parrish could calculate very rapidly the number of bricks that it would take to build a house. After the establishing of schools by the Freedmen's Bureau, Douglas's father made him go, but he did not like the confinement of school and soon dropped out. The teachers for the most part were white, who were concerned only with teaching the ex-slaves reading, writing, and arithmetic. The few colored teachers went into the community in an effort to elevate their standard of living. They went into the churches where they were certain to reach the greatest number of people and spoke to them of their mission. The Negro teachers were cordially received by the ex-slaves, who were glad to welcome some Yankee niggers into their midst. Whereas the white teachers did not bother with the Negroes except in the classroom, other white men came who showed a decided interest in them. They were called carpetbaggers, because of the type of traveling bag which they usually carried, and this term later became synonymous with political adventurer. These men sought to advance their political schemes by getting the Negroes to vote for certain men who would be favorable to them. They bought the Negro votes or put a Negro in some unimportant office to obtain the goodwill of the ex-slaves. They used the ignorant colored minister to further their plans, and he was their willing tool. The Negro's unwise use of his ballot plunged the South further and further into debt, and as a result the South was compelled to restrict his privileges. End of Section 39.
Section 40 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. George Pretty, Palatka, Florida, November 9, 1936. George Pretty of Vero Beach and Gifford, Florida, was born a free man at Altoona, Pennsylvania, January 30, 1852. His father, Isaac Pretty, was also freeborn. His maternal grandfather, Alec McCoy, and his paternal grandfather, George Pretty, were born slaves who lived in the southern part of Pennsylvania. He does not know how his father came to be born free, but knows that he was told that from early childhood. In Altoona, according to George, there were no slaves during his life there, but in southern Pennsylvania slavery existed for a time. His grandparents moved from southern Pennsylvania during slavery, but whether they bought their freedom or ran away from their masters was never known to George. As in most of the Southland, the customs of the Negro in Altoona abounded in superstition and ignorance. They had about the same beliefs, and looked upon life with about the same degree of intelligence as Negroes in the South. The North, being much colder than the South, naturally had long ago used coal for fuel. Open grates were used for cooking, just as open fireplaces were used in the South. Iron skillets, or spiders as they called them, were used for cooking many foods. Meats, vegetables, pies, puddings, and even cakes were baked over the fire. The old familiar, often referred to as Southern ash cake, was cooked on the hearth under the grate, right in Altoona, Pennsylvania. The North, because of its rapid advance in the use of modern ways of cooking and doing many other things, has been thought by many people to have escaped the crude methods of cooking, but not so. George told how a piece of thick paper was placed on the hearth under the grate, and corn dough put upon it to bake. Hot ashes were raked over it, and it was left to cook and brown. When it had remained a long enough time, the ashes were shaken off, the cake brushed clean with a cloth, and no grit was encountered when it was eaten. Isaac Pretty, George's father, owned a large harness shop at Altoona, and made and sold hundreds of dollars' worth of saddles and harnesses to both northern and southern plantation owners. There was a constant going and coming of northern and southern owners, southern ones seeking places to buy implements for farming and other inventions, as well as trying to locate runaway slaves. Abolitionists were active in the North, and there were those who assisted slaves across the boundary lines between free and slave states. Negroes in the North who were free and had intelligence enough saw the gravity in assisting their slave brothers in the South. Some risked their lives in spreading propaganda which they thought would aid the enslaved Negroes in becoming free. In and around Altoona, Negroes were very progressive and appreciated their freedom, and had a great deal of sympathy for their fellows, and did all they could to demonstrate their attitude toward the slave traffic. Money was solicited and freely given to help abolitionists spread propaganda about freedom. It is striking to note the similarity of living conditions in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Florida, and the Carolinas. Ex-slaves who live in Florida now, but who came here since the emancipation of the Negro, tell of living conditions of their respective states. They are very similar to the modes of living in Altoona during slavery. Soap was made from grease and lye just as it was made in the South. Shin paper money similar to greenback, which represented amounts less than $1, were very plentiful, and after the Civil War, Confederate money of all kinds was as so much trash. Foodstuffs, which were raised on the farm at Altoona, were corn, peanuts, white potatoes, and peas. Enough peas were raised to feed the stock and take care of the family for 18 months. Potatoes were raised in large quantities, and after they were dug, they were banked for the winter. By banked, it is meant large holes were dug in the cellar of the house, or under the house, or inside of an outhouse. Pine straw was put into this pit, and the potatoes piled in. More straw was laid on, and more potatoes piled in, until all were in the pit. Dirt was shoveled over the lot, and it was left until for using them. Northern people used, and still use, a large amount of white, or Irish, potatoes. In curing hides of cows for making leather, the same method was employed as that used in the South. Hides were first salted, and water was poured over them. They were covered with dirt and left to soak a few days. A solution of red oak bark was made by soaking the bark in water, and this solution was poured over the hides. After it soaked a few days, the hair was scraped off with a stiff brush, and when it dried, leather was ready for making shoes and harness. George's father dealt extensively in leather, and when he could not get enough cured himself, he bought of others who could supply him. Now, George's mother was very handy at the spinning wheel and loom. He remembers how the bunch of cotton was combed in preparation for spinning. Cards with teeth were arranged on the spinning wheel, and the mass of cotton was combed through it to separate it into fibers. The fibers were rolled between the fingers and then put upon the spinning wheel to be spun into thread. As it was spun, it was wound upon spools. After the spools were filled, they were taken off and put on the loom. Threads were strung across the loom, some above others, and the shuttle running back and forth through the threads would make cloth. All that was done by hand power. A person working at the loom regularly soon became proficient, and George's mother was one who bore the name of being a very good weaver of cloth. Most of the clothes the family wore were homespun. Underwear and sleeping garments were made of the natural colored homespun cloth. When colored cloth was wanted, a dye was made to dip them in so as to get the desired color. Dyes were made by soaking red oak bark in water. Another was made of elderberries, and when a real blood red was desired, pokeberries were used. Pokeberries made a blood red dye and was considered very beautiful. Walnut hulls were used to make brown dye, and it was lasting in its effects. In making dye hold its color, the cloth and dye were boiled together. After it had taken well, the cloth was removed from the dye and rinsed well. The rinse water was salted so as to set the color. Tubs for washing clothes and bathing purposes were made of wood. Some were made from barrels out in two parts. In cutting, a stay was left longer on each side, and holes were cut lengthwise in it, so there would be sufficient room for all of the fingers to fit. That was for lifting the tub about. A very interesting side of George's life was depicted in his statement of the longevity of his innocence. We may call it ignorance, but it seems to be more innocence when compared to the incident of Adam and Eve as told in the Holy Bible in the book of Genesis. He was 33 years of age before he knew he was a grown man, or how life was given humans. In plain words, he did not know where babies came from, nor how they were bred. Whenever George's mother was expecting to be confined with a baby's birth, his father would say to all the children together, large and small alike, "Your mother has gone to New York, Baltimore, Buffalo," or any place he would think of at the time. There was an upstairs room in their house, and she would stay there 6 weeks. She would go up as soon as signs of the coming child would present themselves. A midwife came, cooked 3 meals a day, fed the children, and helped keep the place in order. In older times, people taught their children to respect older persons. They obeyed everyone older than themselves. The large children were just as obedient as the small ones, so that it was not hard to maintain peace and order within any home. The midwife, in this case, simply told all of the children that she did not want any of them to go upstairs, as she had important papers spread out all over the floor and did not want them disturbed. No questions were asked. She was obeyed. George does not remember having heard a single cry the whole time they were being born in that upper room, and he said many a baby was born there. Decorum reigned throughout the household for 6 weeks, or until their mother was ready to come down. When the time was up for mother to come down, his father would casually say, "Children, your ma is coming home today, and what do you reckon? Someone has given her another baby." The children would say, almost in concert, "What do you say, Pa? Is it a boy or a girl?" He would tell them which it was, and nothing more was said, nor any further inquiry made into the happening. The term "broke her leg" was used to convey the meaning of pregnancy. George relates how his mother told him and his sister not to have anything more to do with Mary Jones, "'cause she done broke her leg." George said, "Ma, 'tain't nothing matter wid Mary. I see her every day when the bell rings for 12. She works across the street from Pa's shop, and she and me sets on the steps and talks till time for her to go back to work." His mother said, "Don't 'spute me, George. I know she has broke her leg, and I want y'all to stay away from her." George said, "Ma, I ain't 'sputing you. Just somebody done misinform you, that's all. She ain't got no broke leg. She walks as good as me." His mother said, "Then I'm a lie." George quickly replied, "No, Ma, you ain't no lie, but somebody done told you wrong." Nothing was said further on the question of Mary Jones until that same evening when Isaac Priddy came home from the shop. The mother took him aside and told him of how she had been disputed and called a lie by George, and added that she wanted George whipped for it. "Come here, George," came a commanding voice shortly after the mother and father had been in conference. George obeyed, and his father took him apart from the family and locked himself and George in a room. He said, "George, I know I haven't done right by not telling you. You are grown. You are 33 years old now, and I want to tell you some things you should know." George was all eyes and ears, for he had been told when previously asked how old he was, "I'll tell you when you get grown." That was all he had heard from his parents for years, and he was just waiting for him to tell him. His father told him how babies were born, and about his mother confining herself in the upper room all the different times when she expected babies. He told him that his mother had never been out of town to Boston or Baltimore on any of the past occasions. In fact, he told George all he knew to tell him. Now, the startling thing about it all is that when he had finished giving the information about babies, he said, "Now, George, your mother told me that you called her a lie today." George at once said, "Pa, I didn't call her a lie. I just told someone had misinformed her about Mary, that she ain't got her leg broke, 'cause I see her every day." His father said, "I know 'tain't right to whip you for that, George, but your ma said she wanted me to whip you, and I'll have to do it." That settled it. George received his first lesson in sex and received the last flogging his father ever gave him. He was now grown and could take his place as a man. Afterwards, the mother took all her daughters aside and told them the same as Isaac had told George. That is, she told the grown girls about sex life. George and his older sister talked the whole plan over after they got a chance, and decided that since they were now grown, they did not have to give their earnings to their parents any longer. They decided to move into one of their father's houses on the place and furnish it up. They were making right good money considering the times, related George, and with both of them pulling together, they soon would have sufficient money saved up to buy a piece of land and start out on a plot of ground of their own. George told his father their plans. His father asked how much money he had. He told him $200 or more. His father says, "You've saved $200 out of what I've allowed you?" George answered in the affirmative. His father said, "Do you know how far that will go?" George said he did not. His father answered, "Not far, my boy." A few days after the conversation, Isaac Priddy furnished one of his houses with the necessary equipment and let George and his sister live there. They had their own bedrooms and each bought some food. The girl and George both cooked the meals and did the main thing they had set out to do, letting nothing stand in the way of their progress. When a few months had passed, both children had accumulated a nice sum of money. George was prepared to marry and take care of a wife. His sister Eliza, who lived with him, had saved almost as much money, and when she married she was an asset to the man of her choice rather than a liability. George had close contact with nature in his early life. The close contact with his mother for 33 years had done something for George which was lasting as well as beneficial. She was a close adherent to nature. She believed in and knew the roots and herbs which cured bodily ailments. This was handed down to her children, and George Priddy claims to know every root and herb in the woods. He can identify each as they are presented to him, says he. Doctors were never used by the ordinary family when George was growing up, and during his stay at Altoona, he was called in to sew up a cut piece which was too much for home treatment. He was also called in to probe for a bullet, but for fever or colds or even childbirth, he was considered an unnecessary expense. Herbs and roots were widely utilized in olden days and during slavery and early Reconstruction. The old slave has brought his practices to this era, and he is often found gathering and using them upon his friends and neighbors. George Priddy knows that black snake root is good for blood trouble, for he has used it on many a person with safety and surety. Sassafras tea is good for colds, goldenrod tea for fever, fig leaves for thrush, red oak bark for douche, slippery elm for fever and female complaint, when bark is inserted in the vagina. Catnip tea is good for newborn babies. Sage tea is good for painful menstruation or slackened flow. Fig leaves, bruised and applied to the forehead for fevers, are very effective. They are also good to draw boils to a head. Okra blossoms, when dried, are good for sores. The dried blossoms are soaked in water and applied to the sore, and bound with clean old linen cloth. Red shank is good for a number of diseases. Missing link root is for colds and asthma. George said this is a sure cure for asthma. Fever grass is a purgative when taken in the form of a tea. The blades are steeped in hot water and a tea made. Fever grass is a wide blade grass growing straighter than most grass. It has a blue flower and is found growing wild around many places in Florida. It is plentiful in certain parts of Palatka, Florida. Riding vehicles in early days were called buggies. The first one, George remembers, was the go-kart. It had 2 wheels and was without a top. Only 2 people could ride in a go-kart. The equilibrium was kept by buckling the harness over and under the horse's belly. The strap which ran under the belly was called the belly girt. There was a side strap which ran along the horse's side, and the belly girt was fastened to this. Loops were put to vantage points on the side strap, and through these the shafts of the cart were run. The strap going under and over the horse kept the cart from going too far forward or backward. During George's early life, plows looked very much like they do today. They had wooden handles, but the part which turned the ground was made of point iron. He could not describe point iron. Plows were not made of cast iron or steel as they are today. 2 kinds of plows were used so far as George remembers. One was called the scooter plow, and the other the turn plow. The scooter plow he describes as one which broke the ground up, which had been previously planted. When the earth needed loosening up to make it more fit for planting, this plow was used over the earth, leaving it rather smooth and light. The turn plow was used to turn the ground completely over. Where grass and weeds had grown, the earth needed turning over so as to thoroughly uproot the weeds and grass. The ground was usually left a while so that the weeds could die and rot, and then men with hoes would go over the ground and make it ready for planting. When freedom came to Negroes in the slave territory, George remembers that Sherman's army drilled a long time after the Civil War had ended. He saw them right in Pennsylvania. He was much impressed with their blue suits and brass buttons, and which fitted them so well. Some of the men wore suits with braid on them, and they supposedly were the officers of the outfit. Negro and white men were in the same companies, he saw, and all were manly and walking proudly. As George was 15 years of age when freedom came, much of which he related happened after emancipation. He, being out of the slave territory, did not have as much contact with the slaves, but he lived around his grandparents, who had been slaves in the southern part of the state. After slavery, they moved up to Altoona with George's parents and brought much in the way of customs to George. Grandfather McCoy and also Grandfather Pretty told of many experiences that they went through during their enslavement. The Negro and white overseer was much in evidence down there, and buying and selling of children from their parents seemed to have left a sad memory with George. Isaac Pretty's family was large. He had 7 girls and 7 boys, George being the eldest. George remembers how his heart would ache when his grandfather told of the children who were torn from their mother's skirts and sold, never to see their parents again. He went into deep thought over how he would have hated to have been separated from his mother and father, to say nothing of leaving his brothers and sisters. They were brought up to love each other, and the thought of breaking the family ties seemed to him very cruel. When George was told that he was grown, as formerly related, he saved his money, and when the great earthquake in Charleston occurred, he went down there to see what it had done to the place. Before that time, in 1882, he remembered having seen the first block of ice. When he got there, the Charleston people had been making ice for a few years. It was about that time that George saw the first pair of bed springs. George remained in Pennsylvania and other states further north for a long time after freedom. His first trip to Florida was made in 1893. He came direct from Altoona, Pennsylvania, with a white man whose name he has forgotten, as he did not remain in the man's employ very long after reaching the state. Since that time he has farmed in and around different parts of Florida, but now he resides at Taro Beach and Gifford, Florida. He makes regular trips to Palatka, being as much at home there as in the cities on the East Coast. George says that he has never had a doctor attend him in his life, neither while he was in Altoona, nor since he has been in Florida. He claims to be able to identify any root or herb that grows in the woods in the state of Florida, having studied them constantly since his arrival here. Before coming to the state, he knew all the roots and herbs around Altoona, and is still acquainted with them as he makes regular visits there, since he moved away 43 years ago. George Pretty is a dark-complexioned man, about 5 feet 3 inches in height, weighs about 135 pounds, and looks to be much younger than he is. When asked how he had maintained his youth, he said that living close to nature had done it, together with his manner of living. He does not dissipate, neither does he drink strong drink. He is a ready informant. Having heard that only information of slavery was wanted, he volunteered information without any formality or urging on the part of the writer. End of Section 40.
Section 41 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chantel Roner. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Anna Scott, an ex-slave who went to Africa. Anna Scott, an ex-slave who now lives in Jacksonville near the intersection of Moncrief and Edgewood Avenues, was a member of one of the first colonization groups that went to the west coast of Africa following the emancipation of the slaves in this country. The former slave was born at Dove City, South Carolina, on January 28, 1846, of a half-breed Cherokee and Negro mother and Anglo-Saxon father. Her father owned the plantation adjoining that of her master. When she reached the adolescent age, Anna was placed under the direct care of her mistress, by whom she was given direct charge of the dining room, and entrusted with the keys to the provisions and supplies of the household. A kindred love grew between the slave girl and her mistress. She recalls that everywhere her mistress went, she was taken also. She was kept in the big house. She was not given any education, though, as some of the slaves on nearby plantations were. Religion was not denied to the former slave and her fellows. Miss Abigail Dever, her owner, permitted the slave to attend revival and other services. The slaves were allowed to occupy the balcony of the church in Dove City, while the whites occupied the main floor. The slaves were forbidden to sing, talk, or make any other sound, however, under penalty of severe beatings. Those of the slaves who felt the spirit during a service must keep silence until after the service, when they could tell it to the deacon, a colored man who could listen to the confessions or professions of religion of the slaves until late into the night. The Negro deacon would relay his converts to the white minister of the church, who would meet them in the vestry room at some specified time. Some of the questions that would be asked at these meetings in the vestry room would be, "What did you come up here for?" "Because I got religion." "How do you know you got religion?" "Because I know my sins are forgiven." "How do you know your sins are forgiven?" "Because I love Jesus and I love everybody." "Do you want to be baptized?" "Yes, sir." "Why do you want to be baptized?" "Because it will make me like Jesus wants me to be." When several persons were ready, there would be a baptism in a nearby creek or river. After this, slaves would be permitted to hold occasional services of their own in the log house that was sometimes used as a school. Miss Scott remembers vividly the joy that she felt and other slaves expressed when first news of their emancipation was brought to them. Both she and her mistress were fearful, she says. Her mistress, because she did not know what she would do without her slaves, and Anna, because she thought the Union soldiers would harm Miss Dove. When the chief officer of the soldiers came to the home of her mistress, she says, he demanded entrance in a gruff voice. Then he saw a ring upon Miss Dove's finger and asked, "Where did you get this?" When told that the ring belonged to her husband, who was dead, the officer turned to his soldiers and told them that they should get back She's all right. Provisions intended for the Confederate armies were broken open by the Union soldiers and their followers, and Anna's mother. To protect her master, organized groups of slaves to tote the meat from the boxcars and hide it in dugouts under the mistress' house. This meat was later divided between Negroes and whites. A provost judge followed the advance of the army, and he obtained a list of all the slaves held by each master. Miss Dove gave her list to the official, who called each slave by name and asked what the slave had done on the plantation. He asked also whether any payment had been made to them since the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed, and when answered in the negative told them that you are free now and must be paid for all of the work you have done since the proclamation was signed, and that you will do in the future. Don't you work for anybody without pay. The provost judge also told the slaves that they might leave if they liked, and Anna was among those who left. She went to visit the husband of her mother in Charleston. With her mother and 5 other children, Anna crossed the rivers on log rafts and rode on trains to Charleston. Elias Mumford was Anna's stepfather in Charleston, and after spending a year there with him, the entire family joined a colonizing expedition to West Africa. There were 650 in the expedition, and it left in 1867. Transportation was free. The trip took several weeks, but finally the small ship landed at Grand Bassa. Mumford did not like the place, however, and continued on to Monrovia, Liberia. He did not like Monrovia either, and tried several other ports before being told that he would have to get off anyway. This was at Harper Cape, West Africa. Here, he almost immediately began an industry that was to prove lucrative. Oysters were large as saucers, according to Anna, and while the family gathered these, he would burn them and extract lime from them. This he mixed with the native clay and made brick. In addition to his brick making, Mumford cut trees for lumber, and with his own brick and lumber would construct houses and structures. One such structure brought him $1,100. Another manner in which Mumford added to his growing wealth was through the cashing of checks for the missionaries of the section. Ordinarily, they would have to send these back to the United States to be cashed, and when he offered to cash them at a discount, they eagerly utilized the opportunity to save time. This was a convenience for them and more wealth for Mumford. Anna found other things besides happiness in her 8 years in Africa. There were death, sickness, and pestilences. She mentions among the latter the African ants, some of which reached huge proportions. Most dreaded were the mission ants, which infested every house, building, and structure. Sometimes buildings had to be burned to get rid of them. The bite of these ants was so serious that after 60 years, Anna still exhibits places on her feet where the ants left their indelible traces. Another of the ant pests was the driver ant, so large, powerful, and stubborn that even bodies of water did not stop them. They would join themselves together above the surface of the water and serve as bridges for the passage of the other ants. The driver ants moved in swarms, and their approach could be seen at great distances. When they were seen to be coming toward a settlement, the natives would close their doors and windows and build fires around their homes to avoid them. These fires had to be kept burning for weeks. 8 and more persons died a day from the African fever during the early colonization attempts. 3 of these in Anna's family alone were victims of it. It was generally believed that if a victim of the fever became wet by dew, he was sure to die. After 8 years, Mumford and the remainder of his family returned to America, where the accrued checks he possessed for cashing made him reasonably wealthy. Anna married Robert Scott and moved to Jacksonville, where she has lived since. At 91, she still occupies the little farm on the outskirts of Jacksonville that was purchased with the money left to her out of her mother's inheritance from the African transactions of Mumford and Robert's post-slavery savings, and in front of her picture a gay little cottage spins yarns for the neighbors of her early experiences. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. William Sherman. In Chaseville, Florida, about 12 miles from Jacksonville, on the south side of St. John's River, lives William Sherman, locally pronounced Sherman, a former slave of Jack Davis, nephew of President Jefferson Davis of the Confederacy. William Sherman was born in the plantation of Jack Davis, about 5 miles from Robertsville, South Carolina, at a place called Black Swamp, June 12, 1842, 23 years prior to emancipation. His father, who was also named William Sherman, was a freeman, having bought his freedom for $1,800 from his master, John Jones, who also lived in the vicinity of Davis Plantation. William Sherman, Sr., bargained with his master to obtain his freedom. However, for he did not have the money to readily pay him, he hired himself out to some of the wealthy plantation owners and applied what he earned toward the payment for his freedom. He was a skilled blacksmith and cabinet maker, and his services were always in demand. After procuring his freedom, he bought a tract of land from his former master and built a home and a blacksmith shop on it. As was the custom during slavery, a person who bought his freedom had to have a guardian. Sherman's former master, John Jones, acted as his guardian. Under this new order of things, Sherman was in reality his own master. He was not bossed, had his own hours, earned and kept his money, and was at liberty to leave the territory if he desired. However, he remained and married Anna Georgia, the mother of William Sherman, Jr. She was also a slave of Jack Davis. After William Sherman Sr. finished his day's work, he would go to the Davis plantation to visit his wife and sometimes remain for the night. It was his intention to purchase the freedom of his wife, Anna Georgia, and their son William, but he died before he had sufficient money to do so, and also before the Civil War, which he predicted would ensue between the North and South. His son William says that he remembers well the events that led up to his father's burial. He states that the white people dug his grave, which is 6 feet deep. It took him 3 days in which to dig it on account of the hardness of the clay. When it was finished, he was put sorrowfully away by the white folk who thought so much of him. William was a boy of 9 at that time, and he remembers that his mother was so grieved that he tried to console her by telling her not to worry. Papa's going to come back and bring in some more quills. He had been accustomed to bring them quills during his life. But William sorely said he never did come back. Anna Georgia was a cook and general housewoman in the Davis home. She was a half-breed, her mother being a Cherokee Indian. Her husband William was a descendant of the Chihal Indians, some of his forebears being full-blooded Chihals. Their Indian blood was fully evident, states William Jr. The Davis family tree as he knew it was as follows: 3 brothers, Sam, Thomas, and Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy. Sam was the eldest of the 3 and had 4 children, viz. Jack, Robert, Richard, and Washington. Thomas had 4, viz. James, Richard, Russia, and Mina. Jefferson Davis' family was not known to William as he lived in Virginia, whereas the other brothers of their families lived near each other at Black Swamp. Jack Davis, the master of William Sherman, was the son of Sam Davis, brother of Jefferson Davis. Thomas and Sam Davis were comparatively large men, while Jefferson was thin and of medium height, resembling to a great extent to the late Henry Flagler of Florida East Coast fame, states William. Many times he would come to visit his brothers at Black Swamp. He would drive up in a 2-wheeled buggy drawn by a horse. Oftentimes, he visited his nephew, Jack, and they would get together in a lengthy conversation. Sometimes he would remain with the Davis family for a few days and then return to Virginia. On these visits, William states that he would saw him personally. These visits or sojourns occurred prior to Civil War. Jack Davis, being a comparatively poor man, had only 8 slaves on his plantation. They were housed in the log cabins made of cypress timber notched together in such a way as to give it the appearance of having been built regular lumber. It was much larger, of different architecture than the slave cabins, however. The few slaves that he had arose at 4 o'clock in the morning and prepared themselves for the field. They stopped at noon for a light lunch, which they always took with them, and at sundown they quit work and went to their respective cabins. Cotton, corn, potatoes, and other commodities were raised. There was no regular overseer employed. Davis, the master, acted in that capacity. He was very kind to them and seldom used the whip. After the outbreak of Civil War, white men called patrollers were posted around the various plantations to guard against runaways, and if slaves were caught off their respective plantations without permits from their masters, they were severely whipped. This was not the routine for Jack Davis slaves, for he gave the patrollers specific orders that if any of them were caught off the plantation without a permit, not to molest them, but to let them proceed where they were bound. Will said that one of the slaves ran away, and when he was caught, his master gave him a light whipping and told him to go on now and run away if you want to. He said the slave walked away but never attempted to run away again. Will states that he was somewhat of a pet around the plantation and did almost as he wanted to. He would go hunting, fishing, and swimming with his master's sons who were about his age. Sometimes he would get into a fight with one of the boys, and many times he would be the victor. His felon foe would sometimes exclaim that licking that you gave me sure hurt, and that ended the affair. There was no further ill feeling between them. Education. The slaves were not allowed to study. The white children studied a large blue-black Webster speller, and when one had thoroughly learned its contents, he was considered to be educated. Religion. The slaves had their own church, but sometimes went to the church of their white masters, where they were relegated to the extreme rear. John Kelly, a white man, often preached to them and would admonish them as follows: "You must obey your master and missus. You must be good niggers." After the beginning of the war, they held meetings among themselves in their cabins. Baptism. Those slaves who believed and accepted the Christian doctrine were admitted into the church after being baptized in one of the surrounding ponds. Cruelties. There was a very wealthy plantation owner who lived near Davis Plantation. He had 11 plantations. The smallest one was cultivated by 300 slaves. Oftentimes, they would work nearly all night. Will states that it was not an unusual thing to hear in the early mornings the echoes of rawhide whips cracking like report of a gun against the rare backs of the slaves who were being whipped. They would moan and groan in agony, but the whipping went on until the master's wrath was appeased. John Stokes, a white plantation owner who lived near Davis Plantation, encouraged slaves to steal from their masters and bring the stolen goods to him. He would purchase the goods for much less than their value. One time, one of the slaves put it out that Massa Stokes was buying stolen goods. Stokes heard of this, and his wrath was aroused. He had to find the nigger who was circulating this rumor. He went after him in great fury and finally succeeded in locating him. Whereupon, he gave him a good lacing and warned him, if he ever heard anything like that again from him, he was going to kill him. The accusations were true, however, but the slave desisted in further discussion of the affair, for old Massa Stokes was a treacherous man. On another occasion, one of the Stokes slaves ran away, and he sent Stephen Kittles, known as the Dogman, to catch the escape. The dogs that went in pursuit of the runaway slaves were called nigger dogs. They were used specifically for catching runaway slaves. This particular slave had a quite head start on the dogs and were trailing him, and he hit them on some floating logs in a large pond. The dogs trailed him to the pond and began howling, indicating that they were approaching their prey. They entered the pond to get their victim, who was securely hidden from sight. They disappeared, and the next seen of them was their dead bodies floating upon the water of the pond. They had been killed by the escape. They were full-blooded hounds, such as were used in hunting escaped slaves, and were about 50 in number. The slave made his escape and was never seen again. Will relates that it was very cold, and that he doesn't understand how the slave could stand the icy waters of the pond, but evidently he did survive it. Civil War. It was rumored that Abraham Lincoln said to Jefferson Davis, "Work the slaves until they're about 25 or 30 years of age, then liberate them." Davis replied, "I'll never do it. Before I will, I'll wade knee-deep in blood." The result was that in 1861, the Civil War, that struggle which was to mark the final emancipation of the slaves, began. Jefferson Davis' brothers, Sam and Tom, joined the Confederate forces, together with their sons who were old enough to go, except James, Tom's son, who could not go on account of ill health, and was left behind as the overseer of Jack Davis' plantation. Jackson Davis joined the artillery regiment of Captain Razor's company. The war progressed. Sherman was on his famous march. The Yankees had made such sweeping advances until they were in Robertsville, South Carolina, about 5 miles from Black Swamp. The report of gunfire and cannon could be heard from the plantation. Truly, the Yankees are here, everybody thought. The only happy folk were the slaves. The whites were in distress. Jack Davis returned from the field of battle to his plantation. He was on a short furlough. His wife, Mrs. Davis, asked him excitedly if he thought the Yankees were going to win. He replied, "No. If I did, I'd kill every damn nigger on the place." Will, who was then a lad of 19, was standing nearby, and on bearing his master's remarks, said, "The Yankees ain't gonna kill me, 'cause I'm going to Lauren Bay," a swamp located on the plantation. Will says that what he really meant was that his master was not going to kill him because he intended to run off and go to the Yankees. That afternoon, Jack Davis returned to the front. And that night, Will told his mother, Anna Georgia, that he was going to Robertsville and join the Yankees. He and his cousin, who lived on the Davis plantation, slipped off and wended their way to all of the surrounding plantations, spreading the news that the Yankees were in Robertsville and exhorting them to follow and join them. Soon, the two had a following of about 500 slaves who abandoned their masters' plantations to meet the Yankees. En masse, they marched breaking down fences that obstructed their passage, carefully avoiding Confederate pickets who were stationed throughout the countryside. After marching about 5 miles, they reached a bridge that spanned the Savannah River, a point that the Yankees held. There was a Union soldier standing guard, and before he realized it, this group of 500 slaves were upon him. Becoming cognizant that someone was upon him, he wheeled around the darkness, with gun leveled at the approaching slaves, and cried, "Halt!" Will's cousin then spoke up. "Don't shoot, boss. We just friends." After recognizing who they were admitted into the camp and was established around the bridge. There were about 7,000 of General Sherman's soldiers camped there. Having crossed the Savannah River on a pontoon bridge that they had constructed while en route from Green Springs, Georgia, which they had taken, the guard who had let these people approach so near to him without realizing their approach was court-martialed that night for being dilatory in his duties. The federal officers told the slaves that they could go along with them or go to Savannah, a place that they had already captured. Will decided that it was best for him to go to Savannah. He left, but the majority of the slaves remained with the troops. They were en route to Barnesville, South Carolina, to seize Spill Creek Fort that was held by the Confederates. As the Federal troops marched ahead, they were followed by the volunteer slaves. Most of these unfortunate slaves were slain by bushwhackers, Confederate snipers who fired upon them from a bush. After being killed, they were decapitated and their heads placed upon posts that lined the fields so that they could be seen by other slaves to warn them of what would befall them if they attempt to escape. The battle at Billy's Creek Fort was one in which both armies displayed great heroism. Most of the Federal troops that made the first attack were killed as the Confederates seemed to be irresistible. After rushing up reinforcements, the Federals were successful in capturing it and a large number of rebels. General Sherman's custom was to march ahead of his army and cut right ways of them for them to pass. At this point of the war, many of the slaves were escaping from their plantations and joining the Yankees. All of those slaves at Black Swamp who did not voluntarily run away and go to the Yankees were now free by right of conquest of the Federals. Will now found him in Savannah, Georgia, after refusing to go to Barnesville, South Carolina with the Federals. This refusal saved him from the fate of his unfortunate brothers who went. Savannah was filled with smoke, the aftermath of a great battle. Lying in the broad river between Beaufort, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia, were 2 Union gunboats, the Wabash and Men o' War, who had taken place in the battle that resulted in the capture of Savannah. Everything was now peaceful again. Savannah was now a Union city. Many of the slaves were joining the Union Army. Those slaves who joined were trained about 2 days and then sent to the front. Due to lack of training, they were soon killed. The weather was cold. It was February, 1862. Frost was on the ground. Will soon left Savannah for Beaufort, South Carolina, which had fallen before the Yankee attack. Soldiers and slaves filled the streets. The slaves were given all of the food and clothes they would carry, confiscated goods from the rebels. After a bloody struggle in which both sides lost heavily and which lasted for about 5 years, the war finally ended May 15, 1865. Will was then a young man 23 years of age and was still in Beaufort. He says that day was a gala day. Everybody celebrated, except the Southerners. The slaves were free. Thousands of Federal soldiers were in evidence. The Union Army was victorious, and Sherman's march was a success. Sherman states that when Jefferson Davis was captured, he was disguised in women's clothes. Sherman states that Florida had the reputation of having very cruel masters. He says that when slaves got very unruly, they were told that they were going to be sent to Florida so they could be handled. During the war, thousands of slaves fled from Virginia to Connecticut and New Hampshire. In 1867, William Sherman left Beaufort and went to Mayport, Florida to live. He remained there until 1890, then moved to Arona, Florida, living there for a while. He finally settled in Chaseville, Florida, where he now lives. During his many years of life, he has been married twice and has been the father of 16 children. All of them are dead. He never received any formal education, but learned to read and study taxidermy, which he practiced for many years. He was at one time inspector of elections at Mayport during Reconstruction days. He recalled an incident that occurred during the performance of his duties there, which was as follows. Mr. John Doggett, who was running for office on the Democratic ticket, brought a number of colored people to Mayport by boat from Chaseville to vote. Mr. Doggett demanded that they should vote, but William Sherman was equally insisted that they should not vote because they had not registered and were not qualified. After much arguing, Mr. Doggett saw that Sherman could not be made to see the light, and left with his prospective voters. William Sherman once served upon a United States federal jury during his colorful life. In appearance, he could easily be regarded as a phenomenon. He is 94 years of age, though he appears to be only about 55. His hair is black and not gray, as would be expected. His face is round and unlined. He has dark, piercing, but kindly eyes. He is of medium stature. He has an exceptionally alert mind, and recalls past events with the ease of a youth. The Indian blood that flows in his veins is plainly visible in his features, the color of his skin, and the texture of his hair. He gives his reason for his lengthy life the Indian blood that is in him, and says that he expects to live for 94 more years. Today, he lives alone. He raises a few vegetables, and is content to the memories of his past life, which has been full. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Samuel Smalls, a voluntary slave for 7 years. The story of a free Negro of Connecticut who came south to observe the conditions of slavery, found them very distasteful, then voluntarily entered that slavery for 7 years, is the interesting tale that Samuel Smalls, 84-year-old ex-slave of 1704 Johnson Street, Jacksonville, tells of his father, Cato Smith. Smith had been born in Connecticut, son of domestic slaves who were freed while he was still a child. He grew to young manhood in the northern state, making a living for himself as a carpenter and builder. At these trades he is said to have been very efficient. Still unmarried at the age of about 30, he found in himself a desire to travel and see how other Negroes in the country lived. This he did, going from one town to another, working for periods of varying length in the cities in which he lived, eventually drifting to Florida. His travels eventually brought him to Suwannee County, where he worked for a time as overseer on a plantation. On a nearby plantation, where he sometimes visited, he met a young woman for whom he grew to have a great affection. This plantation is said to have belonged to a family of Cones, and according to Smalls, still exists as a large farm. Smith wanted to marry the young woman, but a difficulty developed. He was free, and she was still a slave. He sought her owner. Smith was told that he might have the woman, but he would have to work out her cost. He was informed that this would amount to 7 years of work on the plantation, naturally without pay. Within a few days he was back with his belongings to begin working out the cost of his wife. But his work found favor in his voluntary master's eyes. Within 4 years he was being paid a small sum for the work he did, and by the time the 7 years was finished, Smith had enough money to immediately purchase a small farm of his own. Adversity set in, however, and eventually his children found themselves back in slavery, and Smith himself practically again enslaved. It was during this period that Smalls was born. All of the Florida slaves were soon emancipated, however, and the voluntary slave again became a free man. He lived in the Suwannee County vicinity for a number of years afterward, raising a large family. Reference: Personal interview with Samuel Smalls, ex-slave, 1704 Johnson Street, Jacksonville, Florida. End of Section 43.
Section 44 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 3, Florida Narratives, by Various. Selina Taswell. Selina Taswell, 364 Northwest 8th Street, Miami, Florida. 1. Where and about when were you born? In Perry, Georgia, in 1844. 2. If you were born on a plantation or farm, what sort of farming section was it in? Old Dr. Jameson's plantation, near Perry, Georgia, north of Macon. 3. How did you pass the time as a child? What sort of chores did you do, and what did you play? I worked around the table in my Massey's dining room. I didn't play. Sometimes pulled threads for Mother. She was a fine seamstress for the plantation. 4. Was your master kind to you? Yes, I was the pet. 5. How many slaves were there on the same plantation or farm? He must have had about 400 slaves. 6. Do you remember what kind of cooking utensils your mother used? We had copper kettles, crocks, and iron kettles. I waited on the table when the Lincoln came there. That day we had chicken hash and battered cakes and dried venison. 7. What were your main foods and how were they cooked? We had everything that was good. I ate at my Massey's kitchen. Sweet potato biscuits, cornbread, pies, and everything we eat now. 8. Do you remember making imitation or substitute coffee by grinding up corn or peanuts? No, we always had the best of Java coffee. I used to grind it in the coffee mill for my Massey. 9. Do you remember ever having, when you were young, any other kind of bread besides cornbread? Yes, batter cakes, biscuits, and white bread. 10. Do you remember evaporating seawater to get salt? No, we did not live so far from Macon, and the old doctor, he was rich and bought such things. That is how he come to be so rich. He didn't charge the poor folks when he doctored them, but they would be so glad that he made them well that they kept a-giving him things, bed quilts, chickens, just everything. Then he had such a big plantation, about 200 or 300 acres, but I didn't live on the plantation. I worked in his home. 11. When you were a child, what sort of stove do you remember your mother having? Did they have a hanging pot in the fireplace? And did they make their candles from their own tallow? My mother did not cook. She was a special seamstress servant. They had fireplaces on the plantation, and they always used tallow candles at the doctor's place until after the emancipation. Then the doctor was one of the first ones to buy coal oil lamps. 12. Did you use an open well or pump to get the water? No, we went to the spring to get the water. We toted it in cedar buckets. The spring was boxed into a well-shaped hole deep enough to dip the water out of it. It was the best water. They had a town pump at Macon. 13. Do you remember when you first saw ice in regular form? Yes, they had icicles in Georgia. 14. Did your family work in the rice fields or in the cotton fields on the farm? Or what sort of work did they do? My father was a blacksmith. He did all kinds of blacksmithing. He even made plows. 15. If they worked in the house or about the place, what sort of work did they do? My mother was one of the best seamstresses. She sewed all day long with her fingers. She made the finest silk dresses and even made tailored suits. 16. Do you remember ever helping tan and cure hides and pig hides? They did those things on the plantation. They cured goat skins and sheepskins too. The sheepskins would dry so slowly that they would let the slaves lie on them at night to keep them warm and hasten the drying. 17. As a young person, what sort of work did you do? If you helped your mother around the house or cut firewood or swept the yard, say so. I cleaned and dusted and waited on the table, made beds, and put everything in order, washed dishes, polished silverware, and did the most trusty work. 18. When you were a child, do you remember how people wove cloth, or spun thread, or picked out cotton seed or weighed cotton, or what sort of bag was used on the cotton bales? I did not need to spin, but I used to play with the spinning wheels. They ginned the cotton on the plantation. They used a horse to pull the gin. They weighed the cotton with a beam and weight. A good slave picked 200 pounds of cotton in a day. Nancy could pick 300 or 400 pounds in a day. She'd go out early in the day and run in ahead of the sun, and no one would know she had been out. That's how she would get ahead of the rest. 19. Do you remember what sort of soap they used? How did they get the lye for making the soap? They made soft soap boiled in a big kettle. They made the lye out of ashes, packed in an old barrel that had a hole in the bottom. They would make a hollow in the top of the barrel and pour rainwater in it. This would gradually soak through the ashes and seep out the bottom of the barrel, which they tipped up so that it would drain the lye out into a vessel. Then they would take the lye and boil it in the kettle with old grease and meat rinds. The lye was very strong. They had to be careful not to get any of it on their hands, or it would take the skin off. As they would stir the grease and lye, it would foam and cook like a jelly, and when it cooled, We had soft soap. It would sure chase the dirt, but it was hard on the hands. 20. What did they use for dyeing thread and cloth, and how did they dye them? They would dig indigo roots and cook the roots and branches for blue dye. For purple, they would mix red and blue. They would pick the berries off the gallberry bushes for red, the robin's yellow, and mix yellow and red for orange, and yellow and blue for green. 21. Did your mother use big wooden wash tubs with cut out holes in each side for the fingers? Yes, we made cedar tubs on the plantation, and we had some men who made large wooden bowls out of juggles cut from logs from the tupler tree. They would run them through a machine, and they would come out round, and then they would smooth them down. They mixed bread in those big bowls. 22. Do you remember the way they made shoes by hand in the country? Yes, all our shoes were made on the plantation. 23. Do you remember saving the chicken feathers and goose feathers always for your feather beds? Yes. 24. Do you remember when women wore hoops in their skirts, and when they stopped wearing them and wore narrow skirts? Yes, the doctor's folks were so stylish that they would not let the servants wear hoops, but we could get the old ones that they threw away and have a big time playing with them, and we would go around with them on when they were gone and they couldn't see us. 25. Do you remember when you first saw your first windmill? Never did see one. 26. Do you remember when you first saw bed springs instead of bed ropes? Yes, when I was a slave, I slept in a gunny sack bunk with the sacks nailed against the wall on two sides in a corner of the room, and then there was a post at the corner of the bed and two poles nailed from the post to the walls, and the gunny sacks were nailed to those poles. My bed was a 2-story bed. There was another gunny sack bed above me with poles fastened to the same post. We tore old rags and made rag rugs for quilts to cover us with. I worked in the doctor's house in the daytime, but I had to sleep in the shed at night. Then after I wasn't a slave no more, I never slept on anything else but a rope bed. When springs come, I wondered what anyone wanted with 'em. Rope beds was good enough. 27. When did you see the first buggy, and what did it look like? The doctor, he had the best of things. He had a regular buggy, and sometimes he'd drive 2 horses in it. Uncle Albert, he was his driver. When the doctor wanted to put on great style and go to the station to meet some rich company, he had one of the fancy cabs with the driver sitting high up in front, and when he went to see his patients, he'd take his feet to go around. He had 2 saddle packs with a strap that he would throw over his shoulder. He would have one pack hanging in front and the other hanging behind. 28. Do you remember your grandparents? No. My mother's mother was taken from her and sold when she was a baby, so I never seed my grandmother, and I don't know any more about my grandfather than a goose about a bandbox. 29. Do you remember the money called shin plasters? I've seen plenty. I guess my master had barrels of them. 30. What interesting historical events happened during your youth, such as Sherman's army passing through your section? Did you witness the happenings? And what was the reaction of the other Negroes to them? Sherman's army went through Perry, but they did not do any damage there. They expected them to come and buried lots of foods and valuable things, and when they came, they took them to the smokehouses and told them to help themselves. They did not burn any houses there. 31. Did you know any Negroes who enlisted or joined the Northern Army? Yes, plenty went with their boss, but ran off to Sherman's army when he came along. One woman's husband I knowed, Mr. Bethel, he stayed with his master and didn't run off with the Northern Army. When he was given his freedom, his master gave him a nice house. 32. Did you know any Negroes who enlisted in the Southern Army? About all I knew. 33. Did your master join the Confederacy? What do you remember of his return from the war? Or was he wounded or killed? His 2 sons joined the Army. James was killed, but Bud, he would never get through telling the war stories when he came back. 34. Did you live in Savannah when Sherman and the Northern forces marched through the state? And do you remember the excitement in your town or around the plantation where you lived? No. 35. Did your master's house get robbed or burned during the time of Sherman's march? No. 36. What kind of uniforms did they wear during the Civil War? Blue and gray. 37. What sort of medicine was used in the days just after the war? Describe a Negro doctor of that period. We never got sick. Sometimes they would give us a drop or two of turpentine in a big spoonful. They put turpentine on cuts and sores. 38. What do you remember about northern people or outside people moving into a community after the war? Yes, Jake Enos. He was a colored teacher. He was sent down to teach the colored school. He taught around from Atlanta to Florida. He took yellow fever and died. My brother, he teached school, but I never went to school. I learned my ABCs from my Massey's children. I ain't never forgot 'em. I could say 'em now. 39. How did your family's life compare after emancipation with it before? I had it the same. I had it good with my Massey, but the rest was paid some little wages. Our plantation was called a free space. Some of the slaves worked so well and made money for the Massey and gained their freedom even before emancipation. I heard one come to him and say, I owed that man $10, and he reached down in his pocket and paid it. 40. Do you know anything about political meetings and clubs formed after the war? I heard about Ku Klux, but I never did see none. 41. Do you know anything regarding the letters and stories from Negroes who migrated north after the war? I hear talk about some Massey going after them and bringing them back, more than they had in the first place. 42. Were there any Negroes of your acquaintance who were skilled at any particular line of work? If so, give details. The Turners made furniture with knobs and bumps on, just like that stand in bed. They made fancy chairs and put cowhide seats stretched across them. 43. What sort of school system was there for the instruction of the Negro? Were there any Negro teachers in your community? Yes, my son, he went to Negro school 3 months a year. The son said that he studied Webster's speller, Harvey's reader, learned his ABCs, and studied some in history, geography, and arithmetic. 44. How old were you at the close of the Civil War? 21 years. 45. Describe the type of early religious meeting, the preachers, etc. I went to town to my Massey's church. I sat alongside him and held the baby. My father, he held meetings on the plantation and prayer meetings just like they have now. 46. Do your friends believe in charms and conjure bags, and what has been their experience with magic and spells? I guess some claim they believe in such things, but I don't know whether they do or not. 47. Did you ever use an ox to plow with? What sort of plow? Yes, I see 'em plow with oxen. They used the kind of plows they made on the plantation. I didn't plow, but I used to have fun of going around in the old ox two-wheel wagon cart. I'd go down the hill in it. We'd get in the dump cart and holler and have a big time. 48. How much did various food and drinks and commodities cost just at the end of the war and afterwards? I don't know what things cost. End of section 44.